Morning, happy Thursday. Who's buying gold this fine morning? I am. Those of you that caught the ABL stream would have seen this was the gold trade that I took earlier on in the stream. And yeah, it looks like it's going to come good. It was a little bit hairy for a while there, I'm not going to lie. So I did take some profits. But yeah, looking good so far. Venetius, long time no see. How you doing, my friend? Hope you're well. Good to see you. Manish, good to see you. Yoshi, good to see you. Who else we got? We got Hippopotamus in as well. DJ. Who else we got? We got Akram, of course. We got Nora. Loads of you in the chat. I would say hello to you all, but then we would be here for double the length of the stream. So how is everybody doing? I hope you guys are all trading gold and buying it up so it can pump higher. So yeah, if you could, that'd be much appreciated. Yeah, DJ, very nice catch. We'll see if it holds. It's basically broken the 15-minute inside bar that it had here, but it created another one in the process. So I'm still short overall, but I think we're going to keep going higher. The thing we've got is we've got the day started here very, very impulsively with a wickless candle. So this level here is a very, very strong magnet. But I think what will probably happen is we'll probably come up to kind of the 33, 34 area, kind of this way. And then I'll start looking for sells. But for now, I'm happy to stay in my long for this one. Ideally, I'd love to see it come up to here, take that level. That's a nice liquidity level. It didn't start particularly convincing here. I mean, you've got 1, 2 on the 1 minute, but yeah, we'll see. There's a few areas where I expect some kind of reaction from. So one of them is going to be here, and then the next one is probably going to be in and around this area here, maybe. But just want to check something actually. 86, 82, no. So yeah, so that one up there as well will be an interesting area to watch out for. So plenty of major liquidity being left either side for price to come and target. So we can see here on these candles here, this one doesn't, it does have a wick, but I believe this one doesn't. So we've got one there, for example. So we're seeing liquidity either side, and this one here, if you see here, where is it? This one there. We got major liquidity there, and I think no, that one isn't, but that one is in there with a wickless candle starting it all at the bottom. So so we'll see, but currently just shy of 60, or just almost $70 now, $70 profit. So we've got 2 positions running. So yeah, looking good. Even if I was to close it at this level here, that's a nice 10R to start the day. So might take that. I'll see. I'll be waiting to see what it does at this point. So probably I'll close one of the 2 positions when we get to this point, and then make a judgment call as to what the reaction's like on the 1 minute when we get there. So so we will see. Where's my friend LJ Mike, or will Jonatan be with you? It should be the one and only Anastasiia with me, but she is running a little bit late, so I'm holding the fort. So so bear with me, guys. But you know, you only need me, really. I mean, all these other guys who actually know how to trade, I mean, what value are they going to really give you? You know, when I'm catching trades like this, you know, they all think I'm crazy. They all think I'm mad. I probably am. But trades like this, these are what get the adrenaline going. So yeah, let's see. Any more wickless candles coming through? No more wickless candles further up. So again, suggesting that we're coming higher for little pockets like this, for example. Other little pockets like this one, I believe. No, not that one. Was it this one? There was another one that I didn't see earlier, but maybe I missed it. But yeah, this would be one to watch out for. seeing us take that. So we'll see. Exactly. Pump it, Yoshi. Pump it. Pump it. So we'll see. Alde's asking, guys, what thinks about the United States initial jobless claims? I don't know much about them yet because they haven't come out, but they come out later today, and I guess that's what you're referring to. We will see later on, but I don't think they're going to move things as much as anything else. Oh no. Oh no.
Hello everyone, my name is Anastasiia. Sorry, ran a bit late.
Were the numbers not good enough for you, Jonatan, that you had to jump in and try and prove that you can pump them with your appearance? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Or you just want to come in and say what an amazing
Venetia's
trade I am?
Let Jonatan hear this. He jumped fast on the live stream. Yep, here I am.
Yeah,
Can't. What is this? What's going on? What are we guys doing? Like
you've come in.
You didn't take this trade. Like, there's no way you took this trade. No,
I did. I literally did.
You did. You took that.
I'm currently in $80 profit. Yeah.
Wow, $80. That's not a lot.
On a 5K account.
Here, are you?
On a 5K account.
Nice.
5K account.
Nice.
I will happily accept that. I think this TP up here will be a nice one to target. With that 1 minute candle,
like
it is right now.
We're risking like a very small percentage here on trades like this, I guess.
Yep, that's right.
Right.
Then I load it up.
Yeah, man. I mean, you only need one of these trades to hit TP. Then you can use, market your course. Let's get out there.
Exactly.
The magic.
It's the Iron Mike now, according to LJ.
The magic Mike bullet.
I'm now Iron Mike. I don't know why, but I'm Iron Mike.
Instead of the silver bullet from ICT, we got the iron bullet from Mike.
There you go. You can see it better there.
Nice.
Yeah, I know. Do you see what I mean, Vinicius? I'm happy, and then Jonatan comes in just to destroy my mood. He comes in to tease me, saying, "No, you didn't take that trade. You didn't take that trade."
Not destroying anyone. I don't think that's fair.
So Yoshi, depending on the setup, I'll occasionally increase risk. But if I'm confident in the setup, then I'll go up to maybe 0.5%. Otherwise, it's 0.1, 0.2. So that's generally what I go for. We might see a bit of a pullback now because we've taken this inside bar on the 1 minute, so we might see a bit of a drop. So really, I'm going to probably stick my trailing stop just below here, because this engulfing candle to the upside suggests that we're going to have more bullish momentum. But in actual fact, we're creating a second one, so I'm quite happy to hold this for the time being.
We had some interesting moves in the markets yesterday, following the Fed, the FOMC, the meeting minutes. You guys remember? We talked about EURUSD and someone's throwing things from their balcony. What are you doing, man? You can't do that. God damn it.
This is when Jonatan realizes it's his son throwing things from his balcony.
Weird neighbors, man. I don't like those neighbors. They got annoying dogs. Their dogs they have a kennel. Okay, they got a kennel, and like two times of the year they got like 12 dogs. Like they're cute, they're puppies, but then they grow old and they're like just running around barking. So now
are they selling the puppies?
I don't
know. They're selling the puppies.
We're gonna put up a wall. So I'm not building a wall, like a big fat wall that separates.
Hang on a second. Can we use my shirt as an overlay for your face to turn you orange, Mr. Trump? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I'm building a wall. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be massive because I don't like them on the other side. It can come in here. They're loud. They're barking. They're just barking loud.
It's gonna be a great wall. It's gonna be the best wall. There's never been such a good wall. See, Nora knows what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I can see you as well. I got the window in my office straight up into their balcony. They're throwing things down the balcony. Like, what is? Ugh, what is this? Well, I live, it's like I live in, I don't know.
Jonatan,
Okay.
you are hilarious, honestly.
Okay, so, yeah, Great Wall of Sweden.
I am going
coming.
to close this trade because we've just tapped into that, and I think we might wick off. But let's see. See what it does in this.
Hello,
little
Anastasiia.
I was thinking
How are
to join.
you?
You guys had such an amazing discussion that I was like waiting for this perfect
Build the
time.
wall. Build the wall.
Yeah, is there a wall built? By the way, have anyone built a wall? I mean, I remember like back in
He's
2017, it
building
was talking
something
about
or
wall.
other. He's building
No?
something or other.
Okay.
Hey, Nora. Hey, Nora, good to see you.
What do we think, guys?
Trade, Mike?
I don't know. Do we close it or do we keep it, guys? What do you reckon?
I am in the same gold trade right now as you.
Great minds, think alike. But I bet your entry wasn't as good as mine.
No, it was a little bit.
You guys, we looked at a short on eurusd yesterday. Do you guys remember that? I don't know if you even.
No,
we
I
looked
wasn't
at
paying
that.
attention.
We looked at a short on EU, right?
Yeah, we did.
And I remember looking at the dollar currency index. I'm gonna have to share my screen here because we looked at the dollar currency index, and then I like this type of hindsight trading where, like, if I'm right, I'm just gonna pull up my screen and tell everyone that I'm right. So look at the dollar currency index here. I remember saying that if we break the support to the downside, I mean that would be a nice push to the upside on the EUR/USD, and the fact that we had FOMC coming up. I remember saying like, okay, so on the FOMC, the trend on the dollar is obviously to the downside, and we're hitting that resistance right now. So for me, I'm obviously bearish on the dollar currency index, and the FOMC might act as a catalyst. Now, yeah, so all I'm saying is I was right. Did I make money on that? No, I didn't make money on that. I actually shorted EU because I don't know why. I think it was mostly because of LJ, because he shorted EU.
It was definitely LJ. Let's blame LJ.
So if you're watching this,
no, you can't blame LJ. No, he's not here to defend himself. I am here to defend him. LJ did nothing wrong. He was right. I don't know what.
So what happened with LJ was he came on and then it's like, oh, we're gonna short EU right here, and so I did. Now that I'm putting the blame on.
Yeah, whatever. You're not supposed to be on this segment. Go away. And I'd like to point out that this definition of ICT is I can trade. My version of ICT is I can trade.
Hey, that was my version of ICT. You stole it.
Look, it's Yoshi who's saying that I'm better than ICT, not me. So, what do you want me to do? So, but yeah, that gold trade. Look at that.
Outer circle trader. I'm here with my hindsight trading. I'm looking from the outside, looking at the markets, and whenever there's something happening, jumping in, telling everyone that I'm right. And that's my approach. Outside circle trading. Okay, I'm not supposed to be here, so I'm gonna jump off. I got some stuff to do, and I will be back. I'll be back later. Take care.
He'll be back. Is that a promise or a threat?
Both, actually. I think it's both.
Okay. All right. Oh, Jonatan, by the way, listen, question for you. Are we allowed to give a teaser of what's coming next week?
I've already told everyone, but you can tease them.
Told them, but I can show them what we've got lined up. Or do you want to leave that till next week?
Let's not show them. Let's just make it explosive. Like just throw it in. Like
we're just going to do a big shebang. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
It's going to be everyone's going to be like, whoa, whoa, what is this?
All right.
Yeah.
Good. Sounds good.
Be cool.
$200 in profit right now.
Very nice. How many subscribers do we have, by the way? I think we have like 70, 78.
2 million.
2 million already. That's awesome. Should do a giveaway. Nice. All right, I'm gonna jump off. I will see you guys later. Should we do like an event? Maybe we should celebrate the fact that we're doing something new on Monday.
New thing.
Yeah, maybe we should.
That's great to decide that on the Thursday before. Great idea.
Yeah, I know, but Yeah.
Nothing like a last minute idea, Jonathan.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna jump off. See you guys later.
I'd see you.
Bye.
Okay, we have important stuff to discuss. Are you still holding gold? Because I'm still
holding it.
Yes.
I'm still holding. I'm still holding. It's breaking the 1 minute areas. So I'm currently, I was in over $200 profit. I'm now at 190. I would like to see it go to 33. But we'll see. We're coming up to this resistance area. So.
Okay, talking so much with Jonathan. I was really like.
What?
You guys are talking so much with Jonathan.
We talk so much.
Yeah.
Jonathan, you have to talk.
Let me cover this. I'm trying. I'm trying.
You have to talk over Jonathan to get anywhere. That's the only way to do it.
Like over you as well sometimes.
Yeah, you got to talk over me. I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up now. Okay, bye.
I'm still holding gold. This is a range of 3 charts, and the reason I was buying it, I'm actually very curious to know why you were buying it, is because we had a decline in the cumulative delta since the starting of the trading session today, although the price kept going up. So we had a disbalance between the market orders and the actual price action. So we had the retail traders were selling essentially. The big market participants were still trying to push the price higher. Now we had several high volume clusters here, which were the trigger for me to enter the trade by market. And now this was my zone where the price can reverse. So I was waiting for either like this. So if you would get a reaction, I would be also closing the trade. But at the current moment, we see that the price broke both of those high volume clusters here. So my target is still $7 higher than the current price. So my target is around 33.44, 33.45 area right here. So the price goes to 33.44, 33.44, 33.45. I'm going to be closing the trade and perhaps potentially looking for the short idea as well. So, and the 5 minute looks exactly the same. So this is my trade, actually. A little bit worse entry than you. I don't know if we can count the one tick difference.
You know, you've either got it or you've not. I don't know what to tell you.
No, you were amazing. The trade was amazing. I'm thinking if we close with a strong candle to the upside without the wick, I'll see how this 5 minute candle closes in the next 5 minutes. But maybe I'm gonna add volume to this position as well for the last $8, $7 move. So
yeah, it's a nice. It's on the 1 minute. It's created a very nice engulfing candle to the upside, suggesting that we're going to keep going higher. I'm not sure how far we've got. I don't think I'm still bearish on gold because of Tuesday's daily candle. So I'm still very much expecting us to overall sell on gold, but I figured why not buy it on the way to the sell. So
yeah, I'm still overall bearish on the 30-minute time frame. However, I'm really bullish on the bigger time frame as well. So I'm bullish mid-term swing. Like I'm really bullish on gold actually. The reason
bullish
for this,
on gold.
Yeah, I'm very bullish on gold. The reason for this is a 4-hour cumulative delta versus price, but for some reason I can't. Here we go. I'm gonna pull it up in a second. I was actually talking about it yesterday. No, why is my chart not loading? No one knows. So yeah, I'm bullish. Here we go. Because this is 4-hour chart, right? 4 hours. Since the 27th of April, the cumulative delta was continuously declining, which means we had an overload of the sell by market orders, which went from minus 8,000 to minus like 69,000 contracts since the end of April. So this is a disbalance between market sell orders and market buy orders. Whether it's the price, this is from the previous time that the price reached the all-time highs and started dropping. So people started selling, believing that the price is going to go down, whether it didn't. So this whole situation is telling me that we are like, I'm overall long-term actually very bullish on gold. Now, that doesn't mean that this is 4 hours, right? It doesn't mean we cannot sell it somewhere, because on the 30-minute time frame, I can see if the price goes to my target now, so it is 345 on the 5 minutes. I'm probably going to look for the small sell there. But the overall idea, and I'm thinking about the long-term investment into this, I'm thinking that we're gonna go the all-time highs, and that's probably we get like 3,700, 800, 4,000 maybe until the end of the year or beginning of the next year. So that's a more long-term view, but this is my opinion currently.
Well, for now, we're still going higher.
Yeah.
So happy days. I might actually pass this phase one in this one trade.
It'll be my one and only trade for today. I can get.
Currently at $250 profit
Amazing.
on 2 positions. So yeah. So reason for the trade was let's go back to the daily first of all. So the reason I'm actually bearish overall is we have had let me just hide all the drawings for a sec. We've had this bearish engulfing candle, and we've had this bearish engulfing candle. So I'm expecting us to come up and retest this area here. That's where my TP is currently, in this little pocket. Yes, we have had 1, 2 candles pushing us down. But if we look then at the other time frames, for example, we can see here the daily has opened today without a wick. So just pumped straight off the bat. The 11-hour was an inside bar. That's been left behind. Those very rarely get left behind. If you see here, you can see all of, this one suggesting, right, we're taking this area and now we're going to go down. There's so many of these wicks that just take the highs and then push on down. That's why I feel that we're still going lower. If we look at the weekly, last week, it didn't really come down to any strong area to suggest, hey, we're going to head back up. And it left this weekly inside bar. So for me, there's still major liquidity for us to take on the lower side. On the monthly as well, we've had 1, 2, 3 wicks trying to push us down. We haven't gone very far, but we're still leaving these orders down here on this wick here. So that's why I'm still seeing us going for the sells, because again, we've got these inside bars, which are major liquidity as far as I'm concerned, across all of these levels, and you can see those there. And there's plenty more of them further down, loads of them further down. I'm not saying we're going to come down this far, but I do think we're going to come and retest this area at the very least, because that's where we've got the monthly inside bar.
This is quite possible, yeah. I think the range that is now on the weekly time frame can still continue for a while. What I was saying is that I don't think necessarily gold is going to go lower than this range. I think it might continue for a while because cumulative delta kept declining. It didn't start rising. So for me, the reason to buy long-term gold would be if the 4-hour cumulative delta was actually starting to rise. Until then, I think I think most of their views actually have a place to be.
If I took this kind of trade like tight stop loss in challenge account, and if I got stop loss just after entry, then is it a high frequency trade? No, it is a high frequency trade if you are pressing buy, sell continuously. That's when that's high frequency trading, because the frequency of the trades is the problem. If you get taken out immediately after you've opened up a trade because you've got tight stop loss, you're scalping, right? And that can happen. But if you've then opened up immediately another trade, or you're opening up trades and you're taking profit within seconds, that's high frequency trading. So yeah. Let's see who else is in the chat.
There was a question asked, why 11 hours candle?
Why 11 hours? The question should be, Pipotimus, why not? Why not the 11 hours? No, in all seriousness, so if you imagine, let me take the drawings off again. If you imagine the standard time frames that we have, we've got, let's say we've got the daily, then we've got the 12-hour, the 8-hour, the 4-hour. They are all multiples of the same, right? So they're just divided up. Okay, so the daily candle is made up of 6 4-hour candles. The 4-hour candle is made up of 4 1-hour candles, and so on and so on and so on and so on. All right, so it's all just the same picture, but just drilled down, and everyone's looking at the same picture. If you look at something like the 11-minute or the 7-minute or the 11-hour or the 7-hour or the 22-hour or the What's the other one I've got at the moment? 18 hour, things like that. All of these ones give you an overlap of the picture that everyone else is looking at. And so you might see something that others aren't going to see. And it just gives added confluence. Let's take an example of the 12 hour, right? I can see these candles pushing down, 1, 2, 3, this one here again. All of these are trying to push down. If I look at the 11 hour, I get a much clearer picture of them. And they genuinely make a big difference in just giving you a perspective on the charts that you wouldn't see otherwise, because they do overlap on what everyone else is looking at. And when you get that, it makes a big difference. So here, for example, I can see here, in fact, which I didn't notice before, down here, this was an hourly, I think, wickless candle, but it's also 14 hours. So that gives it added strength. So it's just, it just helps me to build up a picture of where do I think the accumulation of orders are going to be. If I see an engulfing candle, so if it's a bearish engulfing candle to the downside, that suggests buyers are coming in and they're happy to leave anything that they left behind. Seeing a bullish engulfing candle to the upside, that suggests, it doesn't confirm, but it suggests that price is happy to leave the orders that are left below that. The really high setup is when you see those engulfing candles retested. And what I mean by retested is when you see the wicks retested. That's why I'm looking for sells in this area here. Now, those of you who caught the ABL session earlier would have seen me refine the pocket that I'm looking at. And the pocket that I'm looking at is right in this pocket here, because I drill it down into the lower time frames where I see the pockets of the orders sitting and where price sells off from. So even though this entire wick was part of the daily candle on Tuesday, I'm looking at this little pocket here as where I think sells are going to come in. May or may not, but what I do is I refine that zone, and then I wait to see what happens on the lower time frames in that zone. If I see a reaction on the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 7 minute, and all those different time frames, it gives me added confluence and added confidence, let's say, that my trades are going to work out. So hopefully that answers. But more importantly, Pippopotamus, I want to know, because ask me why about the 11 hours, that's fine. But I want to know why I haven't had an offer from you to buy pippopotamus.com, because I own that domain now and I'm still waiting for my, how much you're prepared to pay me for it. So still waiting, just so you know. DJ saying, Mike or Anastasiia, I see DX1 is in a previous 4-hour demand area with a US red folder news coming up that might hold if dollar comes in positive. Thoughts? What do you think, Anastasiia?
Let's pull it up.
Nope.
Yep. There we go. So, and I was yesterday breaking down the DXY. If you're gonna put all my drawings away, so what we can see is that we are hovering between this volume zone here and the current one. This is a weekly one. On the 4-hour time frame, we see that we're still going higher. So I'm expecting the price to slightly go still higher until the 97,200 for the DXY. I am overall slightly bullish for the current moment. The question is for how long, of course. I still expect DXY to reach 97,700, 98,200. If you go on the weekly time frame, what we will see is that DXY has taken the previous lows here. So on the weekly, the bottom of this range, as we can see, and the price is still. I'm not quite sure yet that we are still expecting. Like we are already ready to see the dollar drop it so massively, because we need to realize that for the dollar to exit the huge range that has been forming since 2022, it needs to be something outstanding. Now, with Trump's tariffs that keep incoming, and it still didn't push the price lower than that. It actually might have pushed it higher, which it didn't, and people are still deciding how to react on that. What I think is we are waiting for the interest rate decision for the Federal Reserve. Some information that the rate cuts season starts, and then when we might see the drop on the US dollar. Until that, I don't think we're going to see the massive drop. I think it might hold for a while still. my personal opinion, because we need to realize it needs to be something very heavy for the market to say, hey, okay, US dollar can go lower right now after 3 years of holding at those levels. So I still think we are going to 98 still, at least for the DXY. The question is how fast, of course, right? I am overall bullish on those. For the intraday, I'd say I would be watching closely 97 to 100 level. I'm not confident about shorting it. What I would see, what would be watching is either the price is going to react here, and then maybe, yes, I would need the confirmation, and then maybe it can be a base for their longs on the EUR/USD and GBP/USD. Now, on the other hand, if the price here hovers, right, consolidates and then breaks through it, I'm going to be looking for the continuation to the upside, and then continuation for the shorts for GU and EU. I am overall bearish on GU and EU for the intraday. I think we're going to more majority seeing consolidation for the current moment until something is decided with the rates. But yeah, like for today, I think we are coming closer to 97, 200 still. This is a 30-minute time frame, so I think it's still another 15, 16, 20 ticks to the upside, and then I would be waiting for how the situation evolves.
Mm-hmm.
What's your view on that?
I was talking about this with LJ, and I think the fact that he's delayed the tariffs again, I think has inadvertently, whether he realizes or not, it's actually going to delay any Fed decisions because it muddies the water further, right? It creates, prolonged uncertainty, and it leaves this stickiness with the US market and the US economy. So I think we all know that shorting the dollar is going to ultimately be the way to go. But the policy decisions that Trump is taking at the moment suggest that we're going to have another bump on the dollar heading up first before we start to see those proper sells coming in. That's my personal opinion. I think the markets can see it, and at the end of the day, the markets are going to use the opportunity of this delay to get better positions, and to make the maximum amount of money from what the moves will make them the most profit. So yeah, can you explain what are hidden order blocks? I can't, because they're hidden, so I don't know. But order blocks generally, it depends on your definition. Victor has his own definition of order blocks. I have mine. For me, an order block is something like this here. This little teeny tiny, actually it's an inside bar, but basically it's in an uptrend, it's a random bearish candle. And in a downtrend, it's a random bullish candle. So it's just a random candle in that move up, and that's where the orders sit, because that's where you'll see prices just stalled for a second for whatever reason. So yeah, that's my definition of an order block. You might also define order blocks as any candle prior to an engulfing candle, right? But the engulfing candle is in that area as well, so that's why I don't really call those. But for me it's in an uptrend or a downtrend, it's a counter candle whilst the trend carries on. But I don't know, Anastasiia, you have a different view on order blocks. I know everyone likes to use these different terms.
I don't even use order blocks, I don't trade order blocks, and I'm the last person to ask about order blocks. So
I think you can say order blocks one more time.
Order blocks.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. That's great.
That's that I know about those. So.
Yeah. So everyone has their own way of looking at these things. I look at order blocks as an area where price may or may not react, but I can't say I use them actively. Jonatan is the man not Jonatan, Victor is the man to speak to. So So yeah. And the boy, so much complicated strategy. Soon I will join you guys with only one color-based with only color-based strategy. Let me get my first payout from the fivers. The boy, as you can see in the ticker down below, there is an email address where you are welcome to send your email and submit yourself for the trading room. Jonatan is always happy to have people with guests and everyone else joining and talking about their strategy and showing how they trade and what have you. So don't hold back. Come join us now. Send that email now. Jonatan is waiting for your email and he'll be happy to receive it. So yeah, don't hang around. There was a question about gold. RJ asking, what do you think, is gold started consolidating? I don't. RJ, sorry. I think gold is still going to go higher. As long as we don't break this pocket here on the 1 minute, I think we're okay. That 1 minute engulfing candle is what I want us to see respect. If we don't, then I've already put my stops just below that candle, just to make sure that I don't lose any unnecessary profits, and then I'll be looking for a re-entry. But I think we're still going long on gold. Anastasiia, what do you think on gold? Do you think we're still going higher?
Yeah, I'm still holding it. I'm looking also at the reaction right now in the next couple of minutes, and for the current moment it's still in the area that I can see that it's going, like, for after rejection it can still go higher from there. Yeah. Let's see.
It's taken that level. Isn't what I want to see. My stops are a little bit wider, so we'll wait and see if I get taken out or not. So my stops were just here. So we'll see. It may react. Actually, I might move them because we've got this little wick here. So it might be that it comes and respects this little pocket down here.
Yeah. Can I share my screen for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
The price is gonna break this one, 33.35, cluster below, and close it. Until we are holding above 33.35, I'm gonna keep holding.
Yeah.
So this last cluster here is what I'm looking for. Also, this volume on the previous highs on this specific chart, range XP, and on the 5 minute also the same. So I want to see this volume zone here being held. If we're holding it, great. I'm gonna keep holding the trade. If we break down below it, 33.35, I'm gonna be closing it. For now, I see that it's still coming up, and someone was saying that early exit from good trades only delay the success. I mean, yes, you need to follow your own rules, right? You need to have a set of rules. I just talked about it yesterday. So people usually struggle because they don't have a set of rules on how to manage their running position. And when they're already in the trade, all the emotions kick in, and it becomes very difficult to get to make their high quality decision, because once you're in the trade, you want to keep it. You want to keep it running. And if it's a profitable trade, people react usually, out of fear and out of anxiety and close them early because they're afraid to lose their running profits. And if the trade is in the loss, usually people hope that it's going to reverse back at least to break even so they can get out of this and never make this mistake again. We've all been there so many times. So you need to have the set of rules on how to manage the running positions before you enter it. Otherwise, you're going to get in trouble sooner or later. If you don't have the set of rules on managing it, and like, what are you going to do in this situation? How do you react? Right? Emotionally, I would close it, of course, because the price starts going down. Oh my God, the bearish candles. What do I do now? You're going to most likely freak out and eventually lose all the profits or partially profits, or get FOMO if you close it early and then the price still goes to the profit. So yeah, I agree with you. It's all about the set of rules to determine when the good trade is over and it turns into the bad one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it turns into a bad one, but that it's over, essentially.
It's over.
Yeah, because it's still a good trade.
It can be a good trade, but you can overhold it and turn the good trade into the bad trade.
Oh, in that sense, yeah. Okay.
In this sense.
Yeah. So yeah, so we'll see. Couple of questions on the position. So DJ, on this one, I took a 0.16 lot size, so 0.08 in total. I think at the time it was a 0.5% risk, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I was pretty sure. I mean, it tested me, I've got to say. It dipped into that drawdown a couple of times, but I held my nerve and paid off in the end. So yeah. Currently practicing to hold onto trades as long as possible. Wise idea. What is the one chart pattern, indicator, or price action signal you most trust, and what's its biggest flaw? Biggest flaw for any chart pattern, indicator, or price action, and this isn't a flaw about them, it's a flaw about the trader, is to think that they will always give you 100% accuracy. That's the biggest flaw. But that's not a flaw on them, that's a flaw on us as traders to think that they would. As for chart patterns, my chart patterns is retesting of engulfing candles, I suppose. Indicators, I don't really use them, if I'm honest. I might stick them on the EMAs or the SMAs, because I know that the LJ uses the SMAs, for example. And that's, they just add confluence. But I don't trade off any particular indicator as such. But yeah, what do you think, Anastasiia?
I agree with you on that, to be honest with you, because I mean, I said already before, you heard me saying this, it can be profitable flipping a coin if you have the big enough sample example and if you have good risk management. So I think every single thing work, every indicator, every system, every chart pattern, as long as the trader knows how to manage it and have the stats and knows that it's profitable overall, long term. And the biggest flaw is always the trader. It's himself, herself, right? We are the strongest and the weakest part of our own trading system in the end of the day. The strongest because we can make the decision that, for example, the automatic trading systems can't. Because the automated trading systems, bots and everything, you will need to adjust once in a while anyway, because they cannot be readjusted automatically to the market changes in liquidity, volatility, geopolitical background, economical background, right? And you will need to work on them once in a while, every single couple of months, and the best every single 6 months. But at some point, they're going to blow the account if you don't work on them. Now, as a trader, you have the ability for the critical thinking. And you can decide, even if the trade is by your system, that the overall background is not good enough for your trade to be executed. Like, for example, that the trade can be looking perfectly, but there are news coming out soon, right? Where you can decide that, okay, I'm going to step away and I'm going to wait until the news been released before I'm going to enter the trade. Or, overall, like there is a timing during the day that usually your trading system gives you losses. So you can also decide that you're going to skip it, and wait for the next trading day. So essentially, we are the biggest, our asset, because we can have a critical thinking and we can, based on our own perception, decide when to filter out the bad trades, bad situations, potentially in the market. On the other hand, we are our biggest flaw because we have emotions. We are humans, and eventually we fall into our own emotional traps again and again. That's my opinion.
Shubham's saying one of the most difficult things is to take a break when you're in a losing phase. I would argue that it's not just when you're in a losing phase.
Yeah, true.
It's difficult to take a break when you're in a winning phase just as much, if not more so, to some extent. So yeah. Do I have a preferred skill of trading? I'm not quite sure how to answer that question, Aldo. Do I have a preferred skill of trading? My preferred skill of trading is making profit. if that's the one word to describe it, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. But going back to the point earlier, a book that I ordered, it was on discount on Amazon because Amazon Prime have got their discount thing right now. Their Prime Days or whatever it's called. I got The Psychology of Money. I don't know if anyone's heard of that book, but it arrived yesterday, so it is now on my bedside table, ready for me to read. So I'm looking forward to reading that one to see if that will give me an added edge once again on how I view these things and how I think about these things. So yeah, Tim's is saying patience could be a preferred skill. I think the question should be reworded. It's not necessarily a preferred skill, but more a necessary skill, right? Or a skill that you feel that you've maybe that is one of your better ones, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. Mr. Unique with a unique name with number 3. Just a question: is it a good idea to enter a buy position now? That depends on what asset, but ultimately it is on your own strategy. So we can't tell you. So I'm just having a look at gold. Gold, I do think we're going to continue higher because the 1 minute on gold started with a perfect equal high, but it's still it's decided just to sit and consolidate for a little while. So I just want to see how is it going to play this out, because on some of the other time frames we're chopping a little bit. So like the 15 minutes suggested a reversal, so just got to wait and see how this is going to play out. But if you look on the 1 minute, we've started, if I just hide that, there we go, we can see that we've started with a perfect equal high there. So I think we are potentially going to come for this, but I want to see how we react down here. This is still probably the ultimate zone. I've moved my stops just below here. I'd like to see us react from here to head on up. Otherwise, yeah, I'll be taking the profits that I have so far, which is 200 and currently sitting at floating profit to 215. So yeah. Dubacor is saying, I would say once you know, then you will know. Until then, master. Once you know, then you will know. Until then, master the skill or keep pushing yourself, and you will end up learning a skill. I think I understand what he's saying there. But yes.
I mean, once you know, I mean, indeed, right? It applies for everything in life. Once you know, you know. Unless you don't know, then you don't know.
Yeah, it's like we don't know what we don't know. It's like, how many of it? Right, okay, here's a question. Anastasiia, people of your age, I have heard, don't watch the series anymore. So I'm curious, the TV series of Friends. You've seen it or you haven't seen it?
I've seen partially.
Okay,
But
you see, this is what I'm saying. This generation are missing out on pure quality comedy. But there is an episode where they talk about.
I wish I had time for series.
This was my signs of a misspent youth. I watched Friends as a kid. Shows my age. My teenage years were literally Thursday nights watching Friends on Sky One. Anyway, point being, there is a scene where they go, if you know, you know, and I know you know, you know, you know, you know, you know, you know. Anyway, if anyone knows, then you know what I'm talking about. Nora knows what I'm talking about. That's right. So yeah. AI World has lost 5 accounts in the past 6 months with my losing streak. So what I do to become profitable? Have you been trading for 6 months? I think that's an important question. If you've only been trading for 6 months, then you're still very much at the beginning of your journey. What I can say is I've blown more accounts than I've had hot dinners. So blowing accounts, depending on how you look at it, can actually be part of your education for trading. But you've got to be learning from it. You know,
I think
other
that's important. It's only the part of your education if you learn something from it. If you just buy a new account and do exactly the same thing, it's not going to be a part of the education. It's just going to be the blown away money, and you might as well just burn it.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about. I did exactly the same thing, but for me, it was a 3 times higher amount of accounts in 6 months. So.
Exactly. Pivot. Or I think I'm going to take a new phrase. I'm just going to say Mike doesn't share signals, just like Joey doesn't share his food. For anybody that knows and gets that reference. But anyway, again. As my chart is 10 minutes ahead of this Stream King question, is this still live? Maggie, I'm not sure why your chart is 10 minutes ahead. It sounds like you're not watching us live. But yes, we are very much live. The time right now is 11:27 Central Eastern European time. I don't know how else I can prove to you the time and that we are live, but we are live. The fact that we're reading your questions and your chat shows that we're live. But the other thing is there is always a delay of like 10 seconds, but not 10 minutes, 10 seconds of the streaming platform that we use over to YouTube. So it could be that you're seeing. I think it's important to trade small enough that losses don't hurt, but big enough that wins matter, because the only way to master trading is to survive long enough to learn. Interesting way to put it. I think the reality is you actually need to be immune to them both, to the wins and the losses. So yes, exactly. Rosita, may she rest in peace. Again, those of you who don't get friends references, I apologize. This could go a very strange direction in this live stream now. Jamaica Baker, an amateur practices until he gets it right. A professional practices until he can't get it wrong. I like that. Maggie.
Transfer from AI Word actually saying that he's been trading for 2 years and 6 months in 6 months he was blowing the accounts. I think that's important to know, that the average period of time when the trader becomes profitable is around 5 years. It's a very mistaken and misleading picture that you can get into trading and become profitable in the next 1, 2, 3 months, 6 months, a year, right?
That'll be why, Maggie. Sorry.
So it's actually, Mike, I was in the middle of saying something very important. Anyway, get back here. But saying that it's very misleading, there is always an advertisement that pops up for me in Instagram for the past months, that buy this course and become a professional in crypto trading in 1 month. In 1 month, you're thinking like a professional. No, you're not going to think like a professional. People treat trading in a very toxic way. They do not see it as a profession. They do not see it as a career. They do not see it as a business. They more see it as a holy grail and a money button, cash button that they can just press and the money is just going to flow. But this is the same career. This is the same business. This is the same skill set as anything else. It's going to take time. It's going to take failure. If you just launch your own business today, chances are you're not going to be extremely successful tomorrow. You're going to make mistakes. It's going to take time. It's going to take, losses, pain, and so on until you learn and until you become profitable. And the same is trading. Like 2 years is still okay, just as long as you keep learning from those about 6 months and blown accounts. And we talked about it yesterday as well on the stream, that I think one of the most important things to do right now is to stop, to take a break, and then to classify your trades over the past 6 months in all of those challenges that you've blown. Like, what is the similarity in the losing trades? What are the similarity in the winning trades? What is the rule that you can create out of the losing trades and out of winning trades for your trading system? Maybe there is something that can be set as a rule that is going to minimize the amount of losses that you've been repeating over the past 6 months. Maybe it's an emotional trigger, and you will know when to step away if this emotional trigger gets activated. Maybe it's a technical mistake that you've been doing and you didn't notice. But try to compare the losing trades and the winning trades and create some kind of new set of rules that you are going to implement going forward. Are you closing the gold trade, Mike?
I think I'm going to, yeah. I think I'm going to. Yeah. We'll wait and see if it breaks that. If it breaks that zone, then I'm going to close it. Yeah. Wait and see what this 1 minute candle does. But it'd be, well, currently it's $130, so still 2.5% profit. So I'm not going to complain about that.
Yeah, but you've already...
yeah, I'm going to close that at $119. It'll probably shoot up now, but that's fine. I'll look for a re-entry. And look at that. There you go.
Did you close it?
I did close it, yeah. But I will get in with another tight entry. If we retest this wick and we hold, then I'm going to get in on another one.
I'm still holding it for now.
Let's see. Yeah, that's not the strongest of bullish candles. The way that it rejected it didn't take the high. So we'll see.
You might not be wrong with closing it. I'm just waiting to see if it breaks the cluster I was looking for or not.
Yeah. It looks like it's going to create an inside bar right now on the 1 minute, which means it's leaving liquidity on either side of it. And so then what I'd like to see is it come, take the low, and then head on up. That would be the ideal scenario. If it takes the high, that's okay as long as it keeps going. But it has started without a wick, so not ideal. So the fact that it's taken that one first could suggest that we're going to go and sell. So yeah, I'll be waiting to see if it creates a structure in this little pocket here, then I'll look for buys again. I might take a buy entry, but right now it's what it does in this pocket here, because it's just taken those two levels there, those final 10 14 seconds, because it's creating this bearish engulfing to the downside, suggesting to me that we're pulling back down, which isn't entirely unsurprising because we're still in this reaction area. So we've been bouncing off these two kind of pockets, as you can see here. So we bounced off them a couple of times. We came from it, bounced up, came back down, actually bounced up, didn't quite come that high, and then shot through it. Now we've come back again. We've tried to push away from it, tried to get up here, couldn't. Pushed in once, come down, pushed in a second time. So so we'll see how it's going to formulate itself at the moment. We'll see. Another 1 minute potential inside bar. So we'll see. What's your thoughts on Bitcoin yesterday, Anastasiia?
I'm wrong person to ask this. I saw that it's on the all-time highs, but I completely don't have FOMO about Bitcoin. I'm fine with that, so I'm not really watching it, to be quite honest.
So we were, Jonatan was looking at Bitcoin yesterday, and we were looking at it this morning on ABL. We created these little levels where we shot up overnight, and we've then we're doing this kind of flag pattern here. For me, I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to end up doing this what I've marked out here. So coming down into this pocket here around the 110 200, 110 400, and then looking for longs. But I don't like the way that Bitcoin really wicks. I mean, people complain about the wicks on gold, but the wicks on Bitcoin is something else. So yeah. Rick Grimes says, I think it's totally going up from at this point, Mike. Down, sorry. Yeah, that's why I've closed, Rick. That's why I've closed, and it's broken down that level. on gold. So yeah, we've come into that area. I'm sorry, Anastasiia, go on.
Yeah, Julia, this is not the signal service. We're not giving signals. Absolutely. Like the ideas that we enter here, the trades that we enter are perfect just for our account. And if you take it, it's on your own responsibility. So make sure that you do your own research and analysis before you enter the trades. And it can be completely wrong. So don't come back to us and say that you lost it afterwards. It wasn't the signal.
Because I've had that. People came and complained and said,
Really?
Mike, I took, yeah, it was a while ago. Somebody complained saying, I took your trades and lost their accounts or something. I was like, I didn't tell you to take the trades. These were just trade ideas. So yeah.
Yeah, if you want to become a profitable trader long term, you cannot copy someone else's trades.
Exactly.
Or you need to be extremely, because a lot of the problem with the signals is that a lot of people treat them like a holy grail. And even if you give people 9 out of 10 winning IDs for the market, they still can blow their account because they're gonna feel like, gods in the market after some winning streak. They're gonna over leverage, they're gonna risk it all, or they're gonna miss completely the winning trades and only take losing trades. There is always something. So the problem with signals is essentially the mentality of people, usually. So make sure that you do your own research always and not copy someone else's trades just blindly.
I couldn't agree more. It is so easy to get sucked into the idea of following somebody else's ideas and signals and everything else, and very, very dangerous. Speaking of signals, I might buy gold here. Did you close your buy?
Not yet.
Be interesting to see what it does on.
Wrong. I might be completely wrong. Remember, right?
I could be wrong.
The fact that I close my buy doesn't mean that you need to enter the buy right now.
No. I still think we're going higher. I don't think we're. We had this engulfing candle that didn't hold. We've pushed and broken that. We've now got this area here. If I draw a fib on there as to that move on that pocket, we're right at the 38.20. So I think this is a nice area to buy from. The only thing is I don't like the way it's starting that move. You see how it's starting with actually no, it's not starting with the perfect equal low, so it could be. I'll be waiting to see. It's reacted from this little pocket on the 15-minute, so we'll see. This was the previous rebound zone on this little step, so
that's what I'm looking for as well.
Just waiting to see how it reacts here. Ideally, what I'd like it to do is I'd like it to take the low of the previous candle and then shoot up, but no, it's not. So that is a negated idea because it pushed past that zone. So yeah, I'm not sure where the next one's going to be at the moment. A lot of bearish momentum coming in. I mean, the reality is the move that we had going up started with these inside bars here, so there's liquidity for it to come and take. It may come down and retest this pocket here, which is, I think, on the 1 minute. Yeah, there we go, that wickless candle just there. So it could easily come all the way down here and then spike back up again. And then if you look at it on the 1 hour, it's then essentially just barcoding, and just catching everybody out. Still going in an upward trend, but catching people out in the process. So yeah. Just having a look to see what else have we got. This one here actually becomes, that's a 50 minutes, so that's okay. Yeah, I still think we're going to come down for these areas here, but I want to see us first come a bit higher before starting to look for sells, I think. We've talked about a gold a lot, Anastasiia. Should we go and have a look at something else? Because I did see somebody was asking about GJ a while ago.
You looked at GJ?
Let's have a look at GJJ. GJ. So GJ, is that a quasi? Is that a quasi? I don't know. Somebody tell me, any quasi fans, tell me, are we seeing a quasi on GJ at the moment on the 1 hour? I'm not sure. Something like that. Isn't that a quasi? I'm curious. So potentially sells on GJ, I would say. But I would need to ask Victor to confirm whether that's a quasi or not. So I'm not too sure. And too many lines on the chart. It's not your chart, Dubicor, so don't worry. That's
a perfect answer.
So yeah. Trying to catch up on chat. Completely off topic from Hippopotamus. Is there an inverse pair for gold like USD JPY has JPY USD? No. No. Not to my knowledge, no. What reaction, Lucas? I'm not sure what reaction you're talking about.
Gold,
we need a healing space on Discord to help people with these situations. Which situations are we talking about, Vinicius? I don't know what Vinicius he's talking about. Man, gold 1 minute. What did it do?
Went up.
That's why we were watching gold. Yeah, but look where it came to. It came back to that little pocket. So hold your horses. Yeah. It's reacted off a nice little cluster here, I suppose. But we'll see. I'm trying to see if it's reacted off anything on the 15-minute. Nothing that I would particularly like the look of, if I'm honest. So, but you're still holding, aren't you, Anastasiia?
I'm still holding.
Yeah, 5 minute does look good, but there's still another minute to go on it. So
I was holding it because it came back perfectly to the daily point of control.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying that if it can hold that, so it did. Let's see if it's going to continue higher from here or not.
Yeah.
So right here, share my chart for a second. Right here is a daily point of control for me. So 33 level, which it was a reaction. So that was an initial plan, basically. Comes back, retests, and goes up from here already. So I still am seeing if it can go to 33, 36 and break it. So for now, the reaction of 33, 33 went well, and the 33, 36 is another volume that was created from this move to the upside. So let's see.
Yeah, it's I'm looking to see if I can see any previous candle structure that would suggest why it bounced off where it bounced, in terms of how I would read the charts. At the moment, I'm not seeing anything really glaringly stand out, but let's see. It'd be interesting to see if it comes down and reacts off this little pocket here from this move here. Then I'd be considering getting in on buys again, I think. Let me just get my EA lined up and ready, so then I can place a market order if it does happen. Because at the moment, two minds if I'm honest. But let's see. Can we look at USD CAD? We can. Let's pull up USD CAD. USD CAD looks very bearish, doesn't it? Bullish, sorry. Very bullish, I would say. looks very bullish to me. I think we're going higher. Although, no, yeah, that fib's an old fib. Yeah, I think we've broken out this structure here. So looks like longs for me. We've created this little structure here, pushing on up. Look at it on the 4 hour. Less convincing, but it's leaving lots of liquidity below. Above. So you've got this here. This is that one there. It is, yeah. You got another one there. So it does look quite good. Let's just quickly check on gold because it did dip down. Let's have a look. No, it didn't come down to that area. I'd rather see it dip down and tap into this area. But yeah, USD CAD, I would be looking at longs. The only thing I'd be careful of is that some of the moves that it's making on the 1 minute don't have any strong convincing wicks. So I'd just be careful. But you've got these 1, 2, 3 here suggesting longs. So looks good for longs heading up higher, I would say. Can you took my comment above and give some advice? Can you repost it, Shaban? Because I'm not sure I can find it. That would be much appreciated. Repost it and yeah.
DJ, thank you so much. That is such a nice comment. We really appreciate it.
Oh, that's giving me warm fuzzies. Warm fuzzies. That gold.
I like how Mike Hoffert is giving an advice on what we should do with trading gold. Saying, I like how Mike Hoffert in the comments is giving an advice on what should we do with buying gold.
There you go. No need to shout about it though. I think it bounced off the 6180 fib. Yeah, okay, that was twice. Bro, USD JPY, bro. USD JPY. What about it?
What was it like? Can you please look at the USD JPY for me?
I guess that's what he was trying to say in a very unique way. Looks long to me, I would say. That would be my suggestion at the moment, but it has the move that it started here. It left a bunch of liquidity up here, but it broke all these structures here. So we've come down, we've retested this area. We have reacted off this, have we? Yes, we've reacted off there, this little pocket. So I think we're going higher on USD CAD, USD JPY, sorry.
We're going higher.
Isn't it great when we agree? Do love it when we agree. Makes me feel so much better about myself. So, Syed, thank you, man. Thank you. You're cool too. You're cool too. The NASDAQ fam, new highs. What do we think, fam? Are we going to get new highs on the NAS? I would say so. 1 hour is going to be tricky to break though. This here is going to be a tricky one to break. So I think you're probably going to get a pullback down. Or actually, probably more likely, you might see something like that, and then for it to come down and then to push on higher. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Anastasiia, on the NAS? You're better at the NAS than I am, anyway.
I'm still waiting for the push down before going up. Yeah, thank you. So this was a yesterday's buy. I was actually breaking this down, so I like this rejection here. So we had this idea yesterday. Now, when the price went up, we had a huge volume cluster here on the previous all-time highs, so 23,085. This is the same level as before, so the price is having difficulties breaking through the zone. Value area high is also there, so I don't think it's ready to go up, to be honest with you, yet. I think it's going to struggle quite a bit to break back to the upside. And the other reason for this is because S&P 500 looks exactly the same. Apologies. We have exactly the same situation in S&P 500. We had the rejection of this volume here yesterday, so also was breaking this down. And then every time we get closer to 63.15 level, we have the major sellers stepping in, pushing the price lower. So we see that we already 2 times wicked just one tick to tick and then get back to the downside. So I think it's more bearish just because the price has been trying already to push up here yesterday, 1 time, 2nd time, now the 3rd time, and it keeps failing. So I'm not convinced yet about the new all-time highs, to be honest.
You're not convinced?
Not yet, no.
Interesting. You heard it here first, guys.
I think it's going to still go down before going up. Because not, if it would want to go up, it would go here, or at least a 2nd try. Now this is a 3rd try. Price can't come in already. So, yeah. From this perspective, yeah, no.
Anastasiia, exclusive signals here. Not signals, of course. Sorry, not signals. Not signals.
You're bullet with our chat. They're gonna come back to me and say, "You said it's going lower."
Shubham, right, here we go. Also, I'm unable to pass any account from the past 1 month. Oh, here we go. Here's his question. I spent $3,500 buying multiple accounts in the last 6 months and took a payout of around $7,200 so far, but still not happy because I don't have any funded account right now. What's your what's the I'm curious. So okay, and you've not been able to pass an account, I'm assuming a funded account. But if in the last 6 months you spent $3,500 and you've made 7,200, you're like 100% up. You doubled your money. That's good, isn't it? So, I mean, I'm not sure how you've done that exactly, but it sounds like you're very much on the right path. You just need to try and find a way to be more consistent. Is my view anyway, because doing that in 6 months, doubling your money, that's 100% profit. You know, most people, if you stuck that money in the NASDAQ or in an ETF or something like that, over the course of a year, you might get 10% back. You've more than doubled your money in 6 months. I'd say that's a pretty good return, right?
Yeah, but you were here actually last few streams as well. If I'm not mistaken, already last week as well, we talked about this, right? Yeah, he was posting already his question, the current situation that he's in. So, Shubham, you were posted that you are unable to pass and you're on the losing streak, right? And we talked about that taking a break perhaps is the best decision that you can do. I mean, I know you're trying to look for another solution besides taking a break and thinking that there might be another cheat code to how somehow get profitable without analyzing your past trades and taking a break from trading after you're an emotional roller coaster. But to be honest with you, I don't know the other one. So I'd say my advice would be the same as the past streams.
Yeah. I see valid buy right now, says Branken, I'm assuming on gold. I don't like the 1 minute structure on gold. I'm not liking the 1 minute structure on gold right now. It's not giving me anything clear at the moment.
It could be a little bit more stronger for sure for my taste as well. It's not showing any clear structure right now. So yeah.
Can we look at USD CHF and USD CAD? The bad player, we did look at USD CAD a little while ago, so if you go and have a look at that, I doubt anything has changed since then. I believe my suggestion was that we were going long, but USD CHF, let's have a look on the 1 hour. I would say we're going long as well. Nice little one hour structure here, retesting both. Decent area to get in on at the moment, and look for longs. That would be my suggestion on USD CAD right now. Doesn't look entirely convincing on the 15-minute, but the 1 hour kind of negates that. It's broken these highs. That's somewhat rejected from there, but you've got nice levels for price to come and target. Nothing. You've got one down at the bottom here. You've got a wickless candle down there, but we'll ignore that for now. Look at the 4 hour. Yeah, the 4 hour was hardly rejected at the top there. This has started as an inside candle, but I would say I think you've got room to go higher on USD CAD and USD CHF, and look how far it's fallen. We were talking about the dollar showing some strength. I think this is another example where we're going to see it. The universe, hello the universe. But there are two of us here. Make sure you show some respect. If you have access to the Fibers dashboard, no. Please don't share account numbers and things like that. We don't have access, so we can't access accounts and see what they're doing. USD JPY. I'm curious about USD JPY. I hope it breaks to 150. Yeah, USD JPY again does look long, but it's not as convincing, I've got to say. I think USD JPY, I do think we are going to go higher. Probably be looking for it to see whether we respect this area here. But it does look long as well. So generally the dollar looks long. So I can assure you, universe, she is not an AI. She is 100% real and killing the markets. So
I was just about to say that it's a new way of one of the best saying the best compliment. You look like an AI. I don't know. Is it a compliment?
I'm not sure if it is a compliment or not.
It's a compliment.
It depends what AI.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Okay. I'm sure it's intended as a compliment, so we'll take it that way. Or you take it that way. Hang on, what about me then? Do I look like an AI?
No, you know.
Not with this beard, no. No, that's definitely not. That's definitely not AI.
You know what I like about gold right now is the 30-minute candle. This is a 30-minute chart on gold, and we broke this consolidation point of control here.
Yeah.
And zoom in. Oops, not so much. Because otherwise I'm going to have my footprint chart open. So this is this point of control up here. This is the value area high that we are also trying to close higher from the same range. This is the daily point of control, and we see the huge 30-minute candle with a long wick to the downside, taking the volume from below and going higher. So if the 30-minute candle closes like this in less than 1 minute, I think we're going up from here. And that's the reason I kept holding it as well. So let's see. What are you thinking about? Why did you close gold, or?
Yeah, why did I close it? No, no. I'm looking at gold, and I agree with you. It does look, and like that 30-minute candle does look very, very bullish. But I still think we've got a retest coming down below. So
where there? Oops, that was the wrong button.
Fine. If you don't want to see me, that's fine. I can just talk to you like this. All right, we'll just do it that way. All right. There you go, guys. All right. You want to hear my analysis? There you go. So if you look at the 30-minute wick, right, this is the whole of the wick, right? I think, all right, what I would like to see is I'd like to see us retesting. I mean, we're rebounding off this little structure here. So be interesting to see if we can maybe get a re-entry even as far down as here. But if we don't, then I'm just trying to see where else might we get an entry. On the 5 minute, it could be down in this pocket here, for example, because yeah, I do think we're going long again, but I just want to see. I want to see a better structure, because if we look at the fibs, we couldn't really close strongly below the 38.20 from that move up, and it was technically a breaker structure. So it does look like we've got more bullish momentum coming in, but I'm going to be waiting to see if I can enter into one of these areas, maybe around about the 50% level, so that I can get a better entry. If you see on the 1 hour, the 1 minute there, look at that 1 minute candle. That first 1 minute candle in the 1 hour, the second 1 minute candle, very, very bearish. So I think we'll see a bit of a sell come back in, and then hopefully we can catch some buys. We'll see. But again, this is not a signal, guys. This is not a signal. So let's have a look at GJ breaking down. Yeah, GJ is breaking down, but look where it's come to. It's come into a little pocket, and it's created a nice engulfing candle. Nice area potentially for buys on GJ. Wait and see. Ideally, wait for a retest of this wick, and then that could be a nice area for buys on GJ. So so let's see how that one plays out. Okay. See it take the low there. Yeah, there we go. Micro Anastasiia gold 4 hour on the 5 as MT5 platform. The 4 hour chart there is. I don't look at the MT5 data, to be honest. Is the honest truth. So yeah. Banayu Films Company. Share us a short-term trade like 15-minute on EUR/USD. Sure. Okay. Let's have a look. EUR/USD, short-term, 15-minute trade. Sell. There you go.
Just like this. Sell. Right now.
Yeah. Sell. Oh, see, I told you. There you go. Selling. Look. Came down. Sell. And then watch it come down to here, and then buy it. And then watch it come to, I don't know where, somewhere else, and then sell it. There you go. Mike, look for 33, 22, 44, 15-minute demand zone in gold where price may go higher. Possibly. It doesn't come down to that area, but I'm... Ooh, look at that. I want to see it come down. Got a nice little level of liquidity there.
GU right now, Mike.
Sorry?
What's your opinion on GU right now?
GU right now. It's come and taken a whole bunch of liquidity levels that I'd marked out previously. So let's see, what does it look like on the 4 hour? That previous 4 hour candle looks very, very bearish. I don't think we closed. No, we didn't close higher than this one. And you see how we wicked off it. So GU right now looks like you'd be wanting to try and get sells in on that.
I think so too.
In fact, right now would be a nice... Actually, forget that. I was just about to say right now, but maybe not. Yeah, not right now. But yeah. Gold, though, has come down into this little pocket and retested. So I'm going to get in on a buy on gold.
Yeah, buying it.
I'm buying now. So I've just gotten in there. stops down here, and aiming for this area up here. On TradingView, it's 32.45 and 32.47 on gold 4 hour. 32.45. What is it? I'm confused. What is it we're talking about, DJ? Not sure I follow. I mean, this is what I'm aiming for in terms of a target area, but I don't know if we're going to go as high as what you're saying, which is all the way up here. But yes, theoretically it could go up there, but I don't think we're looking at that. That's just my view. Oh dear, gold, what are you doing to me?
Did you enter?
Let's see if it will respect this low. Don't think it's going to. No, it's not going to. Yeah. And we're out on that one. But we might get another entry on this one. You risk a small enough amount, then you can just keep trying these tight stop losses until eventually one sticks, and then you get those nice big winners. You just got to manage your risk carefully. DJ is probably talking about the price difference on gold between forex and futures, possibly. In Fiverr's view, what is a good average time to pass a 100 high stakes account? A good time to pass a 100 high stakes account is your time that works for you, and nobody else's time. So as long as you keep your account active and valid every 30 days, you shouldn't be worried about how long it takes you. It takes you as long as it takes you. If you're a good trader, the Fivers are waiting for you. They're not interested in people doing it quickly or anything like that. They're interested in people doing it consistently. So yeah. Let's see. Could be a buy now if we see a wick rejection on the 1 minute, but we're not seeing it, so possibly not. We do have this 45-minute inside candle that was created, so wait and see how we get a reaction from there. That's not a bad reaction. That's not a bad reaction. That's
I'm still waiting for the 30-minute. If the next 30-minute candle closes still above the volume, so I'm still gonna be holding it.
Yeah. This wick area currently showing a nice reaction on the 2 minute. As long as we can maintain that, then we might be in on a buy. Yeah, I'm gonna buy here. Try another one. Let's see. Yeah, roughly there. Actually, no, spreads have taken me to there, and stops just down there. Let's see how we play.
I would be looking for sell on GU, but I don't like the correlation with EU, which is bullish for me.
EU looks bullish?
EU looks bullish for me.
Yeah, on the 1 minute it does right now, in fairness, yeah. But then again, the correlation between those two recently has been non-existent. So
not really, no.
Yeah.
Like especially, well, okay, if you're scalping, perhaps, but
yeah.
As an intraday trader, it does have the correlation. And the EU broke above this volume here. We had rejecting it from the upside, then downside, and then now we are still above it. So this is a contract point of control. It's a quite important volume for EU right here, which we retested earlier. So I was already looking for a buy from this zone here back to the upside. So my view on EU is that we are going back here So this zone and this zone here, so like this. But and GU at the same time is actually quite bullish, quite bearish for me. So on GU, opposite, I'm looking for the move to the downside toward this previous consolidation zone. I'm just doing this stuff. So I'm looking for this drop here, which is probably I'm gonna skip both because of this miscorrelation between this. I recently stopped trading anything that is like miscorrelated like this. And someone was asking my view on gold. I'm still holding the buy on gold from this lows here. That was my entry for a buy. And on the 30-minute time frame is what I'm looking for. So for the 30-minute time frame, as long as the next one can close back above 33, 34, 33, 33, I'm gonna keep holding it. So that's my view on gold for the current moment.
Yeah, and Myco Ford, that's fine. That's okay. You trade how you want to trade. That's all good. We're just Anastasiia trades how she wants to trade. She was in a long on gold. In fact, we were both long on gold. I'd closed my trade. Anastasiia left hers open. We all trade our own way.
But Mike really wants us to follow his advice. He's been posting the break of structure entry for the past hour here in the chat.
Break of structure. Okay. I take these tight stop loss entries and I have a low risk. They sometimes work, they sometimes don't. So look, there you go. If in fact, so that I don't get accused of, you know, not being honest or true or anything, then I'll leave it on there. But you know, these things happen. DJ, supply area holding based on that Dixie 4 hour. I'm wondering about the major liquidity down at 32, 47, 32, 45. 32, 47, 32, 45. 32, 45, 59 is a 1 week inside bar. So I believe that is going to be an area that's going to be targeted. That's my view. We've already bounced off it once and pushed off. I think we're coming down that far. I think we could go even further down to 32.04 is my feelings on that. So hopefully that answers your question, DJ. Trying to catch up with chat. Success World, watch gold. That's literally all we've been doing is watching gold. Literally all we've been doing, guys.
No, Mike, watch gold. Don't even look away from it. Watch it.
Not going to move. Okay, I'm not moving. Okay. No, I looked away. Sorry. Okay. It hasn't really broken into anything. Hasn't really changed anything on the 1 minute yet. I'm curious, did this... No, that has got a wick on it. So it wasn't a wickless candle. So I don't see us... I don't see this candle reaction as anything significant until it's retested, is my view. But we'll see. See how it plays out. We've got 15 minutes, guys, until a real treat, because it is Thursday, and those of you who know what happens on a Thursday, anyone want to tell us? Anyone in the chat? Let us know. Actually, I'm trying to find the banner for it, but I think Jonatan deleted it. Did Jonatan delete the banner? I think he did. My goodness. Hang on a second. Let's just update this. And let's see if anyone in the chat knows what we're going to be doing in 15 minutes. Who knows what's coming in? Last stream of the week, Dubicor. Yes. Manish. Damn right, Manish. That is right. We have got the weekly ABL podcast coming up in 15 minutes. And guys, this week is a podcast like no other. This is what you've all been waiting for. In fact, it is actually a solo podcast this week, and it's Anastasiia on her own.
You're not.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and Anastasiia has finally confirmed that she has time this week to join us for the ABL podcast. So we're going to be able to get finally get some insights from her beyond what you guys think is going to be her entries for NAS or gold or all that lovely stuff. Actually get some real insight from her on psychology, on how she approaches her trades, and her thoughts on whatever topic we decide to chat about this week. So I'm really excited. I know all of you guys are going to be really excited about that as well. So yeah, exactly. You see, Manish has been waiting for this, Anastasiia. Manish has been waiting.
I'm happy to finally be here.
Exactly. So I'm not sure. Possibly later. I don't know if he was supposed to be coming yesterday, but possibly. So yeah. All firms win when the trader loses. What's going? Yeah, we can go into that if you want, but all firms win when trader loses. Yes, that's exactly right. We don't care that traders lose. We do care that traders lose. That's why we do this content. That's why we give free education. That's why I have the AlphaBeta Lab. The AlphaBeta Lab is a free community all about trading and learning the markets. So yeah, let's not cast aspersions across all various different firms throughout the industry. Yes, there's no doubt a lot of bad eggs out there, but there is in any industry. There's plenty of good eggs out there as well. So yeah. Can you watch USD CHF? I need to watch one another one. Sorry, Anastasiia, I need to focus.
Oh, that's a long time without blinking.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
I was just looking at USD CHF. Actually, let me bring up the chart. So this is the futures for the 6S, which is an inverted chart for USD CHF. I was looking at perhaps it's a good buy opportunity here, because as we can see, we've been accumulating volume here. The price break it, retested the zone, come paying back here again, retested this again. To the same point of control of the previous months right here. This is a monthly point of control. So the price is trying to go higher. I would be bullish for the 6S, which is bearish for USD CHF, but I'm not 100% liking this sell-off, because the moment the price came here, it immediately sold back to the downside without even any consideration. So I'm not 100% sure about this. I'd say that I would be waiting for some kind of development of the situation. Maybe if the price comes here, then this could be a buy, so a little bit higher for the USD CHF and then sell. So something like this. So this is an inverted chart, just remember, inverted. Everything that happens on that chart is a opposite of what happens on the USD CHF. How's gold doing?
Gold may finally have found some support. It's created a very, very nice structure on the 1 minute. So yeah, let's see how this one closes, but it finally looks like we might have the buyers coming back in. So we'll see how that one plays out, but it finally looks somewhat positive. So we just got this little structure in here that may hold us up, so we'll wait and see. But there's a possibility. Gold's making M76 sweat. Go have a shower, mate. Go have a shower. Just cool off. Euro Aussie dollar Aliu Kroma would like to know your view on Euro Aussie dollar.
I can't even remember when was the last time I opened this chart, to be honest with you, like probably 5 years ago.
I don't know. Oh, I've got a zone. We're in a zone that I've marked out previously. So I have looked at it at some point. looks. I think it's still bullish.
Really? Is it?
Actually, no, I think it's ranging. I don't like the look of it as a structure. Doesn't show. It's not showing anything. You've just got all of this rangy. No thanks. Not my cup of tea.
To be honest with you, horrible chart.
Yeah.
If I must say something, here is a potential support. Overall, I'm bearish on that. Yes, I figured that out. Overall, I'm bearish on that. This reaction here and coming back below this zone here. So we see that we had a very strong level here. The price broke to the upside. That was a fake out from this resistance, from this highs at 79,800. Came back, retested it again. I think this is a zone that is going to hold the price, and we are going to 77,500. So that would be my opinion on that. So returning to this area here. Now, for the entry, I would be waiting for the pullback first towards here, and then looking for continuation. So this would be my view on the EUR/AUD. However, if you have a choice of trading something else, why would you trade this? I don't know. Look at how you can even see how it behaves, right? It ranges, then it goes. It ranges and then it goes. So it's probably, even if it gives you an entry, it comes here, it's probably gonna range for how long it was that? Like that was 2 days. So are you able to get in the trade and just leave it and forget about it for the next 2-3 days until it stops ranging? I don't see the point. But every time I choose the asset to trade, I'm gonna see how it behaves. You know, if it keeps ranging for days before they're making one move, chances are I'm not gonna be able to catch this move. In general, the market consolidates about 70% of the time, no matter which asset you look at, for a longer period of time. But still, if it's that much, like I don't want to be stuck in the range, for example, for 2-3 days until the next move that I'm waiting for is going to come. So, but my view on the AUD is like this: you trade whatever you want. I'm not gonna trade that.
Sorry, I'm just got a message from the preschool for my kids. I'll be back in just a second. Oh look, LJ's going to join instead. There you go.
Oh, there he is.
Hi.
Perfect. Hey.
Perfect timing. Hey.
Just on time. Good.
Yeah.
How are you?
Doing well. What are we looking at?
ABL podcast without hats.
I know. No hats today, but we gotta make the hats. You know, they're a special event.
Special event.
Yeah.
Yes.
Today instead we got the stash back instead.
Yeah.
So.
I see. I was just about to say that something changed. Something changed.
Yeah, a bit of a shave and just left the stash. So.
Looking good on you. We were looking at EUR/AUD, which is absolutely horrible chart for my taste personally. Why would you trade that? And for gold, I'm still in a buy for gold, holding to see if this is going to continue to go higher on the 30-minute time frame. We've been testing this zone here. I do have the volumes at the same zone for gold. So the previous 30-minute candle closed above it. I'm seeing if we can still push higher than 34 level. So this was my entry. So I'm still looking for the continuation to upside. What's your view on gold?
Yeah, pretty similar. I'm a bit mixed on gold as far as the current, just like the structure and stuff. I don't like it particularly, but I do have a upside tilt. I was talking with Mike on ABL earlier, somewhere around 33.45 is kind of what I'm looking at. So from here, but I think it's either we just gradually sort of grind up. We've got this almost like channel coming out through here formed.
This one, yeah.
And so I just play sort of either end to that. If you see that break, you know, we're back to the downside, but it looks as though we want to keep moving up as far as gold. So I would still be leaning on that. I just don't like the entry.
Yeah, right now
Option
also wouldn't. I also
myself.
wouldn't like the
Yeah.
entry right now. Yeah. My entry was
Yeah.
here, so right now I wouldn't enter as well.
Yeah,
I like the
exactly,
week. I like 2 weeks that is creating to the downside. It seems like it's testing it and then keeps being pushed up. So I'm still keen to see it going up. I'm just gonna still hold it for a while.
Hello
I like
to
how
all.
the,
Everyone's saying hi. How we doing, guys? How we going? Sorry, Anastasiia.
I like how it's pushing up right before the closure of the 30-minute candle.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just here now. The fact that it's just pushed up higher is giving me a very good feeling about holding it.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I think we do go to the upside. I'm already positioned in Aussie dollar and Euro dollar at the minute. So personally, for myself, I'm going to stick with that. Just as far as total.
Are you buying or selling?
Buying. At the
Buying.
minute. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I was looking at longs as well for EURUSD. Where was the entry?
Where was my entry? Let me check. It was just here, 26. So just on this earlier dip that we
This
had
one?
coming off from
Yeah, I
coming
was
off
looking
from
into
Asia.
this buy as well and I missed it. I was entering gold
Yeah.
at the same time. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was perfect. It's very
I
good.
tried to short earlier on the first dip and then just got stopped just here, just by a touch as we just overcooked it, but just re-entered. So yeah, is where that I guess that larger portion of the volume profile you've got there. That's where I entered earlier with a stop, a very tight stop. I probably just should have shifted out some, but yeah, just re-entered. Then Aussie dollar has been holding up quite nicely, quite strong.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have it opened.
Yeah, so that's been going quite well. Dollar yen, I'm not so sure at the minute. I've been wanting to short dollar yen, but it's a bit more of a mixed bag from what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, for the dollar yen, I was buying it early in the week, Monday and Tuesday. I was in longs. Now I closed the chart as well. But essentially, I was buying it, so I was shorting the 6J futures here, this part, and this part here as well. Now it is trying to reverse. We had quite a big volume. I'm not quite sure about this one though. I think I would like to see it testing this before the reversal.
Yeah, we're in like a weird
it's a
kind of
little
gray zone, right?
Yeah.
So because on that pump up Monday, Tuesday, I kept trying to short it too early and got whacked on that. Same with Mike. Both of us were doing that. But hang on, let me bring up my screen actually.
Yeah, I was just about to share the USD JPY. So I want to short it, but I want to kind of look for this break here, the break of this low, because the price has been testing it. It's also, from my perspective, is a volume here, so 160.46. So from here, I'm still expecting the push. If it's gonna break, that's gonna be a nice short from here. But I don't like the reaction so far.
Yeah, I'm about the same. I want to see, more confidence in the move.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, today we've just not had so far. It looks as though it's getting ready now, but I got burnt the Monday and Tuesday, so I'm gonna
really
sort of hold off. Yeah, on trying to short it too early when we had that extended run. Nothing too bad because I cleaned up on a number of other trades on the Aussie with the RBA and stuff. So that's also in part why I was willing to layer back into it, because I had some profit on the board. But no, I got burnt with that.
I was buying it here, this part and this part, basically.
Yeah, see, that's where I got smashed all through. So yeah.
No, I had a very good run on that, and then I was like, okay, whatever, the move is over. It reached my target, and I didn't think it's ready yet to reverse, so I stepped away from it.
Yeah.
I'm either gonna short if it breaks this, or I'm gonna short if it breaks this. So like this, like something like this. I want to see and coming back into this area.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same deal. I shorted yesterday at about 147, but I jumped out pretty early at about 146.70.
Yeah.
Per where we've run off to now. So, but yeah. I couldn't find any of my art stuff, like I was saying, unfortunately, because I thought it was all in the storage unit I have, like over around the back here, right? But no, I've got all the art supplies, but none of the actual paintings and things.
For those who don't know, we just figured out that both LJ and I paint, so we are still, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We should paint something new, and then we can have a battle with new stuff.
Yeah, typically I do more like drawing, typically, and then painting on occasion.
Yeah.
But no, I couldn't. The only thing I found was this guy like scrapped up in there. Just a random,
Wow.
random doodle.
Beautiful.
But I don't even remember when I did it. But yeah, so if I get a chance on the weekend or something, I might start putting a portrait together or something.
I was looking for the motivation to get back into painting and drawing, and it seems like I've got one now.
Yeah. You just need that's
beautiful. Okay.
There you go. And we'll
Hey, Jonatan.
Heads up.
Oh, it's beautiful. Is that what you said, Jonathan?
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
I know, it looks like Mike, doesn't it?
It kind of does.
Very pretty. Look, with his lipstick and everything.
Look at that. Definitely Magic Mike right there.
Those seductive eyes and everything, right?
Yeah.
You're looking good, Mike. Nice.
I'll just create a new avatar. Oh dear,
What I have, I bought a new car. Bought a new car yesterday.
Oh, really?
Guess what it was?
A Volvo.
Starts with a B.
Got it.
Bentley? Jonathan?
Oh, nice. Okay. Lego car.
Bugatti. There you go.
Yeah. It's very cool, actually. Can open it up.
It is very cool.
Like, it even has, like, the engine kind of moves around. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Very nice.
Very, very nice. That's awesome.
Ooh, we got a lot of people coming in here.
I want to get a series of the Lego, like, F1 cars and stuff.
Yeah, I like those. They released like new ones, and they have like the big ones, like the massive ones. The like they look pretty good. They do look good. You know what? I got these Lego motors about it's called like it's like I can't. You guys remember like a few months ago I went all crazy with like Lego RC stuff, and I bought a couple of motors, and now I got them laying around. And I saw that some dude actually built like a Lego go-kart with those motors.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually sitting in them for real. So I'm gonna try that. Yeah.
I think it's the second time I already hear you bringing that up, so I think you should really do this. It seems like really into this.
I should. It's just a timing aspect. This is a timing aspect of it all, you know. But yeah, I'm thinking about taking a week vacation and just going all in on Lego,
Just to build Lego. Yeah.
Yeah. Just me and my son just every day is building a massive Lego thing. Okay.
Now we know the true
hello,
motive. Hi there, everyone. Now we know the true motive for you to go into automated trading. It's not about trading. It's about
of course.
How is everyone doing? This is a beautiful day to be a Lego builder.
Rich is just in the background. He can't add himself. Let's just keep him there.
Oh.
Rich, you gotta say something, man. You gotta say something, dude. You can't just sit there and just expect us to bring you in, man. You gotta make some noise.
It's sign language. It was fine.
Wave your hands.
Assemble.
We have got a lineup of legends today. and it means that we're doing something a little bit special for the podcast today. So we're going to hand it over to you guys, the audience, and we want to know what you guys want to talk about. So if you've got a particular topic that you'd like us to go into, then we have the best of the best, I think is the only way to describe it. So post your topic in the chat, and we'll be doing a poll in the next few minutes, and whichever topic gets the most votes, then that'll be the one that we go into to discuss. And obviously, if we have time, then we'll be going through other bits as well. So yeah, let me know, guys. What are the topics that you'd like us to go through, and we will we'll add those to the poll.
I have a couple of options. Yeah, sorry, I have a couple of options. So what we could do is we could talk about like trading, or
just for a change.
I can show you this. I got a popcorn machine. We can do the popcorn. I got that one yesterday. This is really cool, actually. So we could do that. We could do a session where we're just making popcorns, or we could be talking about trading. So if you guys have anything that you really want to talk about, any issues that you might be experiencing in your own trading career, let us know in the comments, and we're going to put up we're going to create a poll in the comment section here on YouTube, and you're going to go in, you're going to vote on that poll, and then the one with the most votes we're going to be selecting.
And you'll get a free popcorn machine sent to you your way.
No, you get to watch me eat popcorn.
Oh, I see.
That's what you can get. It's part of the deal.
What if we have the popcorn and Lego section over here, and then Anastasiia and I do the like arts and craft over here, and then we can split off in groups.
Yeah. That's a true Fibers workshop.
And what am I meant to be doing here then? I'm just going to sit here.
We can do jewelry as well, right? Like this guy. I think we're talking about on the Discord, because I do jewelry stuff. This is actually like a euro-dollar coin that I carved out.
Wow, did you make that one? No way. Did you make that one?
Yeah.
No, you did not. No way you
did
make that one.
So can you see the little stars on the edge, I guess? I don't know. And you can see that.
I have a question to LJ. LJ, what can you not do?
Let's not go into that. Let's not go into that.
Okay, so do you make them, or did you make only that one, or do you have more of those?
Yeah, no, I've made multiple of them.
Okay, can I get one?
Gifts for friends and stuff as well. Yeah.
Nice. If I send you my address, send me one.
I want one as well.
Yeah, definitely one. That looks beautiful.
What currency?
LJ, just open up a Shopify store.
Yeah, I might as well. Hey. But yeah, I mean, if I get a spare minute to make some more, what currency do you want it? Because you need to like pick the coin, and then I can I don't know, I'll do Swedish coin or something.
Well, I want a Bitcoin one, but I guess that won't work because it's digital, I guess.
If I can find like someone who's made like a fake, metal Bitcoin, and then
they do
like that, I could try that. Possibly.
There's so many of them.
Yeah.
Something happened to Jonatan's view.
What's wrong? Problem?
Okay, am I back?
Yes.
Yes.
You're back. Yeah.
Okay. Well, apparently I don't have good wireless here. Okay, so I don't know what I'm doing.
Thank you for the tour. Thank you for the tour, Jonatan. Very interesting.
Thank you, Victor. Yes. Okay, so let us know, guys. Let us know in the comment section if you want us to cover anything specific here today. Yes, we are very lucky to have Anastasiia.
Thank you,
incredibly lucky. We are incredibly
lucky because without her, this would be
yes, I wake up every morning being grateful for that.
Oh, thank you, Victor. I knew that. Somewhere deep inside I felt. You wake up
I'm
every
sure you
morning.
do. Like today is the
Victor.
session with Anastasiia.
Victor, that I'm sorry, I have to call it, but as the youngsters would call it, that was so cringe.
It was.
He's just got like a little photo next to his bedside, like, you know, just wakes up as part of his morning ritual. Like, I'm so grateful today. Like, thank you.
Okay, guys. So
we
yeah.
haven't actually got any topics coming into the chat by the looks of things.
No,
wanna
guys,
make-
someone asking how to use EAs. How to use EAs? Well, yeah, let's skip that one. See, anything that you psychology. Yeah, okay. So let's start there. Psychology. Yeah, that's a good.
That's a
good
nice
topic.
specific topic. Very very good
specifically
one to start with.
So I want you guys to think
Very
about.
narrow, very niche.
I want you guys to think about in the comments, people watching here. I want you to think about what, maybe your latest trade, or maybe you've gone through your trading journal and you've seen that you made some.
There's a good one. There's a good
I think
one.
you've gone mute. Yeah, that's
You're
right.
muted.
I think that one's a good one. I brought that one up.
Jonatan, remember how you muted yourself last time? But it was the actual microphone.
Now he's frozen.
I think he's gone. We lost
Somebody-
him. There
Dude,
he
this
is.
guy's a wreck today. This guy's a wreck.
Oh dear. Oh no, but no. I don't know if that's better or worse, because now we're just going to hear him. And
Now you
we
have a
won't see him.
blackout.
And
I
that's
think
now
his
gone.
PC's made out of Lego as well.
He's
Oh,
gone.
we've
That's
upset
why
him.
it's not his main
we-
PC setup. It's
we've
on the
upset
Lego
him.
PC.
We've upset him. I'm just trying to catch up with chat here, but yeah, okay. So let's talk about what did you do with your first profit. I'm going to sit this one out because I haven't actually done that one yet. But you guys, tell us, what did you do with your first bit of profit? Let's start with Anastasiia.
Are we saying first profit ever trading, or are you talking about like prop firm specific, or just all time
Let's
trading?
go. I think given
Or like
given
a
the
milestone type thing or something. Yeah.
given the we're on the Fivers live trading room. Let's talk about prop firm profit.
Prop firm product.
Yeah.
Right.
What did you guys do with your first prop term profit? Anastasiia.
Specifically from the prop firm, I actually got a mentorship from another trader, and I paid a 5K for that. So
Wow.
that was literally my first money from the prop firm ever made, and that was the best decision I ever did, actually. Because
Nice.
the system that I was using until then, I was trading the Fibonacci and the price action combination on the only S&P 500 and NASDAQ for a whole year and a half. And that was a time when I blew, I don't remember, I need to count 16 or 23 accounts in 6 months before I get the first profit and they get funded. And I got funded. I had several payouts, quite big ones. And then I immediately got the mentorship because I knew I'm like in Samsung. And that's when I was starting to learn volume and order flow. So my whole money went there, basically.
Nice.
That was
Nice.
that was from the prop firm specifically.
And how long did it take you to get funded, Anastasiia?
6 months, first time.
6 months. And that was, and the first time you went into prop was how long you'd already been trading?
4 years.
4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
So again,
I've been taking the payouts. Yeah, I was taking the payouts from my own account until then, but then with the prop firm, my emotional stability went wrecked, of course, and then I needed to rebuild my whole system with an approach how I trade with specifically within the prop firm space. So
Excellent.
for 4 years, yeah, that was 5 years ago. So
Nice. Let's go around the clock, shall we? LJ.
Okay. Pretty sure mine's going to be really lame and boring. Pretty sure I paid taxes with it. No, but hey, it is what it is. So there you go.
Nice. Okay.
As far as my first ever proper money, if I give something better, when I first started trading ages ago, I think I went and had a nice meal, good musman curry.
That's very
Thai.
nice.
That's my favorite food. Yeah, so
Nice.
Oh.
beautiful,
Nice.
and it never tasted better. So yeah.
To be fair, the taxes in Australia are quite high.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
So, I mean, I understand why the first money you made from the firm you had to spend on the taxes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Actually,
And-
go for it, Mike.
No, go on, Karen.
The first money I made with my account when I started trading. I actually rented myself an apartment because I was in a situation when I was living in my friend's apartment. It was like a 13 square meter apartment. There were 5 people and a huge dog. So we were like sleeping on a double bed, basically. Sorry?
Wow.
Yeah, it was like in a double bed. There were like 2 people, me and my friend, and under the huge dog, and under, like above, was her sister, a smaller one, and next to it were like 2 parents of theirs. Because I was living in their apartment, like I had a very bad situation, and then I started trading because of this. And I got, from the first money I made, I actually rented an apartment in Kiev for myself
That's cool.
to get
That's
out.
good.
Lovely
that's-
story. Beautiful.
It's a long story. It's a crazy story, but yeah, that was money made from
believe
my
me.
account, especially.
Yeah, I got plenty as well. So yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So LJ, you were trading for how long before you went to prop?
What, it would have been 8 years. I think it was. So yeah, when I first went to prop was end of 2021. So yeah, that would have been roughly 8 years ish by that time. Yeah.
And how long to get funded?
I don't know, 4 weeks then. Because
Okay.
I mean, I've been trading for ages,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
I just repeated the same thing.
Yeah.
However, I did have to adjust strategies at the time just because
Yeah.
of the different parameters. So like, on my personal stuff, I'd happily cop like, across multiple trades on various assets, like 20% drawdown, just sit in that, completely fine. And then I've got, you have like an ultimate cutoff level of like 30. But yeah, so I had to shift around a bunch of the parameters, that kind of stuff. Same with the no weekend holds, differential in rollover splits, these kinds of things. Like I get certain permissions through my personal brokerage because of, got special stuff. So I did have to shift around some of those things. But yeah, it was about 4 weeks from there. Then I was funded, I think, for like 2.5 months after that. And then tried to push them more aggressive. I didn't then I think blow like 6 accounts in a row after that 2 months when I was first readjusting the strats and stuff. So even for me, I've blown plenty of accounts. But at the same time as well, I'm running heaps of different strats at the same time. So I'm also trying to push the pedal to the metal, I suppose, as well. So.
Rich, what was your first payout? What did you spend it on?
Sorry, was that me? I was coughing when you said that. Was that me? So I actually split into 2 camps. So the very first time I got into prop trading, I really didn't know what prop trading was. So the company I chose to trade through was one that had a monthly subscription. And I remember trading this account and I said, look, this way I can make sure that I'm never, ever, ever going to damage myself personally because I've only got a monthly subscription. So if I absolutely destroy this account, it's not gonna be the end of the world, right? I just cancel my monthly subscription. Well, month 1 goes, I make a bit of profit. Month 2, month 3, month 4, and then I'm getting conscious that I'm actually paying like a good amount of money to have this account. So eventually I hit the profit target, and they had this rule where you could either withdraw or the account will scale and double. So I'm sitting there thinking, look, do I want this 100K account? But if I withdraw my money, I go back to a 5K account. 50K account. And I'm thinking,
Okay.
man, nah, I'll leave it in. I'll keep going with it. Eventually, about 6 months passed, and I'm like, I'm paying a lot of money. We were into 4 figures now. This is what I had paid to have this subscription just for this account. And I got emails coming from this company saying, wow, what you've done on this account is phenomenal. You're in the top 15%. We want to do an interview with you. And I'm like, I'm not going to do an interview unless you pay me. Otherwise, like, how do I know you guys are legit? So I kind of had to make a decision. Do I carry on with the account and try and scale it into 7 figures, or do I take a withdrawal? I took a withdrawal, and I just about covered the fees of what it cost me to have the account for that period of time. We're talking about $2,000. Sorry, £2,000. That's what it cost me to have the account. And then I learned about the typical two-stage accounts, kind of what we see on the Fivers at the moment with the high stakes account. So the first time, that took me around 6 months. Second time, once I learned about these accounts, I was like, hang on a minute, if I pay the same money, I could get a new account every single month. And I started to sort of think about how it was more efficient to use prop firm accounts as like a, rather than my own capital. This was about 4.5 years ago. It took me 6 weeks. I got live funded on a 100K account. And the first payout, I remember just trading my plan, getting the payout, and then it hits the bank. And I remember for 3 days, every day, I would just log in, look at the bank, and think, surely the money's not still there. Surely it's been taken back. I'm sure this is some kind of scam. Well, 3 days later, the money was still there. I withdrew the money, and then I purchased more accounts with it. I was like so focused on scaling and compounding. So nothing too exciting, but yeah, that was my experience with it. Just threw it back into more accounts. I was like, this is great. This is going to keep coming in forever now. Let's just buy more accounts. Much like LJ, when the tap turned off, and I was like, oh, now I'm stuck with more accounts, and I'm going through a bit of a strategy issue. Yeah, I probably got funded a little bit too early, and what happened is it changed the way I felt about myself. We were talking about this last week, that you can put a label on something. It doesn't change what the thing actually is. I suddenly got this label called funded, and I suddenly got in my head and I was like, I'm now a funded trader. That means my life's going to be X, Y, and Z. What I didn't realize is everything still remained pretty much the same. So yeah, not too exciting. I just threw it into more challenge accounts and then just compounded all the problems I was yet to find that I had waiting for me. That was me.
Nice. I can never tell if Jonathan's frozen or if he's thinking.
Oh no! Actually, we have a really good conversation.
Thinking about Lego.
Section here. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. So, yeah, as someone who has lived in East Africa for quite a few years of my life, I do know a little bit Swahili, and I do think, I do see that we're talking about lunch. Like they asked me, like, I look hungry, and yeah, I am hungry. And that's the funny thing is, I haven't eaten breakfast today. I'm doing like periodic fasting today. So that's amazing. That is so cool. That is so cool. What I've had today is coffee and cigar. And that brings me to the question, what did I spend my first payout on? Well, guess what that was?
Coffee roaster.
Coffee and cigars. That's what I spent. And coffee from Africa. I love coffee from Africa. Best type of coffee. So that's what I spent my first payout on.
And Jonatan, I'm always admiring you, Jonatan. How do you say coffee in Swahili?
Say what?
How do you say coffee in Swahili?
Coffee.
Coffee.
Oh, coffee. Yeah, I know this one definitely. It's kahava. Kahava, I think. Oh, kahava, something like that. Yeah.
Kava, isn't that
Wow.
Fijian?
Look at the comment section.
That's great.
It's right. I
There you
am.
go.
Did I pronounce it right though? Did I pronounce it right? Help me out, guys. Gotta help me out.
There you go.
Or is it pronounced kava? I don't know.
Wow. Jonatan, you never cease to amaze us.
I know, man.
I never knew that about you. Wow, you are full of surprises.
Yeah, I am.
I did not know about that about you.
No. First time telling people. Nobody really knew about that.
And how many years did you spend in East Africa?
About 4 years, traveling around.
Wow.
Learning the language, drinking a lot of coffees, good cigars as well. No, I've never been to Africa. I've never been to Africa. I'd love to go though, sometime. Love to go somewhere, someday.
Brother.
I'll send you coffee from Africa next month.
Would you believe me? I literally have like AI next to me, like just translating everything in live. This is the power of AI, guys. This is the power of AI. You can now think that you can now trick people into thinking a lot of different things.
Jonatan, you would be a very good comedian. I give it to you. You should.
He already is.
Have a
He
channel.
already is.
You should have a channel just for your comedy because they're killing.
Thank you.
Honestly.
Thank you, Victor. I think you're
Just
quite funny as well.
Victor,
I had to. You said at the beginning my counter. I think you said clockwise. Did you say clockwise? I heard that, and I thought I was at turn because, clockwise it would come to me, but you went to Rich. So I don't know what clock you have. how is your clock? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I had
Mine's
to
a
go.
zigzag clock.
Yeah, I thought so. I never seen that one.
I
But,
like Victor. I like how you wrote in the private chat, like, fire alarm, be right back. Like, completely confident that it's not a fire. Like, fire, I'll be right back. No problem, guys.
yeah, that's what I was going to tell everyone watching. Obviously I didn't want to leave you guys with my view, with me in it. So I had to take care of fire alarm, which I knew it was. I was confident that it was just a false alarm, but it doesn't matter. I'm back, and there is no fire. That's the point.
Guys,
Victor's trying to commit like insurance fraud, just like arson over here. You know?
Yeah, because he knew. Like, I knew exactly what it was.
Exactly. And now you've given it away on live stream.
Yeah, I just need to document it quickly. I'll be right back.
No. All of you guys are witnesses. It's a much bigger scheme. Anyways, no.
Right.
What I'm
accomplices or witnesses? Because
no witnesses.
Before you go into what you were going to go into, Victor, I just want to say in the comment section, we now have two things that the audience wants to talk about. First would be the how to put aside the fear of losing. And then also, secondly, it's the self-sabotaging your own trading plan. So, for example, you're looking for a 7R trade, and you're closing the trade at 3R before that TP hits. And then later, of course, you see that original TP is being hit. And because we don't have a lot of other options in the comment section, I'm just going to go ahead and start that poll. And we got about 2 minutes or so before that one runs out. And then the one with the most votes are going to get our attention here. As what to talk about here today.
We still want to know what Victor did with his first payout from the perp firm.
I know. I'm gonna leave, and then I'll be back in just a bit because I'm gonna have lunch and I might be eating here during the live stream. And if that is like way too unprofessional of me to do that, then let me know in the comment section. Let me know. I will see if the view drops. If you like seeing me eat or not, then I will stop eating. I'll be right back. Okay.
There you go, guys. Let us know in the poll what topic do you want us to pick up.
We're doing a mukbang now.
Yeah, I don't know what this is like.
Jonatan wants to.
This podcast has turned into the most ridiculous podcast. It feels like a comedy podcast. Victor, that we can close the topic. It is, but can we close the topic so that I can just feel like we've covered everyone? What did you do with your first payout, and how long?
My first payout, my first proper payout, I celebrated with eating out. And it was a small account, so it wasn't that big. I didn't have like a lot of choices. So eating out and buying a new account, a bigger one. That's what I did. Nothing too, outrageous. And my first payout, not being prop firm or my payout from my personal account, I just funded all my expenses for trading for, I don't know, like 10 years, the next 10 years. So all the things that I didn't get really out anything, and I didn't go buy anything. It was a big payout, by the way, on the personal account. It was, I told this story a couple of times. It's about gold. When gold went parabolic in 2009, 2008, and I turned 1,000 into 30 some thousand, and I didn't buy anything. I just kept it. I took it out, but kept it and finance all my other expenses trading wise. So nothing too outrageous, basically.
Fair.
I really want to pull this up. If we're carrying on the comedy topic, then I really just
at least she added nice,
nice team.
I look like a nice teenager.
It's a
Magdalena,
compliment.
how old do you think I am? If you tell me how old you think I am, I will tell you how old I think you are. How old do you think I am? How old do you think this beard is?
Magda, brawo. Tylko mogę ci powiedzieć brawo. To był super żart.
You know, Polish flow. Yeah, you're full of surprises, Mike. Full of surprises.
Yeah, absolutely.
14?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How do we know Magdalena speaks that language?
Because she put my name into the way that the Polish people write my name, Anastasiia.
She wrote in Polish earlier.
Yeah, okay. And her name is Magdalena is a very popular Polish name as well, quite common.
All right. I
feel like I don't have I do not feel like I do. I just don't have the confidence to continue with this live stream anymore. I feel like we've crossed a line that should have not have been crossed. And I feel like
no underage trading, guys. No underage trading.
Like
14 years old.
At all today, so I'll step back. Let the professional do its job. Do their job, and I feel like I gotta take some time. Gotta recover.
Go enjoy lunch.
Emotionally, mentally from that blow, right?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm done. Okay.
Yeah, you're emotional. I can see that.
Jonatan, I think you're just hangry.
Yeah, I agree.
Go
drill some holes in some trucks.
Tin cans.
Yeah.
Chicken feet. That's what you need.
Do svidania.
Magda, don't worry. Magda, I promise you, he has.
I know it's Russian, but I don't know any Polish.
He has only taken it in good jest, so don't worry about it at all.
I don't know Ukrainian either. Sorry, but.
And Dubicor, I don't speak Russian. My brain can only handle 2 languages at any one time. It used to be English and Spanish, and then Spanish got taken over by Polish. So yeah, I can only
know that about you, Mike. We are coming to know each other, and everyone is getting to know you during these podcasts.
This is the discover the hosts podcast session,
and we've all just discovered Jonatan. So there we go.
Exactly, we've all discovered that he's been trading underage all these years, since he was 5 years old. So yeah, he will be back in 5 minutes. Once he's downed a tin of baked beans that he's drilled a hole into and sucked all the baked beans out of, he'll be back in again. So yeah, and he does have those. He does have those baby looks. It's very annoying, very very annoying. Going back to the topic. Absolutely, God, I would look at the grey on my beard. My God, I'm aging by the day. But we guys, for those of you that are joining, make sure you respond to the poll in the channel, in the chat. Let us know what topic you want us to pick up, guys. If we take that initial question, right, and we go back to that initial point of what did you do with your first payout and everything else, what was it that stopped you from blowing it? Because I think that's I'm one of those people, right, that has been I've been funded 6 times, but without a payout so far. So I've blown 6 funded accounts. What is it that you guys did, or what was it that you managed to do that helped you achieve that payout and not blow it? Because I think there's a lot of people out there that would have been blowing funded accounts and not hitting that, that payouts step. What was it that you guys did to get to that point? Anastasiia, ladies first.
Okay, can we start another way now to make it fair? From Victor this time?
Let's go.
We can go backwards if you want. The other way.
Let's just
counterclockwise.
All right, we're gonna start alphabetically, and we're gonna start with ladies. So there we go, Anastasiia.
Well, that's actually a very long topic, I think, because people think that there is some kind of breakthrough that happens and you become a profitable trader from being an unprofitable trader after just one realization or one breakthrough or one thing that you start doing a change in your trading system or your behavior. But it's actually the series of decisions, series of realizations for me that made me stop losing the accounts. And it wasn't one thing, it wasn't one day, it wasn't 1 month. And no matter if you're talking about the funded account or the real accounts, just it's a series of decisions that you make and the series of choices that you do differently. So one of the most crucial things, I think I was just sick and tired of getting in my own way, in a sense that you know everything that you need to be doing and you're not doing this. Like traders know what they should be doing. They know they should be managing their risk correctly. You hear it, people shout it from every single corner. Everywhere you look, risk management is there, the key, right? Don't over leverage, don't over risk. Manage your positions correctly. Take one good trade at a time. We all know the things that we need to be doing. The question is, how many of us are really doing that? So when I realized that I'm getting in my own way constantly, and not the money that was a motivation, but just the time and effort spent, like so much time, so much effort, and so much emotions and stress and pressure that was put in achieving something that afterwards was blown in 1, 2, 3 days, just out of emotional range and the emotional snowball that was just completely blowing my whole work that been put in before. So one of the most crucial moments, I think, was I was just getting sick and tired of getting myself back to the same exact point again and again and again, to be honest with you. So then I realized that no matter what, I don't care how much money I'm going to be making. I don't want to lose the next account that I have. And I think that was a change, because I've stopped focusing on making profits. I started focusing on actually not losing the account, not doing the mistakes that made me lose the account before. So I'd say that one was one of the biggest breakthroughs and one of the biggest things that stopped me from this circle where you fund a new account, you blow it, you fund a new account, you blow it, or with funded accounts where you buy a new one, you blow it, you buy a new one, you blow it. It's the same exact circle. Doesn't matter if it's a personal one and you make a deposit or you buy the new prop account afterwards. The other things, sorry, Mike, that thing made me actually, realize the thing is the podcast that I was listening. I don't remember the author, not gonna lie, it was many years ago, but he said a very interesting thing, that trading should be a business, and not in a sense that we say, okay, treat it as a business, so it's gonna pay you as a business, but in a sense that trading should be paying you. If you are opening the physical business right now, how long are you gonna be sustaining this physical business if it's gonna be negative? How many months? It's going to be a year and a half. You're going to eventually close it off because you're just paying money, you're paying taxes, you're paying workers, you're paying rent, whatever it is. And your business is not successful, not profitable. You need to change something. But this is a black on white fact. If you're looking in the trading, a lot of people combine it with work, with other things we do, and we completely not see, not realize how much money we put into this thing and time after a while. So it should actually get us paid. So he was saying about something like, you calculate the average wage you get per hour at the job that you would go and get right now. And if trading is not paying you this amount of money in the end of the year, you better just put this money in the ETF, in S&P 500, in Bitcoin, somewhere else, where you actually at least getting paid something. So trading should be a business, it should be profitable. It doesn't have to be profitable like on the Instagram profitable, but it should be profitable at least so it's worth the time that you are spending. Otherwise, it's better to go get a job, because at least it's paying you something for the money and time that you're spending. So that was the second realization that I made. And I was like, okay, the amount of time that I'm putting in this, that if I would do anything else, I would actually get money for living and for other things. Hey, Jonathan, and he's back.
Anastasiia, some great points there. I really think you hit it right there on the head. We're trying to have a serious conversation, Jonathan. Jonathan comes in, that's your with the top of his head.
Yeah. Yeah, I moved the camera so you will have to see me watching. Not eating. I mean, me eating. Yeah.
Oh dear.
But I was saying the seriousness came crumbling in the minute you came in. But no, Anastasiia, awesome. I really love that. I'm not gonna skip my turn or take my turn yet, so I'm gonna wait for whoever is next after Anastasiia.
Thanks.
Can I
All right, so
jump in? And,
oh, here we go.
can I jump in and just say that we've done the poll.
Yeah.
And it is 50-50. So we got 50% saying they want to talk about self-sabotaging your trading plan, and then the other 50% want to talk about how to put aside a fear of losing.
Yeah, tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Well,
so I think
we've kind of come to naturally to the first one, talking about that in some respect. We've got about 20 minutes left, so I think we can probably do both, assuming that my esteemed colleagues here can keep themselves concise with their responses. So we'll see. But talking about what you were saying, Anastasiia, just very, very quickly, you were saying how you stopped focusing on the money, and you've also said about making sure that you're profitable, that the time you're spending on trading makes it worth your while, that you get paid for that time. We've all spoken earlier about how many years it's taken to get profitable, to get that money and everything else. How long, and this is a question to all of you, if any of you have a particular opinion on this, how long should somebody be waiting before they are actually getting paid for all that time? Because initially your time is being invested, and you're not going to get that money back. It's, for me, it's 3 years down the line, right? I know for a few of you, it was a few years down the line before you actually start seeing that money rolling in, and you're getting paid for your time. Where do you, if you're somebody at the beginning of your journey, I saw somebody in the chat saying they've only been trading for a year. That person has put in however many hours of time and they're not getting paid for it. At what point do you turn around and say, okay, enough, I'm not going to get paid from this, and I go out and get a job like Anastasiia suggested?
I think we talked about this.
Are we following up a certain sequence of speakers? Because I want to say something, but I don't know if it's my turn.
Go for it, Victor.
Okay. I want to say all the power to you, Anastasiia, that you were able to do that so in short period of time. I think you mentioned 6 months, and you also suggested a year perhaps is a good period to reassess and say, did I or did I not, the new trader that is, earn as much as they would have earned in the real world, meaning though trading is real world as well, but you guys know what I mean. Getting an actual job, this is a job too. I don't know.
Yeah.
A salary job, a job that pays you at the end of every month.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Guaranteed.
That's the question of opportunity cost, and I think that opens a new, or not a new, but that opens a really, really good door to be discussed. Perhaps not on this podcast, but later on. That is something that is not, in my opinion, is not discussed almost never, which is what is trading costing you. And it is very important, because in the end, it is your potential that is being consumed or used this way. So it better be at least matching that. But what I wanted to say was that coming to your question, Mike, I think 1 year is perhaps for most people not realistic. And that may just be an opinion. And so, but I certainly think I do agree completely that we should have you should have a certain time to reassess whether or not to keep on investing, because it's not good. It wouldn't be responsible advice from anyone to give to a new trader to just put all times in and without looking back, because the risk that you're running is that, for whatever reason, it might take you, I don't know, 10 years. And just imagine if you would quit by year 10, just imagine what the opportunity cost would be. It will be huge. And yes, you have that possibility that there is no limits to to your earnings once you are profitable, but that's only if you become profitable. So it's something to be considered, and it's not a very motivational topic to talk about, but it's very important, I think. And we need to cherish time, and that's the issue here. You don't have forever to live, so you have to make use of the time we have to be, I don't know, progressing in your life. We all have plans, not only financially but otherwise as well. So and these plans need funding. You can't stop your life for 10 years until you figure trading out, then to go do whatever you plan to do with your life, right? So it's a matter of your own life, everyone.
I think
go ahead.
Sorry, Victor. I think I was just going to say the other thing to bear in mind is you've got to enjoy it, right? If you don't enjoy it, don't do it. That's the other thing.
Counts
right?
for
I think that's a very initial key thing, which is something you can find out quicker rather than the success thing. Like even if you went into an engineering degree and then you work for an engineering firm, and you're probably making decent money then, but if you hate it, leave. In my opinion, leave. Like I think the same if you did law and you're getting paid I don't know, 160 grand or something. In my opinion, it's better to leave and do something that you like for 90,000 than sticking in a thing for 160, 180K that you hate.
Exactly.
And so I think a lot of this comes down to a personal preference. As far as how long to beat on the door until you make it, personally, I would go hell to leather, and I'm going till death, right? But that's a personal thing, right? I would just keep smashing against something. That's what I've always done with everything. I think part of that, obviously, when you have that kind of mentality, chances are you do break through the thing and get to where you want to get to. But that's always going to be a personal decision per your own mental state, all that kind of stuff, whether that makes you feel good or not. Like I enjoy looking for challenges, going against those hard things, really difficult stuff. And even if it sucks for ages, I'm happy with that. Like if you said I had 10 years to live, I would spend 9 years getting ready for the 10th, right? That's kind of my type mentality, you know what I mean? So I think there is very much that subjective personal element to that, where you got to kind of figure that out. And it's the hard thing, just like you're saying, how much do you tell someone to just keep trying? Because there are, unlike a lot of other careers where you can just swap, trading typically has costs associated. Like you can burn a huge amount of money, or your savings or your capital, that has repercussions to family, friends, relationships, mortgage, whatever you have. So it can have real outcomes, where most things is just like a time input. This has like a lot more than that. So I think that is really a difficult one to give general advice on. I think that really is something you have to introspect, and per your circumstances with people around you, your support network, family, friends, partner, whatever.
Sorry.
Go on. No, go, Anastasiia, please.
I think that is a middle point between what you said and Victor said, because yes, I would also hit my head against the wall to forever, because I love this. I love charts. I'm really into this. It's my passion and everything. And my career, Victor, didn't go like this from 6 months. It went like this for years, So it was 6 months and then a dip, and then 6 months and then a dip. But I think it's really important to not keep repeating the same mistakes, because I think the problem is that people for years keep repeating the same mistakes and blow their accounts and walk in the same circle again and again. So I'd put it differently. I'd say don't put yourself a timeline that in a year I should be profitable or I'm leaving trading. Absolutely not. I'd say put yourself a timeline to check in with yourself. Like give yourself 6 months and see what did you learn. Give yourself 6 months and see what you should change. Give yourself 6 months, and if you are not profitable after that, again, like see what you should change and do differently, so the next half a year don't go the same as the previous 6. Because the problem is that we keep hitting our head against the wall, and I have the same mentality. I'll say absolutely, but the problem with this mentality is that a lot of the times you just keep doing the same exact thing, hoping that this time is gonna work, and it's not gonna. You need to change something. So this is my own mistake that I did. I would be able to do it faster if I would just stop hitting myself against the same wall, and go hit my head against the other one.
Another one.
Exactly.
Try that one over there. Yeah.
At least try another one instead of trying to do exactly the same thing, expecting the different result. So give yourself a time to check in with your progress. What did you do? Why is it not working? I'd say this is a good thing. And every 6 months, I think, is a good period of time.
And I think to add to that, remember that progress doesn't mean always profit.
Yeah, of course.
As long as you're seeing improvements, as long as you're seeing, things improve in some form or another, if you can look back on those 6 months and say, I'm better than I was 6 months ago, that's the LJ's cat also agrees with me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Rich, we only get Rich for 1 hour a week on this live trading room, so I really want to come to Rich, and it's linked to one of the questions that came in earlier, but also linked to what we've been discussing as well. There was a question earlier, Rich, about we talked about jobs, we talked about income and everything else. You've openly spoken in the past about your background as a car mechanic before you went into trading, right? One of the questions earlier on was actually, if you weren't into trading, what would you do? And we talked about do what you love and everything else. I'm really curious from your perspective, Rich, because you went in and you went from a completely different field and came into trading. What was that process? How did you follow that to get to where you are right now? Because that is quite a unique pathway, I would say, to get from, right, I'm going to be changing these head gaskets, I'm going to be changing these brakes and oil and doing all this sort of stuff, to suddenly I'm analyzing charts and doing it well and making money, right? That's a very, very significant shift.
Before I answer that, I've been enjoying just listening to, where are you going to get a wealth of experience like you have on this panel at the moment? So part of me is just sitting there really resonating with the responses, because much of what you've shared is so similar to my own experience. There's one thing I want to touch on with that just before I go into Mike's question. So what LJ and Victor shared about, like, how long do we give it? Like, totally agree that we need to give trading time, but I'm going to take a slightly different stance, and it ties into what Anastasiia was saying, that I would not give trading one single day longer. Now, think about that for a minute. Rich, how can you be profitable on day one? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying do not give trading one single day of your life where you pause progress in other areas of your life on the premise of, when I become profitable, I will then live. I will then do this task. I will then do that, whatever the case might be. I've shared it openly that I went into trading unprofitable full-time with the idea of learning much quicker. What I did is I put my life on pause financially for 3 years until I had my breakthrough moment. And we talk about, it was actually Anastasiia said this, that, like, give yourself a timeline, 6 months. And I was like, okay, in 6 months, if I'm not profitable in 6 months, I'm just going to quit. That's it. And I extended this timeline out so many times, because every time I was like, I'm just so close. I'm so close to having a breakthrough moment. But we talk about this cliche idea, and LJ, you touched on it about, I'm going to just keep kicking at something until it just breaks, and eventually I'll bang my head against it until I go through. The issue we have with trading is it's not like a tree that you just keep kicking the same way in the same spot and it becomes weaker. We have to address, as Anastasiia said so wonderfully, we have to address the way that we're kicking it, maybe headbutt it with a different part of our head, or change our approach. And I think that's what I would absolutely stress. If you want an actionable, something you can implement right now, is what is it in your life you're putting off for the sake of when I become profitable? 90% of traders that come into this in the first year will absolutely waste their time. They do not know what trading is. They do not know how to apply themselves. They are going up to that immovable object and they are just headbutting it, thinking, well, this is what the internet says. This is what Instagram says. I just need to approach trading from this one-dimensional aspect. And a year later, we've spent, it just ties in. Fear the man who's practiced one kick 1,000 times. Like, that's what we need to do. But if you're practicing the wrong kick 1,000 times, you are wasting 1,000 days of your life. And so I would go with what Anastasiia says, but challenge that even further. Why do we do advanced self-reviews? Why do we do weekly reviews? Why do we do monthly reviews? To make the same cardinal mistake for 6 months straight, in my mind, is 6 months too long. What is it you can do today where you take an account of your behavior patterns and you say, I screwed up yesterday, and today I absolutely cannot screw up in the same manner. If I do, I need to quit, because I cannot waste this wonderful gift we have with our time. And that's where, that's where I spent 3 years doing exactly that. No mentor, no coach, no accountability, no community that I could lean into, and no profitable strategy, because I didn't know what good process looks like. And what you've got here is an abundance of resources that will challenge you. You know the problem with that? It will challenge you. Ain't nobody going to knock on your door and go, hey, let me help you out today. It is you that's got to turn around and say, I'm going to change the way I am approaching my trading, because if I take account, as Anastasiia said, I've put in 20,000 hours. I'm owed at minimum wage £200,000. How much have you paid me, Mr. Market?
Yeah.
Why not?
That's why you got to nerd out, right, Rich?
Exactly.
See, that's where the nerd thing. That's where you pump that one and keep that in your brain, right? Yeah.
And so most traders, they'll come into this just ill-equipped, completely ill-advised of what they think trading actually is. And we reference it from time to time where we say, but we hold up a mirror. How many times do you hear us say that on stream? But does it resonate? Does it really resonate to the level where you need to sit down in front of a mirror for 15 minutes and say, I'm going to have a chat with you, buddy, because you screwed up again. I'm going to journal with you. I'm going to do a voice note. I'm going to do whatever it is. I'm going to install something at a level that's so impactful that tomorrow you cannot be the same person, because that mistake that you've made is keeping you unprofitable. It is wasting your life, and it is stopping you from having the breakthrough in your life that you want. Most people, they'll spend time in trading for the fantasy of what it could be. Most people will never experience the reality of what trading could provide for them. And until I had that breakthrough, which was 3 years, that actually came from a state of looking at myself and addressing my behavior patterns. And I wish I could get them 3 years back, but in the same way, I can't. So I have to stand on that and say, that's my foundation. So going from mechanics to the financial market, how did it help me? It did not help me in a single sense. One is working with your hands, one is working with your head. Saved up a bit of money, had my own business as a mechanic. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get into this, and how hard can it be? Price goes up or price goes down, right? And then I had to learn this whole this language of what trading actually is. I didn't know what long was. I didn't know what short, leverage, margin calls. Why was this broker emailing me? I don't understand all of this. He says I need to put more money in my account. Okay, I put more money in. Now I'm getting more margin calls. And I didn't understand the basics of risk management, or how to backtest the system, data, strategies, all that kind of stuff. So 2 years of just headbutting that tree in exactly the same manner before I experienced enough pain. In the second year, at the end of it, finally something split. And I thought, great. But it wasn't what I thought it was. And it was the best thing that could have happened. It come at a loss of 5 figures of my own personal money inside of a week. What split was my head. I finally cracked and hit my pain threshold where I said, I cannot do this anymore. And I sat on the floor and I bawled my eyes out. I've just lost well in excess of 5 figures. I cannot afford to lose this money. I've just shortened massively the window I have to learn to trade. And I sat there and I said, this has to change. Year 3, I went break even because I was willing to look at me. Year 4, I turned a profit, started getting payouts. Year 5, I built on that. Year 6, and we're now into year 7. So sometimes we don't always have the experience previously with a skill set that transitions naturally. Apparently, engineers are terrible traders. Apparently, engineers are very, very
analytical.
Sorry?
Yeah, too analytical, too rigid.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So there will be some things that we pick up from life experience that doesn't naturally flow into trading. And I would actually argue that most of what we have as a belief system around self-control, discipline, rules, and money, I actually think works against us for the lot of what we're trying to achieve in trading. So hurry yourself along to the biggest possible loss you can, to where you finally accept that actually trading sucks and you need to address it, or take the easy route. Listen to what's been shared on this panel discussion and sit there and say, how can I apply this to myself tomorrow in an actionable step? One small thing you can do, we talked about it earlier on, how do you keep your funding accounts? And this is something that is very practical, it's very rules-based. I see a lot of traders that trade flat risk, 1% phase 1, 1% phase 2, 1% live account. Let's think about this logically. You've just passed phase 1, you've made 8%. You've passed phase 2, you've made 5%. You're now up 13%. You trade 1% risk on your live account and you lose the account. but you only lost 10%. Your net result is you are up 3% gain. But what does your emails tell you? Oh, we're ever so sorry, you've lost your funding account. You're no longer a profitable trader. And so one thing I like to do is reduce my risk per account I get. So for an example, I may start 1% in phase 1. When I get to phase 2, I'll reduce my risk to 0.75. The reason I do this, if I lost that account, I am genuinely in a drawdown of about 2R. When I get to live funded, I will reduce my risk even further to 0.5%. And so I put into place a very logical, practical tool that I use to make sure that whenever I lose a funded account, guess what? It happens. I saw in chat earlier, how did you feel about it? Relieved. I spent months in a drawdown hanging onto this account, trying to crawl back profit, focusing on the profit, not the process. When I lost the account, I could get back to work, proper work, working on myself without trying to turn a $9,500 drawdown into a, I don't know what, $1,000 gain, $2,000 gain. It was ridiculous. I was wasting my time. So I don't know if that helps you, but focus on yourself in trading. Nobody's knocking on the door to do it for you. It's literally waste your life or do it properly.
I think stretching out the timeline is a good way to not lose the account. I was gonna, if I can, wait, can we remove mics? I don't know if that'll work. Hang on. It's like this clip.
Yeah, there's no sound. I think you need to share.
Yeah, we're not getting any sound from it, LJ.
No, you're not getting sound? Damn.
No,
anyway.
not getting sound.
What a fail.
All right, I'll put the sound on there. Anyway, but the point is that Kobe clip is like, the point is, yeah, job's not finished, right? Like, they're up 2-0, this was at the Olympics or whatever, they've already fucking, they crushed it, right? They basically got gold. And he's like, yeah, but we still got another game to play. And they're going to play against some random, low level, they're obviously going to blow them out. It's the same mentality. So once you get funded, like, job's not done. Like, you're just getting started, really. This is actually the starting point, not, right?
The same as the running profit is not the profit.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you say, Anastasiia.
Really well put by you, Rich. I think I really like listening to you when we're having these podcasts. I think you should do like an audiobook or something like that, or a proper podcast, because this is you got some really good knowledge, man. I think I thought about this a lot, when I listened. Yes, Victor, you want to say something?
Not to mention a very good voice to listen to.
Yeah, beautiful. It's not the
made it a little bit awkward there, Victor, but okay.
That's part of this morning ritual that every morning he's very grateful for. That's another one that comes up. Is like every morning.
I've noticed that I've started journaling again, like journaling like in a physical notebook. Like just every night I write about my day, and I have a lot of different journals. I have one book per year, and sometimes I like to kind of go back and look at the previous books and even the previous month. And yesterday I looked through a journal from last year, and it struck me that I always wrote something about stress and trading. There was always like, okay, I'm stressed and there's trading. Okay, so to me it kind of became like trading was always in a sense stressful because of all the mental errors I was making in my trading, right? That was really, really stressful for me. So I then went through this year, just went through a couple of pages, every month, and I see that there's no mentioning of stress, and there's not a lot of mentions of trading. I'm not writing a lot about trading, and I'm not writing a lot about stress in relationship to trading. And I remember, I think, in the beginning of the year, I kind of made a decision to step away from doing more active manual trading and focus more on algorithmic trading, because I find that in 2023, and I've talked a lot about this on the live stream as well, in 2023, the system that I was trading went into a massive drawdown and never really recovered. And I couldn't really find a way to make it as profitable as it was previous years. So I thought, okay, so I need to adjust something and I need to change the way that I'm doing things. And I started trying to trade in a way that I don't think was in line with my personality. And I started feeling that my life just became a massive stress. And I lost the funded accounts. My biggest funded account was lost. And I felt just humiliated by that, right? Because here I am, the host of a trading show here on YouTube and all of that. And I lost the funded account with a system that I've been trading for 4 years, and it's no longer profitable. And that felt like it really hit my confidence, right? So I felt an urge I need to create something new, right? And I need to get back to the level where I was previously. But I think I approached it in a way where I tried to create a system that was not in line with my personality, and it created a massive shock and stress, right? And then I made the decision, okay, now I'm going to take a completely different route in trading, and I'm going to focus on strictly swing trading, like how I want to be trading, the type of analysis that I love doing, and the type of trades that I'm really passionate about. And I saw that all of a sudden the stress just disappeared, and with that also came the profitability. So I think it's super important to really be honest with yourself, like who are you and what are your weaknesses? Because sometimes the way that you want to be trading might not be the way that you should be trading. And it's really important to remember that. Most people that come into trading, they want to be day traders and scalpers. They want to get quickly in and out of the markets, while not realizing that it's one of the most difficult ways of trading. And if you're not really mentally equipped to trade that way, maybe try something else. And I think that to me would probably be my biggest tips to new trader. Figure out who you are, and then try to find a trading style that really aligns with your personality. Otherwise, you're just going to have clashes with your. You're going to have so many mental errors, and it's going to be so stressful for you that it's going to hinder you in your trading career, basically.
Yes, I think the word is flow. If you don't have if your trading style that you have chosen, your trading currently is not in line with your personality and the level of patience and all those things that we talk about very, very often, you will not be able to get into the flow state of mind, right? That flow where you can concentrate and actually do well. That flow, and you'll have difficulty because you'll have stress. It doesn't align with you, and I think that's what you were talking about, Jonatan, about tapping back and looking at your journals to understand why it was not flowing, why you were having stress, why perhaps you were frustrated and things were getting stuck, right? That account that didn't survive, and realizing that you got to go back to who you are and do something that is closer to where your passion is, and in terms of style, and what is aligned with your personality, and that would give you the flow needed.
Yeah, and I also had like with that the realization came as well that I might not be fully equipped to trade full time. And when I'm talking trade full time, I'm meaning like trading being my sole income. So the way I'm looking at trading right now is I am a full-time trader because everything I do like 24/7 is trading and related to trading. You could say I'm half market analyst and half trader then, but I'm doing trading full time. But it is not my my only income, and I only look at trading as to kind of supplement or be maybe like 33% of my income, and then like split it up into different things. And because I know that in the past I always thought that, well, I still have trading. If everything else fails, I still have trading. But I've came to the realization that that's not the mindset I should have, because if it comes to me only having trading to rely on, the stress will be too big and I'm not going to be able to rely on trading. So for me, trading has to be not a side hustle, but it has to be supplementing my other incomes. Otherwise, it's probably going to become too stressful. And I think most people getting into this shouldn't have the goal of being a full-time trader. They should, like what I'm saying, like don't quit your job. Do not quit your job. I have a lot of people, talking about how they want to quit their job and go into full-time trading. Like, do not quit your job. Like, keep that job and make more money by trading and keeping that job. Very few people
if you've made like 70% of your salary from trading, then now you can consider it whilst having a job at the same time. But otherwise, for the general person,
I think one way to have a backup, to be honest with you, because people start earning this money, they leave the job, and the pressure just eat them alive. And then the next months they're gonna keep losing. So I think
because that comes to personal mentality type thing, whether that freedom helps you, because some people's going to be like, right, I've got this freedom, it's now under my control, it's purely up to me, and that either pushes them forward. These are the kind of people that would start their own business and take those kind of risks. Other people, you might go like, oh, this sounds really good, but then when you're in it, you're like, oh shoot, now I've got all these pressures. What I do, I don't know that it's going to come there. I hope it does, and then that becomes a whole other situation.
Magda.
Now, what does that mean?
Yes.
Because you removed the comments, and now you have to tell me.
I didn't remove the comment.
Translate.
She's already translated for you. She's asking, is the other job related to trading, or is it completely separate? But it is. Everything that you do is related to trading. But your point is that your income, your 33% that you mentioned, is directly from your trading profits.
Well, I can give
whilst
a clue
you have other income.
What my other job is. It is about being in front of the camera most of the time, talking to people about trading on YouTube. That's
a very cryptic clue. We have no idea now.
No, so I'm a full-time employee of the Fivers.
He's Magda. He's not selling lemonade. I can promise you, he's not selling lemonade.
I've got a lot of stuff going on. I got my own company. Yeah. Like I do have multiple income streams. If I had to count them, it would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have between 5 and 6 different incomes, with trading only being one of them. And at times, trading doesn't give me anything. At other times, it gives me quite a lot. But for me, I'm the type of person that I have a lot of ideas. The same thing in trading. One of my strengths in trading is I come up with a lot of ideas, and I then test those ideas, and I kind of stick with the ideas that work. Like I'm not a very smart person, honestly. Like I probably had quite low IQ, and I'm probably like partly mentally handicapped, if I'm going to be honest. But I do have a lot of ideas. I'm the type of person that I kind of just throw things and see what sticks. And the things that sticks, and I see that it start generating money, that's what I keep doing. And it's the same in trading. I've tried everything in trading, and what I see works is swing trading using supply and demand, very simple stuff. So
So basically, what Jonatan does is Jonatan goes and he takes wet paper, kitchen towel, right, and throws it at the wall and sees what sticks to the wall. Is the analogy that he's basically describing right now. But I'm conscious of time because we've overrun by 15 minutes, and then Jonathan's going to complain that we're not doing live streaming analysis and everything else. So,
as long as I get to talk, I'm happy.
Well, that's I've got work to do, so I'm leaving one way or the other. But no, what I was going to say was I want to first of all thank all of you guys for taking the time to join us on this weekly podcast that we have, kind of the ABL takeover. But the other thing I was going to say was just finishing off on the point about income and everything else is I don't think even if you're not trading, right, and you've got a full-time job, you should still be looking for other income streams, whether it be investments, whether it be some other way of giving you other income streams, especially given the way the world is going, with the way investments are going, with the way AI is going and everything else. Having a diversified portfolio can only be a good thing. Having all your eggs in one basket is only setting you up for failure. Guys, thank you ever so much for joining me for this. We've got Pedro waiting in the background, so we will be right back after this, unless Jonatan has something to say. No, he's frozen. He's frozen. That was just no way. You couldn't script that, could you? We'll be right.
Am I broken, really?
Yes, you are. Well,
Am
not
I?
anymore.
No,
Not anymore.
am I? Oh, okay.
Anyway, thank you everyone, and we'll be back right after this. Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right. Like, I feel a bit sad. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel after a session like that, I feel like I feel very emotional. You know, I feel like we touched on so many sensitive subjects. You know. How about you, Pedro? How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm good. That's true. So I always listen on the back end, your conversations.
Did you really? Did you really listen? Did you really listen?
Today I did. Today I only listened to the last 15 minutes. Today I listened to your story about the 10 income streams and stuff like that. But usually I do listen at least the last half an hour. And then I can hear like, okay, now what I'm going to talk about after this. But I think it's normal. I think basically what you mentioned in terms of checking your journal, and that's one of the advantages of journaling is when you go back and you review your last year journal, 5 years journal from 5 years ago, and you see, whoa, what a progress. And it's interesting that you mentioned in terms of feeling stress and not feeling stress, and the adaptation that you did in your trading, based on your personality as well. And actually the results now are actually getting better than before. It's a great lesson for everyone.
So we got Dirk in the I like this. So we should first bring out that comment, and then after that we should bring up being smart does not equal being a successful trader. I think it's better the other way around. It's like he thinks I'm smart, but it also says that being smart is not being equal to being a successful trader. But no, I definitely get what you're saying, Dirk. Interestingly enough, we talked about this previously in the session. Rich mentioned something about engineers being statistically not being profitable. What's interesting about that is if you have a couple of career choices that you might select that's to be some of the best traders, I would probably say like doctors, lawyers, things like that. But statistically, they're actually the worst performing traders. The best performing traders, if you look at career-wise, that's going to be police officers, firefighters, things like that. People that are ready to take risks, people that are ready to act and take risks. Those are usually the best traders if we look at the statistics of that. I know Howard Marks talks a lot about that as well as Mark Douglas says. I think it's actually only Mark Douglas. I don't know why I said Howard Mark. Only Mark Douglas talks about that quite a lot in his content. So it's very very interesting. Now, of course, that doesn't go for all engineers and doctors. I'm sure there's very very successful traders, but generally we're looking at the statistics. Pedro, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run quickly down to my office because I got a better setup up there. So I'm just here on the laptop in the living room now. I got my son playing outside, but as long as he stays outside, I can move down into the office. I'll be back in just a bit.
Okay. I'll see in a bit. Just to finalize on that topic, I think one of the reasons why maybe some engineers, doctors, lawyers, and so on may not do so well in trading is because they used to be the best students. They used to have the A grades and never being wrong. And all of a sudden they encounter a different endeavor in trading where being wrong and doing mistakes or not being right, not winning all the time, it's a reality. And I think there's maybe a little bit of a shock reality in there, and they don't deal with that quite well. So I think that's one of the main reasons. They have been, since they were a child, since they were into school, always getting the best grades, being told all the time as well that they were the best, they didn't make any mistakes, and then it's a different dynamic when you jump into trading and into the markets. And then, for example, I think I've seen many people from military that they are used to take risks and so on, and they actually perform quite well in trading. But there you go. Let's start jumping into market. So welcome everyone. Thank you for your messages. So glad to be here once again. Tell me, guys, what you guys are looking at. To be honest with you, I had quite a busy morning. I think it's the first time that actually looking at the charts today. I'm seeing that the dollar index is starting to move up, the euro dollar moving down, and the dollar pound as well. Or the pound dollar moving to the downside. So, but share with me what charts you want us to look at. What is your bias? Are you in any trades? If you are, just share with us as well. And yeah, how is your week so far? So let's take a look at it. Yeah, just in here, Dirk as well. Trading isn't an intellectual problem; it's a psychological one. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The market doesn't reward being right. Yeah, it's exactly. Dirk, I completely agree with you. Euro Aussie buy right now. 5 MITI. Is that your analysis? Is to look for it to buy now, right now? And where is your target? Yeah, there you go. An example. That this is the best name of the live stream, right? Peoplepotamus. I'm an engineer too. Nothing I studied in college helped me so far in trading except maths and stats. And even that one, yeah, maybe if you are trying to create an algorithm strategy, it does. Stats, it helps in terms of looking at your performance, which is nice. Oh God, why did I study engineering? Yeah, definitely not to be a trader. Definitely when you started studying engineering, you didn't thought, okay, the profession I'm going to follow is actually trading.
So Pedro, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, great. But to go into that topic, like who cares if you're studying engineering or whatever? Like if you approach the trading the right way, you have a chance of making it, of course. Yeah, so don't take that the wrong way. Obviously, it's still very, very possible to make it as a trader, of course. I think. Yeah, never mind. Let's go into the chart here. Let's see what we have if we have anything interesting going on here in the markets. You're looking at the dollar currency index. What are you looking at here? Are you looking for the dollar currency index to stop moving higher, or are you bearish or bullish here on the dollar?
I think you can go higher. I think you already did a good retracement since last week into this new week. So this move that we had since the beginning of July, I think has been already quite interesting after we just sold off for the last month or so. But I think I'm still a bit bullish, even though we are indeed into an interesting level. So if you take a look into the previous levels of support resistance and like that, we are now approaching this structure in here. So if the dollar index wanted to starting to move forward from this side or from this price level, I wouldn't be entirely surprised. But I can see that potentially could even go higher. You could even try to go to 99 or something like that. But for that, it still needs to break this week's high, and it needs actually to break this structure. At least the way I'm looking at it. So that's a little bit of what I'm looking for. I turned bullish last week. We meanwhile already did a good retracement to the upside, and I think there's more upside, but now we are approaching a good level that you can start finding selling pressure. Well, we already found the selling pressure Tuesday, Wednesday, and now maybe today is going to be the continuation to the upside. Who knows? In here. But how are we looking at it in terms of higher time frame on the dollar index?
So what I'm looking at is obviously we have. Well, I'm looking at it from a bearish rejection point of view. So let me share my screen here, and we can kind of do a little bit of a top-down analysis here. Well, I guess not a top-down analysis, but just go through the markets here on the dollar currency index and see if we can perhaps use that as an example to look for perhaps trades on the EUR/USD or something like that. But what we're watching right here is obviously a local push to the upside, a local push to upside that I think is not. We can't look at this as a valid breakout or anything like that until we actually start recovering or reclaiming the levels above here, which is around 97.8 or something like that. So that's really what I'm looking at from dollar currency index. And again, I'm a swing trader at heart. I like to look at the markets from the more of a high time frame perspective. I want to see what is the market basis, what happened yesterday, and what's happening today, and what might happen tomorrow based on what we're seeing on the previous daily candle. And to me, what I'm seeing right here is the dollar, coming into a resistance area right here, and we have printed a local top right here. By the way, guys, let me know if there's any issues with the audio, the video, or something like that. I do see that my screen is kind of flashing here. I have some issues with my graphics drivers. But imagine if price now, because you're looking at this and everyone's looking at this and they're probably like, oh, I'm bullish on the dollar because we're moving higher. We're moving higher right now, so I'm bullish on the dollar. That's at least what I would assume that new traders are looking for, right? Looking at, because it's bullish right now, then or it's moving bullishly right now, then probably it's bullish. But what if, this candle, okay, this candle right here, or that one right there, I'm going to put a little arrow below it right there. Let me just move this one away. Okay, so we have an arrow right here. That candle right there. At some point, it was trading all the way up here. Okay, so when we had that move, we had a very strong daily candle. It looked like it was going to break out, but then eventually it closed lower with a massive wick. Same thing on this candle right here. At one point, this was a bullish candle, and at one point it was trading up here, and we would think that, well, now's the real breakout. Yesterday was a fake out, now's the real breakout, but no, it closed as a bearish candle with a wick. Now we take that and we look at this candle. Now we're at this high on this candle. This is a bullish candle right now. Now, if the candle comes up here, prints a wick, and then trades lower, it's just going to add to the idea of this being resistance. So what we have to do really, and the one thing that I like to do when I'm analyzing the daily chart, I'd like to focus on the closing price of each daily candle. Now, what that means is we can just remove this one. Okay, so this is what we're looking at, okay? This is the chart that we're looking at. What is the dollar doing right now? It's clearly bearish. It's clearly hitting that level, and it's bearish. Now we exit the replay function in TradingView, and we add the current candle. What do we see? Now, for a lot of people, this might completely change your perspective on the dollar. But for me, the moves that I'm seeing right now has very little importance, at least on the daily. We can move down into the lower time frame, so we can look at the levels on, like, let's say the 1 hour. Okay, so we have a level here on the 1 hour. We broke down yesterday, and we are now reclaiming that level. But the same thing goes for this one. We can perhaps add the fibs here, and we can see that this move went straight up into the reload zone, or straight up into the 0.61 here. And I would perhaps expect a rejection at these levels. So to me, this is not bullish unless we start trading up here, maybe reclaim that level and start trading like this, and having the daily candle closing higher than the previous candle's closing. Then at that point, I might start thinking about a potential shift in the overall structure of the dollar. But for now, I'm bearish, and this 1 hour candle is not going to change that. But I'm interested in this 1 hour candle that we're seeing right now. So let's see what happened here around 1. So did we have anything happen around 1? Did Trump tweet something? What happened? I don't think we had anything major going on.
Yeah, I don't think I see anything there. Not really sure.
No, we just had, like, the only major news that I'm seeing is OPEC Plus discussing pausing output hikes from October. That's the only thing I'm seeing. I'm not really seeing anything massive. So maybe it's a technical move. I don't really know, but I'm not really viewing that as anything super important. Going back to EURUSD, because of course EURUSD, if the dollar trades higher, then EURUSD would most likely be trading lower, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here. But EURUSD has not broken below this level. Remember the live stream yesterday, we talked about how if we see a breakout right here, we might or break lower, then I might think that EURUSD is going down to 116,400. Now, we did not break that level yesterday. and we did not initiate that move. Why did we not break that level? Well, if we go to the dollar currency index, we see that that level was broken to the downside on the dollar. And just like I said yesterday, if the dollar breaks this support to the downside, most likely EUR/USD will move higher. And that's exactly what we got right here. Not a weird, I'm not a magician or something. This is just the way that the relationship between the dollar and the EUR/USD works. The dollar currency index is about 60 or 59% EUR/USD, or euro. So it moves very much with each other. So looking at EUR/USD, now this is where the boring part of trading comes in, especially the boring part of my type of trading is this chart. I have no real interest in. So if I would be just looking at this and doing the analysis and trading this exactly the way that I want to be doing from a swing trader's perspective, then this chart has no meaning and it doesn't have any interest at all. Now, where is it going to be of interest to me? I'm going to set an alert right here, because if EUR/USD comes down and hits that level, then this becomes interesting. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put a level below that level as well, or an alert below that level, because then that's going to be interesting as well. Let me show the alert line so you can see where I have the alerts. So that one right here, and then that one. Where it's going to be interesting for me to the upside? Well, that would be if we have a break of the local structure on the 4-hour, basically breaking this trend. Because if this trend is broken, I think we might move higher. We might move up into the next high time frame resistance, and this would then be that support. So where is that next high time frame resistance? If we go to the monthly and we add some monthly levels right here, you will see that the next area of interest, actually I think it's on the weekly. So let's add the weekly. Go to the weekly. The next area of interest is around 1.19 or 1.20. That is the next high time frame resistance that I'm looking at. So going to the 4-hour, if this trend is broken, then I might be looking at something like this, where I want to enter a long position somewhere around this area, stops below the same area where the lower targets would activate, and then take my profits around up here. So that's what I'm looking at for EUR/USD, which means that I have an alert below price, alerts me if things gets interested, and I will also have an alert above this level to potentially alert me if price moves higher. And that's it. So it's important to note here, guys, when you're coming into this live stream and you're asking us to analyze EUR/USD from, a 1-minute perspective or an intraday perspective, just know that I believe that for the most of you, taking a step back and kind of slowing down and zooming out and being patient and waiting for the bigger moves are going to help you a lot. So one of the reasons why I like sometimes, trading some of the valuation accounts on the lower time frames is simply because it's more fun. It's more fun for me. It's more fun for you guys. But just remember that trading is not supposed to be fun all the time. It's actually supposed to be boring, right? So, but that would be quite a boring live stream. But just remember that. Just remember that these are the trades that I'm looking to take with bigger accounts and more money to kind of back it up. With that said, yeah, go ahead, Pedro.
So if price does break to the downside, those lows that you just marked as well with the alert, are you turning bearish a little bit more, or is it going to be just a lower level that you're going to be looking to go long somewhere in there on the euro?
Yeah, so I'm going to go long on EUR/USD as long as the daily trend is bullish. Now, where is the daily trend going to turn bearish? The daily trend is going to turn bearish if we see a structure of lower highs and lower lows. Right now, looking at the EUR/USD trade or market, a move below that low would turn this trend bearish. But also, I'm looking at the reload zone. So for me, a move below the reload zone, which is this area right here, let's make it a little bit more clear. A move below this zone would invalidate this as a long trade for me, because I don't want to be trading if we have equal lows. I want to be trading only if we have higher lows. If we have equal lows, I'm looking at that as a potential M structure or a double top structure, right? Yeah, what I think would be the best option for me to buy EURUSD is if we come down and hit this level. Buying on this move, like I showed previously, is still quite high up in a extended trend.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to find out. I agree with you. I think potential price can go that direction, and maybe that's a potential level for longs on euro-dollar as a continuation. And I do like as well the structure above it. If price actually breaks yesterday high or this week high or something like that, I think maybe we can try to retest the previous high that we have in there, and then potentially go to that 119, 120 that you described in there. Yeah, and this is an interesting one. So even where we are now on the dollar index, or even kind of on euro dollar, this is one of those moments where many people are going to ask questions, because if anyone is looking at the bigger trend in here, yes, everyone needs to say that dollar index is in a bearish market. But then if you start looking maybe at 1 hour time frame or the most recent time frame, now maybe people starting to mention, yes, now maybe you are in a recovery phase or kind of bullish market. But then when you zoom out, maybe this recovery, it was just now into a daily structure that maybe can continue to push price to the downside. So there's going to be a conflict between maybe someone that is looking for buy, kind of a bullish potential market in here, and then someone that is still biased without the move that we had from 2 months ago, and they still continue to push for shorts. And this is where then identify maybe the key levels that you think that maybe can work as a continuation to the downside. Maybe at least wait for price to get close to those levels to try to find that short opportunity. And if those levels are starting to be rejected and price actually starts pushing higher, then maybe continue to push or kind of find the new one. Like try to find the next level that, okay, maybe this is now the new barrier that can still hold price to the downside. But now in here, yeah, there's going to be conflict in here between more shorter time frame buyers and higher time frame sellers that are still thinking about the trend from 2 months ago. Yeah, so in here there's going to be a little bit of a bottom. So yeah, let's see.
Just to note, we also have the US initial jobless claims coming up in about 23 minutes or so. So we're going to be covering that one as well. Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's going to be any kind of proper movement. I think anything between 220, 240, it's kind of the average. But we'll see if it's going to create any kind of volatility or not in the market. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so this is the dollar. The euro, I kind of agree with you. I think just one point on the euro is that I think many traders are going to be looking at these lows and thinking about liquidity underneath this level. So I think if anyone is trying to short in here, or if you already managed to short today, I think many are going to be looking for price to take these lows, just as a typical kind of, I don't know, ICT, SMTC, whatever type of strategy. People like to look at lows to target them and even place the target below those lows. So that's maybe something that may happen in here. Overall, and the reason why actually, even if the euro dollar does break above this top that you also marked in here, why maybe actually or potentially I can expect that the euro dollar can retest this top in here is because if you just follow the sequence of maybe supplies that have been created since these tops, basically every single one of them at this point is being touched. So if you look at this one, now how these tops touched it, now we created a new one in here, it's already touched it. This one in here, touch it, and this was the last one. I actually marked this one yesterday, and now this morning price went there and it touched it as well. So above that, there's almost everything has been reacted from. So eventually when you break that, maybe price can freely go higher. But for now, it does need to break that first. Otherwise, it may just continue to push lower. So that's a little bit of what I'm looking on the euro dollar. I think I'm a bit more bearish on the pound dollar when looking at the pound dollar. We actually made a much bigger move to the downside since the top, and I think we already broke important structure in here that can lead into potential price getting closer to this level. And to be honest, in terms of the pound dollar, my overall structure is actually this one. So I'm looking eventually for the pound dollar to get closer to 1.32 as a target. It may not go there in a straight line, of course. There's maybe some structure here that can still hold price, So I think from this top, I think price can find a way to get there without managing to break the top. But yeah, now it's respecting every single level as well. As price goes up, kind of respects the previous supply and pushes down. We managed to start breaking some structures here. So we broke this low, then we managed to break this low, and maybe there's a little bit more of a room to the downside in here. Yeah, so that's pound. My favorite level to look for a short, it would be even if the pound dollar would get closer to this level, I would love it to try to find a new potential short, a bigger short from here. Yeah, I don't know if you're looking at pound dollar or not. If you have any buys on the pound dollar.
Let me take a look here. Let me see if I can share my screen here on GBP USD. I will take a look for you guys. So yeah, okay. So looking at the, let me see. I got a lot of levels on here. Let's move that. This one I think we can keep. The weekly right here. So obviously, I'd say let's see. Let's look at the monthly here. So what I see here on the monthly, I do like. Kind of like we got a trend line right here. Let's just see if this kind of makes sense. Type of trend line here. We also have. I feel like if we have a block of resistance or a block of orders, maybe we can call it order block. It's not, it doesn't necessarily have to be an order block. What I'm talking about is the horizontal level here, where if I draw it like this, we have lots of wicks and candles on the monthly closing around this area. So obviously for GBP USD, this is not, I think the way I look at this is not a level that should be breached to the upside unless we see different market conditions than what we've seen since we broke down in 2016. And on the higher time frames, if this level gets hit, then I would expect a heavy rejection to the downside. So the first thing I'm thinking here on GBP USD is if we reach those very high targets, I want to be shorting, but we're not there yet. I also want to mark out this one as a monthly level. So let's go in and we're going to write monthly level, be monthly support. Then we go down to the weekly. On the weekly, we've already hit that monthly level. So you can see on the monthly, it's an untested. No, it's not untested. Actually, we see on the weekly, it's a great break and retest right there. So I would not want to see that monthly level be hit once again. You can also see that it's a good confidence here with this level. I think we can actually add a horizontal zone here, like that. That's the level that, unless we break below that level, I would be bullish on USD for the time frames. We're currently testing a support zone right now. I would say it's probably around this area. It's very low of that area. We can add the fibs here as well. We're hitting the 50% right now. Got the reload zone below. So I think everything within this area is, or well, actually anything between this area, which is the area between 1.35800 and 1.34600. That would be of buying interest for me. So going down to the 4 hour, obviously we have a level right here that looks important. Have this level right here. That's an untested level, it seems like. So 1.35 114, so 135114, or just above 1.35 is, I believe, a really good area for GBP USD. Perhaps start building positions for the upside. We also, of course, have that like double bottom structure, breakout, untested, breakout level there. So I like, if I would have to just put in limit orders where I think we might have a good reaction, it would be right here, stops below that level. Now that's a big move. That's a 1.11% move for a forex pair. Now that is a big move. We're talking about 75 pips, I believe, on this one, which is quite a lot, quite big of a move in in GU, and then we can look at what would be the risk to reward up to the local high here on the daily, which is around here. That's actually around 1.5. So I think that is actually a great risk to reward as the first potential target. So if I would trade this and I would take partial profits, I would probably be looking at that as a TP1 area. And then of course we zoom out to perhaps the monthly and we look at where would the next level be. That would most likely be right in this area. And then if we see a major move to the upside, which I don't think we will, but you know, you want to let your winners run as much as you can. So for this, I would have a swing trade. I would probably exit. Where did that level go? Okay, so we got this one, and then that one, and then perhaps all the way up here. But I think I would probably be happy with exiting 50% here, 50% here, and then leaving this as a 2R trade for GBP USD. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen a few comments in here that I've been asking about gold. We are going to be taking a look at gold next. Okay, guys, you don't need to be upset. Just have a little bit of patience. We are saving your comments. We are going to be paying attention to the levels that you are marking. But we started with the dollar. Just as you know, there are many pairs. People like to look at euro, the pound, at the gold, at NASDAQ. So we need to be one. We need to go one by one in here. Otherwise, I was going to be a bit of a mess. But yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. So we are still looking for longs in there until eventually that low is going to be broken, and then maybe we can start shifting for shorts on the pound. Yeah, that's basically the next level. So I think we may have a little bit more of a push down, and then we'll see how price starts reacting from that 135 zone on the pound. All right, so let's take a look at gold then. Let's jump into gold. Anyone that has been asking for gold setups or analysis, feel free to kind of bring back your comments again. And yeah, we can maybe start taking a look at gold, because we saw the stock bananas. It was a little bit impatient. If you mention that we're flirting with what was the comment? Feels like you're trying to flirt with gold. Is not interested.
I think he's referring to the fact that they want us to take a look at gold. Like everyone just wants to take a look at gold. So maybe we just have to rebrand the whole live stream to the Fivers Live Trading Gold show, because that's basically what everyone is interested in. Okay, so let's take a look at gold here. Okay, so I can definitely see what you guys are talking about. You're talking about the hitting the top of a channel here, and yeah, it's definitely a valid observation here. It is hitting. Kelly also wants us to take a look at gold. Yeah, we'll take a look at gold here. This is, I guess, this is sort of like the channel that you're talking about. It's quite a good looking one, right? This is definitely makes sense. And what we have right now in a 4 hour, we have in about 41 minutes and 40 seconds, we have a 4 hour bearish engulfing candle printing. And not only is it on that top of the channel, it's also right on a horizontal level. And if we drag this all the way down to the left or all the way over here, it kind of makes sense from a historical perspective as well. So there's definitely some important resistance going on here. Now, what we're going to do here as well is we're going to be adding the reload zone here. And look at that. That is perfect. That is beautiful. This is actually my type of setup right here. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you exactly how I would be trading. So I have a system called the RSM method. Now that's actually a system that I talked about in the previous podcast session that was definitely losing its profitability over the years. But it's basically based on this exact thing right here, where you have on the 4 hour, you have price coming up, hitting and this is not tested well on gold though. I know that gold likes to take up stop losses and all that sort of thing, so haven't really tested much on gold. But what's happening right here on the chart is that price is coming up, hitting a horizontal level, confluent with the reload zone. And I also want price to hitting either the 20 EMA or the 50 EMA. So if we add that, it's a little bit too high, right? It's a little bit too high. I would want to have like the 20 and 50 up here, but it's looking decent from a price action perspective, the way that I would trade this is if this candle is going to close here, I would enter on the close of that candle, and I would put my stops above the reload zone, above this 0.786, and I would be looking at a target of the local lows, which is down here. So basically what this would be is looking for gold to continue down within this downtrending channel. Looking at the daily, I think because of the fact that gold looks like to be trading within range, I do think that there is a possibility of us coming down and trading towards that level down here marked with the number 1 at around 3,250. So maybe we have something to trade here in about 39 minutes. And we also have in 10 minutes, we have the news event coming
up. Yeah, so there is also a key comment. Kev is saying, I'm seeing divergence to the downside, higher time from being short since 3336, so to view up and looking for 310s. 3310. That's not far away, is it? That's kind of still intraday, this structure. Yeah, maybe if price turns in here, it may work. Kind of similar target like yours. When I'm looking at gold in here, again, I haven't changed my mind in everything in gold in here. I think gold could still go a little bit more to the downside, but I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm not trading anything on these intraday marks in here. I'm actually looking more of these levels, and I'm going to be interested in shorting close to this level in here, and then potentially I would like to see gold even going close to here, and then eventually towards there. The only way I'm going to be looking for longs in here is maybe this kind of a setup in here. If you do actually make another leg down, maybe fake out these lows, fake out that level, and have a good reaction from this level, maybe then I could look maybe for a move on gold in here. But even though we do have this double bottom, so I can see this double bottom in here, and that can be quite attractive for price eventually to go towards as well. So yeah, personally, I'm not really interested in many things in here. I was looking to see actually potential short in here. That was still last week, but price never got there. Price just dropped without really getting to this level. Maybe for the future, this level can work. Who knows? Definitely the one I'm looking more for is kind of close to 3,440. Aside from that, gold can bounce in between. If I was more looking intraday, yes, I'll be paying attention to these previous structures. And as long as price kind of keeps trending within that, maybe there's an opportunity. And actually, Jonatan drove really nice with this channel, and price looks like he's respecting it. So yeah, maybe that can be an opportunity in there. If you're looking at 3,010, I think that's quite reasonable. If that's your target, I think price can get there. It can even get maybe close to 3,300 again. Yeah, that's mostly what I'm looking in here. I'm actually more interested in silver, and actually Henry mentioned silver in here. On the weekly, looks nice. He's bouncing from a higher time frame support. So when you're looking at silver, again, I haven't changed my mind yet, and I'm really interested to potentially look for shorts on silver. So when you're looking at the higher time frame, we are getting really close to this marking here. Basically above this top. So price is still respecting, or is still trading underneath this high. Okay. And I'm looking for price to take this high before starting to looking for shorts, and eventually can even get closer to 38 or something like that. But meanwhile, silver is just bouncing in here, right? I'm just jumping into the lower time frame. So we are within this range. If you are trading intraday, most likely you can find opportunities within this range for sure. Even bouncing here, maybe longs from these lows, whatever. What I'm still waiting is for price to eventually take all of this, go a little bit higher. So that's the line that I mentioned. This is the line in here that I mentioned. I'm looking for price to go above that line, and then potentially look for a short. And the target, one of the targets I'll be looking for is this next structure in here, close to 34.6 or something. So yeah, so I'm not touching silver. I'm monitoring silver, just similar to Jonatan. I already set up an alert. Whenever silver breaks above this top, I want to know about it. Because that's when I'm going to start looking for potential shorts. Intraday, maybe as Aries mentioned, bouncing from a higher time frame support. Yeah, I'm looking for that fake out of that support, or at least that top, before looking for shorts in here. But I think we can have a good reaction from close to this level, 38 something. Yeah, but that's more higher time frame. What I'm looking for. Yeah, that's my view in there. But still people talking about gold. Gold is bullish on the weekly and monthly. Yep. So far is James, but things can change. Like we're creating a good structure on gold at the top, and if the market conditions actually starting to improve, maybe if the Fed eventually cutting rates, I don't know. Like if there is no any other situation in the Middle East that can create stress. I think the tariff situation, yes, Trump now is announcing again some tariffs in some countries. Now they have until the 1st of August to come up with a solution. But I think the market is kind of starting to discount all that stress with tariffs. And if the US indices are coming back to breaking all-time highs and to continue, maybe gold actually is going to pause for a second in here before going higher. But yes, of course, if you're looking at the daily or weekly, monthly time frame, like of course, gold is still quite bullish in here. But we'll see. We'll see what will happen here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see. We got we have the news coming out in fourthly in about 5 minutes here.
Yeah.
So what's interesting here with this gold short that I'm looking at is we're going to have the 4-hour candle closing 30 minutes after the news events. I think that is a good, that's a good time to kind of wait for the market to calm down a little bit and see if there's any opportunities to perhaps enter a trade after that news event. Also see if we have, so that's going to be a gold. Let's see if we also have something on EURUSD. Now we have the same type of idea on EURUSD, but on the lower time frames. This is on the 4-hour on EURUSD. It already hit the upper part of that channel. Going down to the 1 hour, this is a big move on EURUSD right now to the downside. And looking at the fact that we do have support down here, I mean, it's been tested quite a lot though. I mean, it's say that this is 1 or 2 tests right here, and that would be the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then the 6th test would be this one right here. And I don't really like when I'm obviously I don't want to be going long here because I feel like having a downtrend, lower highs, and then he's having that support being tested over and over again. Obviously, I feel like we're losing strength in this area. So shorting the next test might not be the best idea. Here is Kelly asking, do you believe the news speeds up what will happen anyway? No, I mean, if the news are what is driving price, and I'm not talking specifically about economic news releases, but it's quite obvious, right? If we have an unforeseen event happening, it will affect price. If we have, like a pandemic or a new war or something like that, it's definitely going to affect price. And what I can say though is that unless the news events are like completely changing the whole dynamic. So for example, we could have the Fed's interest rate decision. If they come out and say like, oh, we're going to drop interest rates with 2%. Now, obviously that's going to change everything, right? That's just going to be completely, market changing and maybe, enter a new dynamic. But most of the time from what I've seen is the primary trend is usually continues even though we have these news events. Usually what you need to see is something really, really big happening. You need to see like a shock to the system, and like you say here, Kelly, you're talking about normal news. Yeah. So for normal news, you usually have to have many normal news being way different over a larger time. I gotta go quickly. I'll be back in just a bit, okay?
Okay. Yeah. And now, Kevin, just to reply to your question as well, I may agree a bit with your comment. Again, it of course news matter, fundamentals matter. What the Fed is doing, where the interest rates are matter, where the inflation, employment of the situation of each country matters. However, when you're looking at it with price action, and if you are more focused on price action, actually, you may agree with that statement of yes, maybe the news or price is already discounting everything, and there is maybe already movement. It just accelerates what was about to happen regardless. And that may happen. And actually, one of the reasons that I even mentioned that is because when you actually look at the high impact news, Feds, NFP, something like that, that maybe can be a spike in one direction and then maybe a reversal to the other, just pay attention to where those prices actually react from. And then eventually you're going to notice that it end up reacting from key levels, maybe, I don't know, Spider-Man's or the box, whatever it may be. And then if you actually then try to understand the logic of the rest of the move, maybe there was already some clues in there that could make sense that price was about to move in that direction. But that goes into the analysis of each one of you, into also whatever you believe. That's why trading is so fascinating. Everyone's going to believe whatever they want to believe, and all of it matters. News matter, of course, especially for high time frame impact stuff. For example, what I wanted to mention is, for example, to have this scenario. Okay, I know that the news just came out. Again, I don't think there is much volatility in there. Yeah, actually, there was a little bit of volatility in here on the dollar, just a continuation. But one example that I want to mention, and something that maybe you guys already realized about it. Let's pretend that the market is moving down. Okay, whatever it may be. Let's pretend that is the dollar. Okay, dollar is moving to the downside. Now all of a sudden you have positive news to the dollar, okay? But maybe the direction is still down. Let's pretend that price reacted from, I don't know, a daily level in here, and maybe the next daily level is somewhere in here, okay? And price is in the middle. Usually what you're going to realize is that, yes, if there is even a good news, okay, maybe, again, some decent unemployment claims was positive for the dollar. You might have that initial move in here, but eventually it's going to just happen like that. But if you do have a negative news within this trend, the type of move is just straight away like that. Like, it's much stronger. What I want to say is, if we are maybe in a bearish move, we have positive news that actually could have a good impact, maybe push price much higher. Instead, maybe just have maybe a 20, 30 pips move to the upside, and then price just get rejected straight away. And there you go. It just continues that trend. Until eventually, as soon as you kind of finally reach the bottom, as soon as comes up now good news, boom, you just have this kind of impact. And then price kind of slows down again. If there's a negative news, just a small move, and then price just continues. So yeah, you can notice that. That's quite often that you can see situations like that. But there you go. News are out, and I don't even know the number. What's the number? 227, right? So it's slightly better than expected, but it's not really much. It's still within the trend, right? If you just check in here on the average, look at that, right? It doesn't really come up out of it. Sometimes it goes above 240, which is rare. Yeah, let's actually draw a line in here. But this 240, I believe, somewhere. Whatever. Yeah, 240 is like that's basically where it is, and maybe underneath this level is somewhere around or below 220. It's around here. So it's when you do have these ones, that's maybe something to pay attention to. Yeah, it just continues. One point in regards to the euro dollar, because definitely we are looking for bearish moves in here. One that I'm paying attention as well is this euro index, and we may be getting closer. We may be getting closer to the break of this structure in here. And whenever you do that, maybe that can escalate or can increase the selling pressure on the euro pairs. So again, euro index, as you can see, for the last 2 months or so, basically since the beginning or end of May, has been trending like this. Okay, even managed to break that structure, been trading quite strongly. And now we may have or starting to create in here a top, and maybe we can have a little bit more of a bigger correction, maybe until this level. So that can escalate as well a little bit. You can see several euro pairs, even euro Aussie. Again, one of you straight away in the beginning of the stream when I joined was talking about buying euro Aussie. I'm not really sure if that's the right move right now, but yeah, depending if what's happening here again, if it holds again or not. But if you start breaking below this level, there's maybe potential of a further downside on the euro pairs, and euro dollar may be included on that move. Yeah. Now I'm not sure if this is going to be the top. Maybe price will start maybe taking this level, then comes back again, and then finally making a few and do something like this. Who knows? But I'll be paying attention to the euro index as well in regards to euro dollar.
Hello,
Vito,
Pedro.
welcome.
How are you doing?
How are you?
What's up?
I'm good.
What's up, Victor?
How are you?
How's it going?
Hi, Jonatan. Are you still emotional?
No, I'm good. All good.
It is. We have the unemployment rate that just came out. Everyone watching, hello. I'm coming back. I was already here. That's why I didn't say anything. But I greet everyone who hasn't seen me before. Maybe was in me in the earlier phase when we were podcasting. And for those who have never seen me, hi.
Because what happened here? What was the effect of the news? Did we get a? So what happened? We got a move. Did we have a move higher on
the dollar a little bit?
Okay,
on gold, I
the
don't know.
move higher on the dollar. We're seeing risk assets. I think the S&P 500 moving slightly lower, and Bitcoin moved slightly lower, with gold moving higher. So we could safely say that this is a risk-off move, right? With the dollar and gold higher.
Yeah, I'm not going to give any importance of these things, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not going to give anything any relevant point in here. Next level on dollar index for me is around this level. This is the key level for me to see if the dollar index actually holds it and maybe starts moving down again, and then guys kind of hold this level. Or if you start breaking above it, I think then you can go. But kind of within this structure, I think that's potentially the next key level to look for in here. But what is your take, Vitor? What are you looking at in terms of the euro and the dollar?
I'm actually looking at an entry right about now. Everyone watching, let's go long. I'm gonna count down 5, 4. No, I'm just kidding. I am looking for an entry, and that is I do see. I will show my chart for those who are wondering what I'm talking about. But I am looking. We are at the exact area. I'm going to be showing you in just a couple of seconds where we could be going have a reversal going back long. I have seen the momentum going drilling into that area, and I haven't seen. I'm not convinced yet there is any sign of a reversal. So I'm gonna hold that entry until I get my sign that there could be a reversal. Right? I need that. And I am in the background as I'm saying this. Of course, I am doing my stuff as a trader. That's why I am low in showing my because I'm doing. You can see my eyes, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk here while I'm actually trading in the background. But that's going to be fine because we are here to show you guys what we do, and that's what we love doing. So I'm going to show you in a little bit. Let's see. I hope there isn't anything telling us or the sound. The alerts aren't sounding in the stream as Jonatan comes and goes or goes and comes. Let me show my chart. Okay, so I'm ready to. I am. Let's see if I have the same chart in front of me as well. Okay, yes. So this is the idea, right? I mean, it doesn't need a lot of explanation. Although I can start on the yearly chart time frame. Let's just kidding. I'm not gonna start from the yearly. On the weekly, there isn't anything. The monthly, there isn't anything. We do have a reaction of that monthly order block or entry order block right there. I'm not gonna go into the details, but it's not telling us anything. And just a reaction. We haven't closed on the week, so that will be something for the end of the week. Nothing basically. We are taking down the low of previous week. Right, we currently that is sitting at 1708 round, and on the daily time frame, we can see very clearly that this is a retrace from the earlier move. Right, so far that's the impulsive move, and we can also read that the market has been creating and respecting. I'll show you guys right here, not with that tool, with this tool. That's the order block, nicely created. The next candle comes back, retests it successfully, leaves that wick, telling us that the sellers are calling the shots and are in control. So until we have a reversal of those candlesticks, those structures being created, the obvious direction, the easier direction is to the downside. So I understand that on the coming from the higher time frames. So if you look to the lower time frames as well, we had a very nice structure of price. We indicated that yesterday, lower highs, even today still, and lower lows. That's already that is the fact. So obviously the most obvious reaction or thought is it's going to continue on that trend, right? Haven't everyone told you so far, the trend is your friend? Well, that's for a reason. The reason is that the trend tends to continue, right, with the trend. So it is the easier trade to be short or having a short bias because of the market structure, order flow on the daily time frame, and all of that, even the monthly having a reaction. However, as contrarian traders, as Pedro calls himself, because he is if we go back to the in using some order blocks, we had an order block
Wait, Victor, I just
already.
had to jump in. And I heard you say that it's easier to be short. So you're saying that the trend is bearish on EURUSD?
On the daily time frame, the order flow, yes, and the market structure on the daily, yes, and even the H4, it hasn't made a higher high in terms of the swings. I do see that little counter trend that has higher swings. I do see that, but the bigger
so when you're
picture
saying
is
that the
still,
daily is like bearish, are you saying?
I mean
like
the
whole trend
momentum.
is-
Look, no, not the whole
momentum.
trend.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, if the momentum here from this moment, right? I'm gonna mark. This is not an order block, but just an area from this stop. The sellers are in control, and then that's what I meant. Not the whole structure going before that top, because it's obvious that we are in a bullish trend in terms of the if you zoom out more, we are still making higher highs, and we haven't broken this low, which would be the significant low to be broken, that swing point that would create and break the structure. This is a proper counter trend, but it is trending on the daily time frame as a counter trend.
Okay.
So that is what I meant.
guess
And if we go to the lower time frames,
I mean, I
okay,
would say that
so
EURUSD is definitely
going to the lower time
bullish,
frames,
There's obviously a lag here. It's just terrible.
bullish, yes. I'm looking for a long.
I don't mean to interrupt you. It's just that there's a pause, and then I start talking, and that's exactly when you start talking, because there's like a lag. So I'm just gonna mute my mic here and let you continue.
No problem, Jonatan. Interrupt me whenever you see fit. But what I mean is that I do see that we are on a daily counter trend, and that counter trend is, it is a trend, even though it's not the primary trend. It's a secondary trend. The counter trend, it is a trend. It is a market. It has a market structure that would continue until, and you should continue with that if you're following the trend. But if we go to the H4 and using order blocks, and that is where I was going to, we did have an order block already before. Let me here. Right, we did have an order block that was respected, right? That happened yesterday. I was looking for that long yesterday. I didn't catch this move. That was exactly the trade that I was looking for. It just didn't. Sometimes, the strategy, whatever it is not completely aligned or synchronized with the market, how the market moves. We did get that move up, but it was without me, which is fine. But the thing is, it started respecting an H4. That's a sign. That's something significant. Now it does something else today, right? So after it does that was yesterday, and had that move, and understand where it went to, which is exactly to the opposite, to the same time frame, right? An H4 was respected. It went to the H4, the opposite direction, before changing direction, which is perfectly, that is, it is confirming that, we're in line with the market in terms of reading it. So the next thing we have is that move created a new H4 order block, and that one is still fresh, as you can see, and we are in the process of testing it. This is the first retest, so this is the one I want to be testing. I want to be trading, And until it closes below that, the lower yellow line, I'm going to be looking for a long, or at least going to be looking for the alignment. And if I go to the H2, I see that we also, actually, it wasn't an H2, it's an H1, which it's not fresh anymore. For those who are wondering, it's not fresh out of the oven, but it is part of a quasi, right? A quasi meaning this, right? Remember, first thing is we need a established downtrend. That's this. We break the neckline. That's the move up we had yesterday, and now it comes back. Look at that beauty. We have one order block there. Actually, we have a bigger one, much longer. But the thing is, that means that there is a bigger H1 order block to trade from. But only between these two yellow lines we have that overlapping. So that's the setup. That's the basic, very simple to follow. And now the thing is, now I have the hourlies in two different time frames in giving me a reason to look for a long. And I understand that the higher time frame makes it easier to think it's going to go lower, and that might still happen. But I have an area which attracts me, which tells me that there is a chance that from this area we might get a reversal. It's a low chance, but it's a very specific chance, as you know, a very concrete area I can trade from. And we have two areas. We have one here, right? You can't see it very well because it is shaded. But that's the 5 minute, and I'm actually looking for price to reverse from that. Only if it reverses. I'm going to be looking for price action only if it reverses and tells me, give me the signal that it is reversing from that order block. I am going to take the trade long, that is, right? Put my stop below there, however low, that's up to you. And where exactly you enter, that's up to you, depending on your strategy, your signal, style, and whatnot. And I'm going to be targeting, perhaps, I haven't thought about targeting yet because I have time to do that. I could target the first order block on the hourly, which would be that, which I think is a good trade because, I don't expect necessarily, I don't have enough reason to expect that the higher time frame market structure is going to change necessarily. This is just one reaction that I'm thinking of, and what is likely to stop price. So I go to H1, and actually I see an H2, so maybe that could be all it's going to have if it actually moves, and that's it. That's the trade, just to the FTA, just to the next reason why price could stop and pause. Even if it continues, I'm going to be happy. If it continues, that's going to be fine. I just want to get out at the first possible, the very first best place, which is the next level. And you can frame, frame this however you want. Waiting more selectively for your entry, having a tighter stop, or exactly, broader stop. That's up to you. That's your part to figure out. But that's the idea. So I'm on the 5 minute watching and looking for price. And if anything, right, let's not marry the trade. If it or the setup in this case, because I haven't opened anything, if it closes or if it keeps showing weakness, I don't want to have a part of it. I become allergic to that setup. I don't want to have anything to do with it. So you have it very clear what it is that you need, and that's why you need a rule for a signal or multiple signals that you could be taking, and only take it if it does it. And if you stops out after the signal, accept it. Nothing wrong. It just is not going to reverse, and that's fine. So that is the setup, and we could be looking for the results of that setup perhaps in this stream, because we still have 1 hour and 12 minutes. And before I continue, Jonatan, I have someone who wants to make an announcement. Hold on. He really wants to talk before you say anything, Jonatan. Hold on.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the Fivers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. And we're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week. So you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is just sign into the Fivers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
Lovely, lovely. That person, whoever that may have been, Jonatan.
I wish I had the haircut before that video. I haven't done, when I recorded that video, been ages since I had a haircut, so definitely weird. But yeah, good video. Good transition on that, Victor.
No
All right,
problem.
so-
I before you continue, Jonatan, I would like to tell everyone who is glued to their seats, maybe on the edge of their seats, looking at this huge reaction we're gonna get. No, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But if we one of the ways is this is a 5-minute entry order block on the quasi, which has alignment on the hourly and the H4. And one thing is you could be looking for the at the 5 minute. That's it, right? 5 minute, get your signal, whatever that may be, and you get in. Or you could think if you have this area being the area of interest, price could not only reverse in a manner that makes sense in the 5 minute, but also on some other time frame. Maybe the 1 minute, maybe the 2, maybe the 3, maybe the 5, whatever. No, the 5 is, I've already said 5, so it wouldn't make sense to make 5. But I mean, maybe the 4, whatever. So we could go to the 1 minute and start to look for where would that neckline be, right? So I don't have, this wouldn't be a neckline to me, unless I go to the seconds and check on this high, because this isn't the lowest low, right? So we that wouldn't be a proper line. And if I were to do the H2, it will give me this as the neckline, right? Something further down right here. And if we do the H1, it would be the same line. Okay, so let's mark that as H1. I mean, 1 minute. Quasi, you can see the reaction, right? It's not hocus pocus. This is just order block at work. Order blocks, I should say, and quasis at work. And if you wonder how did I know that market could have some kind of reaction, it's all about the mask. All of those people asking me, why are you wearing a mask? It's about this. It's very simple. The mask tells me what is happening, is going to happen in the market. So I'm going to be selling these masks very soon. Stay tuned for. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just pulling your leg. No, let's see. We have, go ahead, Jonatan. That was what I wanted to say. So you could go down, people could go down to other time frames and look for signs for reversals as well.
Yeah, I have, I'm still looking at that gold. Let's see if I can pull up that screen here for you guys. So I'm looking at gold here as that rejection. We still have 7 minutes until the 4-hour candle is closing. I like what I see here as a rejection on the 4-hour for possible short. If we go down into the 1 hour, I like the way this is looking on the 1 hour as well. The fact that we broke down in local support. If we go down even into the lower time frames, we can kind of see how we had this push up based on US jobless claims coming in lower than expected. Now, I'm not going to sound like a fundamental analyst or something. I don't know what that means. I don't know how this is going to affect the market, but all I know is that the reaction from the market was bullish, but not bullish enough. We didn't really trade much higher. Well, we're seeing the flow coming in now. We're seeing some bullish action here, but I mean, of course, this higher low kind of makes the whole structure not as bearish, because if we go to the 4-hour or the 1 hour, we can see that you can also look at this as being the trend. But if the market starts trading lower from here, and what I mean from here is I don't want price to come above 3,328 or something like that. I think this could actually be an interesting shorting opportunity for gold. And I'm kind of seeing a possible break of structure here where you have something
something like this. Would you agree with that, Victor? That it might have some bearish characteristics here, or maybe I'm just too biased here because I have the the setup on here.
That was a good question. The only thing is I wasn't paying attention. Could you repeat that?
Yes, what
You're
I'm saying
mute-
is
Okay, no, you're not muted
basically
anymore.
gold. Yeah, basically gold is hitting that resistance point right here, and I feel like on the lower time frames there is some potential signs of a break of structure here with that move down, and the bullish move to the upside based on the moves isn't really pushing price up to really break any significant structures. We're going straight up into like the closest resistance, and I can't really see bulling pressure coming into the market here. So
that is true.
That's basically, yeah. So what is your view here on, let's say, the next 2 days of price action on gold based on what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, that's a good one. What I would expect is that, let's see, we did have. I'm gonna switch to my screen so people can see me think and also see what I see while thinking. What I would say is I would do the same thing that I do always, which is go to the top down, maybe not do everything completely, but just look what is the price action been telling us so far on the higher time frames. And basically, it's been not really having a clear direction. Last couple of bars, sideways movement. In terms of the daily time frame, I understand that there are 2 entry order blocks here on the daily, bullish ones. So I would expect for this to push price higher, but it's not visible yet in the on price action. Not only that, it almost created a bearish outside bar 2 days ago, meaning, and that was while interacting with this order block. So that I find that to be peculiar. It shouldn't be doing that. Although I do understand why it did it, because it was this fresh order block that it was interacting with. But so how does that leave, is it likely to go higher or lower in the next couple of days? We are now in the middle of that range, right? From that top, from that order block and the one below us. So we're more or less in the middle. And the channel, the downward channel you marked looks very beautiful. And I can see it, that it makes sense to have it, but I don't base anything I do on channels. So what I do have is we do have a H4 quasi, which was very beautifully interacted yesterday, and we discussed this in on the YouTube and on Discord, how price, this is the neckline, that's the left shoulder, that's the head, breaks the neckline, comes back to the order block and reacts. Beautiful. But if that is the structure, the plan, then my next question is, okay, so what can stop price? If this is a bullish H4 quasi, what would be a likely place for it to stop? And since this is H4, I have an H4 order block, which is the quasi, not a quasi, an outside bar indicated here. That would make sense for me to target, because that's same time frame. So that's one thing. The other is, let's see what else. So I would have that. And if we go deeper, not deeper, but closer to present time, you can see that the market hasn't stopped being bullish. I mean, in sense of in the terms of creating structures. So I would say I'm still bullish on that move, based on those 2 things that I mentioned. And the H2, you can see how that H2 had a chance to be broken, didn't happen. So I read into that the buyers aren't completely lost grip from the market yet. So meaning, even though yes, there is an H2 created here, it's still holding up quite nicely. It's still showing strength after the creation of that bearish H2 order block, and that's I will say it's still strong to continue. I don't see a reason. It's not too convincing that it's going to go down there. We do have an outside bar on the hourly. That will be, to me, the area, the test basically for price. And what I mean by that is, if we take the here, the H1 here, and this area, this is the area that I would expect price to, if the sellers indeed are going to take control. And I don't see anything yet on the hourlies. This is the neckline for the hourlies right there. I'm gonna mark it as it should be, an H1 order block neckline. It hasn't broken structure yet on the hourly. So what do we have? We do have a 15-minute, but that doesn't scare me, right? That's the neckline break on that 15-minute. That doesn't scare me. I'm more interested on the hourlies, and the hourlies isn't broken. And if the sellers are going to come, this is their moment right here in this area. So the next couple of perhaps minutes or 50-minute candles will tell us, look at this bullishness where it's supposed to reverse. This is the moment the sellers should come in. And if they come, I can see this go much lower. But if they don't, then this is the test. So looking at the behavior, I would say it's, well, looking at the hourlies, the higher time frames, I would say it's more likely to just continue, and eventually it needs to reach this H4 order block above us. For the next few days, that's a little bit too difficult, I think. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I don't have anything for you on the next few days. Just next couple of hours, I would expect price to go to that H4, and especially, I want to see what happens here. So if we can go to the 5-minute, and if we can see some heavy selling coming in between these two lines, then I can surely see this as being, that 15-minute quasi pushing price much lower. But it needs to happen right now. If it keeps on creating big bullish candles that are not being negated, that are not being engulfed, I see this eventually just continue to go up and until it breaks it. That's my idea.
All right. So you're saying you would not be interested in shorting gold here, basically.
Do I have a reason to short gold? The H4 tells me not to. Personally, if the H4 already tells me, because of my trade plan, I wouldn't do anything. But I mean, you can still make a case, because there is an H1 H1 outside bar. So if you can look for alignment, let's say the H1 with the 50-minute, which you do have a quasi, there are no order blocks there to entry. If you look for some other time frames, I could still look for entries short, even though I think it might not, it's not very likely to work. For example, I could short that, and it's actually a bigger move. That's 50-minute. That would be the area for me to be shorting. If I, but I it doesn't fit my trade plan. But if you can find alignment from the hourlies and maybe the 45 minutes or maybe 20 minutes, I don't know, whatever it is, and it makes sense, and it has at least, I would say, 3 time frames aligned, then sure, I'm all up for selling it.
All right,
but I'm not convinced it's gonna go up. I'm gonna go down. Yet.
I gotta jump off, guys. I got a video I need to record and have ready for the team. So I will. All right, this is actually the. That's right. This is the last live stream of the week, actually. So next week we're gonna be starting you're gonna be hopefully very positively surprised by what we've got coming out for you next on Monday for the next live stream. I will see you guys on Monday, and Victor and Pedro, you'll take over here, and I'll see you later. Take care.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Take care, Jonatan. As a follow-up comment on gold, if you are in doubt, or if you want to know what gold is doing, just switch a couple of time frames either go up to get a more slower but more, surer, more certainly a view, but you can also go deeper, and then you'll see the market structure, and I mean lower time frames. And what I see here is just strength. We are supposed to be. This is a supply area, per what I just explained, but it's not. It's not behaving as such. What does that tell you? It tells me that it might be a short, but it's not right now, and I don't want to be taking a short if something is not showing what it's supposed to show. Let's go back to we can revisit this in a short while. We did get that reaction, very beautiful reaction. Awesome. Look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, euro-dollar is moving. Yeah.
Beautiful reaction, right? I mean, you could scalp this, you could enter and hold, you can do whatever you want, but this is money. This is dollar bills.
Where is the target
All right,
on that one? Did you manage to trade it?
No, I didn't, because I still waiting for my signal. It didn't happen. But I mean, it's the reaction is there. My signal didn't happen, but that's besides the point, right? It's understanding the area, identifying before the move actually happens, and whether or not you get triggered, that's another story. Sometimes we get triggered, it does not move. Sometimes and the other way around. Sometimes it does move and doesn't trigger. That's fine. But the point is, we are, and that's also sometimes we hear in the chat on Discord people saying, I did everything right. I caught the move. I had the entry, but something happened. I closed the position, and then it went into the correct direction without hitting my stop loss. Mm-hmm. And people typically are, they feel kind of bad about that. And I understand they didn't get the win. However, the thing to celebrate there is that you are very, very close to actually catching the move, because you were able to identify it. You were able to time it. And for some reason, you still have to figure out how to stay in the trade, right? Whatever stopped you or made you close the trade, you still have to, they're still learning things to do, things to learn. But you're, very close. It's already a huge thing, able to be recognized where the market will reverse from. Likely, we don't know for sure. So it's something I think is good for everyone to consider.
Yeah, that's a valid point. Kind of celebrate the positives. Celebrate. I mean, look at the positives. Even if you don't feel that it was a positive outcome in terms of not getting the trade or the profits. It's step by step. It is step by step, and then of course try to understand why you didn't, or why you closed the trade. Like an example we gave, if someone closed the trade early.
Exactly.
But everything that's just a shift of mindset. You can feel a bit up by looking at the negatives and not catching the move, or you can look at the positives and thinking, "Yep, I'm making progress, and I just need to make sure that the next one I'll catch it."
Exactly. It's a matter of reframing the facts, in a way that helps you, right? Feeling bad about missing the trade, I don't think is going to really help you. But feeling that you're very close, you only need to keep on doing and, actually go and see what happened. Why did you close it? What went wrong? That's going to make you better trader. That's going to make it perhaps possible for the next time that the same thing happens, you're going to be more prepared, because you have more information, you have more experience, and you're probably more able to actually catch it next time. Or maybe next time you're still not going to catch it, but if you keep on progressing and learning from these mistakes, soon you will catch it. And that's the point.
Yeah. Indeed. We're close to the opening, so we are 20 minutes away from the US Open. Maybe we can take a look at the US indices. I don't know if anyone here is looking at NASDAQ or S&P or something like that. So, guys,
would you like to do that?
I can take a look at that. I'm just also asking the audience if they have any views or any bias on the indices. Feel free to share on the chat. so you can take a look at it. So yesterday we had a massive move. It was actually an interesting one. It was a massive move on NASDAQ. It was actually before the opening, and all of a sudden, I think it was when Trump again threatened some tariffs open some countries. I'm not really sure. And then with the opening, then we had a complete sell-off, right? So it was kind of a unique move. I saw many people. Even then, someone also shared on the Portuguese live stream that they did manage to catch this move to the downside. It was kind of interesting one, complete rejection, kind of calling above this move up and then catching the short to the downside. But the thing is, we are definitely trading really close or at all-time highs. Okay, so this brings always a little bit of a different situation. Again, we don't have any information on the left side. We don't have any structure that you can maybe base our analysis in there. So we are just using current price action, right? So literally what you can see on the chart, that's what you have. We don't have information on the left. So in terms of any shorting here, we need always to be cautious because price can always end up making a new all-time high before eventually kind of shorting it. So even if you do see a potential break of structure that maybe consider that could be reasonable, maybe for example this one that happened in here after breaking maybe this level in here, that may not mean that price is just ready to move to the downside. Maybe still not the moment. Personally, what I do in that, yes, I keep track on them. Okay, I keep track on those moves, and then eventually I'm actually just maybe waiting a little bit longer to see those tops being manipulated until eventually finding a little bit better price action before looking for that sell and eventually capitalize on the move. Because eventually, yes, price eventually going to close this gap in here. That's maybe created after the break into the next zone. So yes, that's a little bit of what we have. So we are close to it, like in 20 minutes away. I'm curious to see if we are going to hold or not this top. Yesterday, actually, when price was here, I wouldn't be interested in selling. If price was right now in here, I wouldn't be interested in selling this top. The reason for that is because, first of all, it's quite rare that we have a top being created in such a big move and then price rejecting straight away. That's usually not how the tops are created. Eventually price will actually use that top that everyone thinks that maybe the top to actually kind of fake out and then maybe push down. But yes, I mentioned two different scenarios where I'll be interested in selling in here. This was yesterday. Okay, let's pretend that price was in here when I did that analysis. One of them was, yes, maybe not selling it, waiting for price to break above and then finding new price action to try to sell it again. The second one was to actually see price, so after creating this top in here, to find some kind of mid-range structure that maybe price could use it as now new manipulation here, and in this case then try to sell the top. Okay, so attract sellers into this new zone in here, and then maybe manipulate that and try to move to the downside. And that's actually kind of what ended up happening right now. So that's why I'm starting to open the scenarios. You can see price now created this top in here, a little bit still far away from that level in there. And now as price moving closer, there's maybe, as you could see in here, there was this initial selling pressure that we had with this strong bearish candle. You can imagine that maybe some people got attracted to sell more in here after they saw this strong bearish candle. Can maybe zoom in a little bit more to actually give more of a bias in there. Like you can imagine that some people got interested in selling in here after seeing this bearish candle, and now we finally went a little bit higher to start faking out this top. So at least now we have some structure that we used as liquidity, and maybe that's a scenario where maybe this top now can hold. So I'm going to be paying attention. We can start already seeing a little bit of a rejection in here. So I want to see if you're going to have maybe some kind of spike up at the opening and then kind of a push to the downside. Something to bear in mind is kind of what target we are going to be looking. We kind of managed to slightly break below that level, but maybe the structure overall is still respected in here. So that's something to pay attention. And then a second scenario is also to pay attention within this top, if there's still any fresh levels that I'll be interested in looking for, or that I think that price can still react from. And maybe there was maybe this place in here where price is reacting, and there was this supply in here as well. Of course, it's maybe where price end up reacting. So yeah, somewhere, yeah, this well could have worked. And yeah, I'm thinking about this one here. Yeah, something above this well could also still play out quite nicely. And we do have we have also this wave of children here. It's not exactly kind of a quasi-model just yet, right? For this moving eventually to become a quasi-model. Of course, maybe we need maybe to break this traction here, but this is one of those situations where this can start becoming some kind of head of a potential future quasi-model. So that's something that I'll be trying to.
My mask started vibrating. It's giving me some sign. Did you mention Quasimodo?
Yeah, I did mention Quasimodo in here. This is a potential initial creation of it. It's still early. This could be the head. Okay, whatever happens in here, it could be eventually the head, and then of course, then you're going to have that potential kind of a move in here. If that was about to play out. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here, but I'll be curious. At least we have the structure, so that was something I wanted to see, and I'm going to be curious to see how price may react within this zone in here for a potential short after the opening or around this time, whatever that happens in here. So I don't know if anyone trades NASDAQ as well, and if you have any bias, feel free to share. You can maybe just continue looking at S&P as well. S&P, as you can see, it's a little bit different in the sense that S&P, so if you take a look at NASDAQ, okay, NASDAQ broke this low, but we maybe come all the way back to really close to this level if you mark it like this, or if you want to go a little bit deeper, maybe something in here. So if it's something in here, there's still a lot of, there can be still space in here to eventually to move towards to. But the S&P already filled that space. So basically what you had in here was exactly that. So price actually managed to break in here, but then it went much deeper. Okay, it already made a much bigger move in here. So on S&P, there's not exactly at least that space, the same space that I'm looking in there, it's not there. Now we do have this mid-range structure as well, so it's exactly similar to that scenario where you have this level in here that price is kind of using this a little bit as liquidity, and in this case we can hold the top. But on S&P, actually, I would like to see a new all-time high being created before potentially another move, because I still don't really see that that space being open, at least at this point. But it's going to be something to track as well. In here, yeah, that's a little bit of my take on both S&P and NASDAQ. What are we looking for?
Awesome, thank you for that, and as well for all the compliments.
You're looking like you're ninja trader.
Yes, all right. So you guys make me blush under this mask. So let's see the chat. Let's see what questions we have. Maybe some suggestions, maybe some requests for certain pairs. Let's check.
Well, meanwhile, while everyone answers it, let's take a look at dollar yen. Can you check code again? Because dollar yen, it was one pair that on Tuesday we were quite active. At least I remember Mike and LJ and even myself. I didn't trade it, but I was looking for it as well. They were already trying to short dollar yen, if not mistaken. And I've been waiting, right? So basically, I think on Tuesday when I was in the stream, dollar yen or the yen index was somewhere in here. Okay, and I was still looking a little bit further down. Okay, I was still looking for price to maybe get a little bit closer into this demand zone, which actually ended up reacting quite nicely. Again, it was a bit overnight, so terrible timing for me, but we did end up managing to have that reaction. So I was indeed starting to look for some retracements on this strong move to downside in here on yen index. It's basically we were having a strong move to the upside on dollar yen, euro yen, and so on. So I was looking for shorts on euro yen and dollar yen, which would coincide with reversal at around this time. And price will basically already reach one of the targets, or just a normal structure, which basically somewhere in here, and price basically continue to break this low and then retesting this structure. And that's basically what we have already in here. Now it's a little bit more of, we'll see what will happen. We'll see if we're going to actually have this low holding and maybe going a little bit higher, or if by any chance price can actually just keep respecting now this structure and try to move further down. So then when you're looking or using this information and looking at the dollar yen, this is basically what we had, right? So initially, I think price was here, so we decided to go a little bit higher, a little bit closer into this level. Even one of you guys mentioned a specific level of supply. I think it was around here, 14735, but price just stayed a little bit underneath in there, which again, there still may be the potential that this dollar yen can continue to go higher, but at least this retracement sometimes a trade that I also look for. And when you do have such a strong move, eventually price will have some kind of retracement. There's an opportunity in there. In this circumstance, I like to trade straight away or to catch the trade as much closer as possible to the top, not exactly to trade a double top in this situation. But yeah, again, it was 5 a.m. in the morning or 6 a.m., so that was too early. And then euro yen was even slightly better, or also approaching an interesting level on a higher time frame. So we are getting really close to this in here. So we are getting really close to this top, which is quite important. And we have a clear supply level. Maybe even I don't know if it is even an order block in here. Maybe on the daily it is on your rules, Victor. Maybe it is. Maybe weekly as well.
Euro yen.
Yeah, euro yen. Yeah, on the weekly, daily, and maybe getting closer to something in there. Yeah, we didn't. One thing is we didn't really manage to break this also. That's something. Okay, so in terms of a potential bigger Quasimodo, we never really managed to break that structure. I think that's something that we'll be paying attention as well. Nevertheless, we have been quite bullish recently, as you can see, and I was looking for that move as well to the downside. And this again is just to see the correlation, like we have this supply in here, the correlation between the yen index and then looking for the individual yen pairs. So yeah, we had that initial move to the downside. I'm still curious to see how price may react from here again. So I'm waiting to see price coming back to the top to continue to look for shorts. Maybe price can go all the way until here. So if price actually just starts going up from right here and go, or even fake out this top one more time, then we can have that move in the future, which I would like to. Is the euro yen order block on your book? How do you approach it, euro yen, Peter? Are you looking at it?
Yes, I'm actually looking at it, and to me, there is an order block there. There is a weekly entry order block on the quasi, and also there are two. I will show it on the screen for those who are interested. That's euro yen. Let me do that very quickly for everyone. What we have is...
One second, Victor. We are going to, by bottom, we are going to answer your question, which is quite interesting, after Victor's analysis, okay? That's actually a really interesting question. Since our reversal starts as a retracement, how can you difference from one from the other? Exactly. We're going to take a look at it, okay? But yeah, go ahead, Victor.
Yes, so we have an order block here. We have a quasi on the weekly. Let me show to everyone. We do have a quasi where this is the neckline. That would be the left shoulder. This is the head. We went all the way low, and that is the low of the whole price action. And that gives me the 50% retracement. And on the weekly time frame, we have only one entry order block. So to me, this is where likely I would assume price is heading towards. Whether it's going to break or whether it's going to reverse from there, I don't know. But that's where the action is probably going to be. So to me, I would expect price to continue to go to that order block on the weekly time frame. And if you do the same with the daily time frame, you'll see above that 50% retracement, we do have an order block here and another one there, and on one at the top, which is 3, which is just fine. That still allows me to categorize this as entry order blocks. This one obviously has already been taken out. Gonna see how when it breaks. Look at that wick. That's the market reversing and confirming that it was broken, and that order block was actually being looked at. And now we have
which was respected first.
Which was it respected first? Let me see. Probably you had some. There you go. You have that reaction.
No, not there. Before that, the top before. No, that order block, but before that on the.
Oh, you mean here? Yes. Yeah. This is a very beautiful reaction right there. You could have traded that for sure, and even at a second time, you can see how price with this wick, that reaction. That caused the price to go all the way down to create that wick. That's this order block. It wasn't strong enough to move price much lower, but you can still see those fingerprints of its force or its influence in the market. All right, so that's there. It's been invalidated, but I still leave it there that I can then look and count how many are there. And we currently are in one order block on that quasi, another one. So I can totally see a reaction coming from here and going perhaps to that daily order block, because it's a daily to a daily. That makes sense to me. But not necessarily. Maybe it's not going to reach there. Maybe it's going to go deeper. I don't know. But if I had to choose, I would say this is a great place to assume it's going to go to, because that makes sense. And the other thing is, it is quite, I know it looks very scary to think it's going to go there, because look at that impulsive move and all of that. But it's kind of a bit extended, and it's going with very little retracement in between. So once it reaches something of significance, and daily may or may not be that significant to this move, but I think it is, then you can expect some more deeper retracement possible. So that is one thing, but eventually I think it is bound to reach the weekly. At least that would be the weekly order block above us, right? So that would be it needs to at least touch it, in my perspective. But of course, it can not do it, right? It doesn't have to do it all the time perfectly, as I would expect, or as you would expect based on the quasis, etc. So I don't know what the question exactly was. Was it about this order block? Or was it about the whole
order block? Yep. Of course, the top. If you did have those order blocks and you just mark 2 in there, and it's interesting that kind of have the same ones.
Yes, and I would. Yes, and I. Yes, and I would be very interested to take. This order block already on its own is powerful enough to push price considerably lower, I would say. But if it were to touch the weekly as well, and then give you a signal, break structures, etc., then you have 2 time frames telling you not only that, the weekly. Now you can actually hold a portion of that trade for you would have to go to the weekly to see what is the other structure where it could go to, right? You don't have anything. That's how extended that you can see how one-sided the move has been since a couple of weeks already. I don't say that's going to necessarily be the TP, but just to illustrate, if it comes down and starts breaking structures on the lower time frame, and then perhaps closes as an engulfing on the weekly as well, comes back, retests that, and seals the top for the time being, there isn't a lot of things to stop price bullishly. For some, what is this? How much this is? 1,000, almost 900 pips or so. So that could be a huge opportunity for everyone.
Yeah, and then maybe we can answer the question of Hypothemus in regards to, since our reversal starts as a retracement, how can you differentiate one from another? Do you want to start, or do you want me to kind of share my thoughts on it?
Sure, I can tell people around that. Even on we have even on the euro yen, because basically it doesn't matter on what pair we are. Let's go to a blank sheet, right? So that is I think I like that hippopotamus for your question, because it is a fundamental question to be asked, and you need to be asking these questions to understand why the market moves the way it does. Okay, so coming back, the market doesn't move in a straight line. Let's start with that, right? It will have a primary and a secondary trend, meaning the primary trend, that's the direction it goes, meaning in this case, the bigger legs, that will be considered the primary trend move leg, and indicating the direction it is going. But you will also have counter trends, which are the other ones. And how do you know when a counter trend is no longer a counter trend, but it's actually the beginning, is actually a new primary move that is starting a new direction, a reversal? When is it? That's the question you're asking. And the question is, in terms, you could approach this differently, but one of the best things to do is the quasi or the head and shoulder. They're made for that, right? It is basically that. You have a trend going up, and at some point it does something that changes, that it no longer is considered a retrace. A retrace is something that does not break the structure, does not break a significant swing low. How you define that, of course, is, you have to, you can define that differently. But the main thing is, in the quasi that we explain, that I show all the time, that neckline, to me, that's the point. That's the point where the retrace is potentially, right, because you don't know for sure, it's no longer a retrace. It is potentially the beginning of a new direction, meaning it takes out that low, the significant one, and however you may have defined it. To me, this is now, if I consider this to be the significant structure for that trend, then now this last leg is, to me, a potential new primary move, right? Where it's indicating to me that price no longer wants to continue in that direction, but is now going the other direction. But because I understand that the market doesn't move in a straight line like so, sometimes it does, but a lot of the times it doesn't. What does it do? It still tries to retest this high or something in this line, which is exactly the way I trade my quasis. And you get this kind of a movement, right? So that is, so when, to me, if you ask me, someone who has been trading quasis and has been, doing all quasis all the time, 24/7 basically, to me, the question is, it's the break of structure. That is the distinction between a retrace that is just a retrace and one that has the potential to actually be the first step of the market indicating it wants to change, or it's going to change direction. You still don't know for sure, because the market can still continue and it was just a deeper retracement. That's the uncertainty that we have to live with as traders. But the first understanding is that break of structure. And there are other things as well. You can see, for example, deceleration in price action. You can see divergence in indicators. You can see, and you can build your case using a higher time frame with something on the left and all of that. There are many ways to argument or build your case that this is an actual reversal and not just a retrace. There are many ways you can add and increase your odds of being able to identify them. But a break of structure is I believe, the most important point that the reversal needs to have. Otherwise, to me, it's not a reversal.
What an answer. Yeah, I of the above, right? So you basically mentioned all of them, and yes, one of them is definitely the break of structure. But as you mentioned, sometimes the break of structure doesn't ignite straight away the reversal, but it starts showing at least some weakness in there. And then I think looking left, if you want to actually start predicting potentially when those moves can happen, I think looking left and looking for higher time frame structures is quite important, because it's going to start to at least give you awareness that those retracements may end up into a reversal. I think this acceleration is also quite relevant, and then you should be expecting it. Okay, it's quite rare that you actually have a full-on reversal without price at least decelerating in some capacity. So if you actually look at the move to the upside, all of a sudden you see a strong move like this, usually that's not going to be the top. It's quite rare. Price will eventually kind of still use that top as manipulation or something like that. That's kind of attracting a lot of liquidity, or many orders were exchanged around there. So it's quite normal. Either you create kind of a double top, or at least we may have a small still break of the top before actually then having the deep reversal. But as Vitor mentioned, pay attention to some patterns, right? Some reversal patterns, which Quasimodo is our favorite. But there may be even some others in there that you can try to identify those reversal patterns that eventually become a retracement to a reversal. Just one point that's important to mention is the expectation, which is something that I mentioned quite a lot, because I do like to trade retracements. Actually, the other day I actually distinguished exactly those two concepts, like retracement and reversal. And the main reason is because of the expectation of what target you are looking for. Okay, so if you are still seeing price moving quite aggressive to the upside, for example, in this moving here on the euro yen, expecting price to just break completely and come back into this level, it may be kind of a big shot, right? But that's maybe not the expectation at this point. There's no signs that actually price is ready to make a move like that. And by signs, I mean even breaking structure on the way up. That can be a little bit of a sign. So managing expectations of what target you are looking for, that's quite important when you are looking at retracements or reversals in here. But that's basically it. You saw that euro dollar is coming to the downside again. Also, pound dollar. It's interesting.
It broke structure and went lower, and the setup that I indicated earlier, when price came back, I'm going to show my chart in a little while. If I'm going back to the 5 minute, for example, right, we did have a reaction from, let me change it. Actually, we did have we did have a reaction from it, and that's exactly the order block, right? And you'll have to, for yourself, I didn't get a trigger here, but you have to, you're not going to catch all the, as I said, you're not going to catch all the moves, and not every signal is going to be a winner. Obviously, it's not that easy. But the next time as price came back, you can see where it was very clear, very obvious, very evident that there wasn't anything stopping. All right, something changed here. You can see that this was one convincingly bearish candle, never had any pause, didn't decelerate, it didn't have any difficulty, it didn't create many wicks on that bottom. As that move already, you could have anticipated that move based on the price action of all these candles. And then it's much different. It just came, and this is, I like this price action where it's easy to read, right? Where you can see that there is a possibility, even though it didn't trigger me to get in, there was this possibility, and it reacts as such. But then when it is going to break it, we see a decisiveness in the side it wants to go, meaning you could clearly see that who was in control as price was coming back to this area, this small area of about 6 pips. So that's, I like that. So now in my book, the area is still valid as long as price doesn't close below that. Okay, so price can still offer an entry, but as you can see, we are now showing, not printed yet, we are showing on the hourly a bearish outside bar. Why is price showing a bearish outside bar, very bearish, while it's supposed to be being bought? Right? It doesn't make sense. So that tells me that the likelihood that this is going to come back, well, if it closes like this, which it hasn't happened yet, but if it does close like this, obviously that means where it is right now, that will indicate a invalidation of the whole structure, of the whole setup. But even if it comes in, but still creates an outside bar, and there is a little space for it to do that, I would consider this to be a very low probability trade then, because the market has shown us by the creation of that outside bar that it is sellers, the buyers are not coming in. However, after taking this low, if price and let me take that outside bar order block away. After taking this low, this sweep, right, after sweeping that area, and the market comes back and on the lower time frame without invalidating, without closing below that order block, this area, I mean, on the hourly, and it creates a much bigger quasi, something like this, for example, right, coming from above, like so, and it creates something like this, then we have a very clear indication that it has all the trap traders in here that were looking for this demand, and they were expecting a bearish break or a breakdown, And then price indicates by taking this high that it actually wants to reverse, and we don't take the close, or you could, but I don't take the close. I wait for it to come back to something that it left behind, and for then that continuation. That may still happen. We'll have to wait for the close of the hour to see if it invalidates this area or not. And actually if you see this, look at this. Look at this price action, even on the 1 minute. As it came back, I don't believe anyone would have gotten a signal to go long there. There was nothing of price action telling you to go long. Right? No confirmation whatsoever. So I think that's the beauty. Sometimes the market is very clear and evident what it wants to do, and you gotta be on your toes and be ready to capture and read your ear to the ground and hear, so to speak, what the market wants to tell us. Gold. Someone wants to check gold, please. Gold is let's see. Gold. Let's look at gold. All right, so we were looking at that 5-minute entry order block on the quasi. What happened? What happened with that? This is not gold. Let's see. Let's see the. Oh, that's not what I need. That's not what I need. There we go. All right, so we did have a reaction of that order block on the 15, on the 5, but at least on the 5-minute, there hasn't been any break of structure, right? There hasn't been anything, even the way it went down, right? Something is up with the tools today, but even with the way it went down, the reaction it had, it doesn't tell me that the sellers really took control. To me, this is just a market just reacting on that order block, yes, but it's not exactly the sellers taking control. So I would still, and the fact that it creates this, to me, makes it a little bit confirming that you can still trade this, but I didn't get the memo yet. I didn't get the memo where we're going short. I don't know, maybe I missed it, but I don't see it in here. I don't see, this is the area you want to be shorting, but I want to see something happening, either the sweep of this high without the close, a big wick or a wick in any case, and then the sellers coming in, wham, engulfing a candle, outside bar. I want to see some aggression coming in. I don't see that here. If we go to the 15-minute, look at that. We have a quasi here as well. That's the neckline. That's the left shoulder. That's the head. And there were no order blocks here, and actually there aren't anything here either. Okay, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, but there's nothing in here on the 50-minute, for example, telling us that it wants to go down. All right, this is different. Look at that. This is different. Look at that candle. That is different. Look at that reaction we had before, right? Yes, it did go down, but that was meager, anemic. Look at this now. Now we're talking. It's only 1 minute though, so you'll have to build your case well. Now that is what we want to see, right? Look at that reaction. That is something I can work with. But yeah, I'm not telling you anything. There you go. Look at that outside bar. Look at that reaction from that. I'm not saying you want to be going short, but this is the kind of reaction you want to be seeing at a relevant area, at an area that has alignment and all of that. On the hourlies, I wasn't too sure, or I still thought, and I still think the market wants to go higher. But for a short, it needs to close like this still. Look at the aggression compared to, it needed, a number of bars, to push price much lower into that order block here. Now you can see it just one bar, it engulfs the previous one and is moving. That's what we want to be seeing. So we'll see if that is enough or not. and actually I can actually there was actually a 1 hour order block as well, 1 minute. Look at that, right? I didn't get a signal here. Look at that, how it comes back to that order block. That was the left shoulder, the left shoulder, the neckline, the head breaks the neckline, comes back, and wham, you got that reaction. That's what you want to be looking for. I hope that helps those who are trading, although there's a minute, and I understand that that may not be suitable for everyone. This is
yeah, this is yeah, this situation on gold, it looks like US indices on Tuesday, I think, which is it's quite hard. Like you can, yes, in intraday you may try to trade this, but to be honest, when you're looking at the daily time frame, this is the kind of a daily time frame. Like you're trying to force trades in here. Like yesterday there was at least this kind of a move, the day before there was maybe this kind of a move, and today we are just stuck in here. And you are losing your mind, like if kind of RJ is saying in here, what should I do on gold? Is bullish or still in consolidation? Because I'm a little bit confused. Like so, this is maybe something that you can add into your own journal in terms of deciding. Either you are in the trade, you just respect, either go target or stop loss, and you get out and you just respect whatever you decided. Or if you do, based on your journal and the trades that you take, see that when price starts consolidating quite a lot, maybe the best thing is, I don't know, get out at some kind of profit or and move on to the next thing, or wait at least then for price to show you a bit more confirmation on what to do next in here. I know if you are scalping, yeah, if you are looking into 1 minute time frame, just as Vitor mentioned, yeah, that's a beautiful move in here, kind of price respect on all this level, and maybe you can trade this up down, and you find some opportunities in this level. But sometimes you have days like this, like gold is behaving right now. S&P and NASDAQ was behaving like this like 2 days ago, where they spent, look at this move as well, right? They spent the full day in here, like not going absolutely anywhere, and also it looks like it's about to break to the upside and start moving higher. Nope, just got rejected straight away, and vice versa, right? And then all of a sudden the next day we have this, and the day after kind of that we have kind of a move like this, right? So there are days and days, unfortunately, that some of them, they may be a bit choppy, and the best thing is at least if you're in a trade, perfect. But some people actually get trapped in here, and they start losing not just one trade, 20 trades, anticipating the breaks of that range without really happening. And so that was just a little bit of my advice, or kind of what I wanted to mention in regards to this asset, because sometimes we do have kind of the daily candle. If this ends up like this, maybe now it's going to move a bit. But look at the daily candle right now. It's this size, the daily candle. Okay, this is the daily candle of today. This. Right, it's maybe one of the lowest. Maybe this one was quite small as well, right? But comparing with the days before, at least we have this move and then up. We have at least this move. We have much bigger moves in here. Now we never know exactly when that day is going to happen, but eventually we're going to start realizing when price keeps respecting the same level. But maybe now it's going to shut me up, and then it's going to just break this, and it's going to have a bigger move. Yeah, maybe that's going to happen. We'll see.
Beautiful. And gold, the aggression that we were talking about is consistent. And that's what you want to see. You want to see not only a candlestick combination being created, but being sustained. You want to see follow through. And that's what we're seeing on gold. I'm going to switch to my, if I have the permission of Sir Pedro, the knighted Pedro. If I were to look at this, you can see how the market is, we had that outside bar in the 5 minute. What does it do next? Does it come back and, wicks the high of that? No, it doesn't. It doesn't even come back for that order block. Does that mean it's going to, crash to the ground? Not necessarily, but this is what you want to be seeing. Price having a intent, right? Having aggression. Who is in control, right? You can see these candles, the bodies are basically taking over the whole range of that candle, meaning predominantly the sellers all the time during that period, that 5 minute, were in control. And you want to be, took the low, you want to be seeing that. That's what you want to be understanding. Price action, that is, tape reading basically. It's not a tape, it's chart, but you still, can use it as analogous for the same thing. Perfect. Abdul Salam UK is asking if euro-dollar is bullish or bearish. Well, that's a good one. I think on the higher time frames, let's say the H4, we are in a downtrend, but a downtrend is presumably a retrace, right? This is the impulsive move, and this is the primary move, and this is the retrace, and we are still in that retrace. However, that retrace is, still at play, and I would say that will make it bearish. There are opportunities, as I indicated earlier, that I could still go long based on specific structures, specific areas that the market previously told us that buyers are willing to buy there, but currently we are below that area. That tells me that the market is telling us that it is weak. It is not respecting currently this area. There are still 10 minutes to go, but if it closes anywhere near where it is not right now, to me, it is breaking these structures that were indicating a possible pop. And if that pop is not coming, right, because there is no demand zone that has been consumed already, then it's easy to conclude, or to get to that conclusion, that we're likely to just continue that bearish market structure from all this this H4 lower highs and lower lows, meaning bearish. Yes, I would agree so. However, if we do close like so, like where we are right now, there will be an outside bar here, and perhaps price will come back to that on its way down, right? So it could do something similar to this, not a trade short, but something like that, come back to that order block as it continues. That was something that I could see happening. And that would trigger a lot of people, right? Because they would see, oh, it's the reversal. But if it already closed down there, to me, that's not a reversal anymore. That will be the retrace before the market, shoots down even further to that line. What that line is? That line is a blue line. I'm just kidding. No, that's the ATR on the daily time frame, right? So that is we're likely to see price go to, if today is going to be an average day, and I would say you could even argue that we had high impact news. It could even go a little bit beyond 100%. So even that this candle, this line is maybe a little bit too conservative for what price could do. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, not yeah. We may have the continuation now. On the euro. We'll see what will happen. To be honest,
okay.
I was looking at the indices. It kind of did what I wanted, but it was right aggressive. Like, so unfortunately, I wanted to, whatever happened here, I want to see price kind of would have got closer again back to this level, just to provide a much better risk reward. But US indices kind of had that initial reaction with the opening. So we talked about potential spike, even not just even this top, but even spiking here. We looked at a zone in there. So basically we got really close, or reacted almost from this left shoulder in here already. Like sometimes, and it's something that's why I like to trade sometimes even the heads before the massive Quasimodo, because I'm already looking for the trades in alignment with the left shoulder, even without the completion of the Quasimodo itself. And that's basically what we had. Really good reaction from this level, and we had the move to the downside. Unfortunately, didn't manage to enter. Price just dropped quite quickly, and in here, for me, it doesn't make sense in terms of risk reward anymore. So I was hoping for that move up. Maybe some people are going to maybe find new opportunities in here. I struggle to find those opportunities when price already moved a little bit. I'm not really sure where to enter, or kind of where to place my stop loss. That's why I like more of the extremes. But yeah, there you go. The move to downside on the US indices maybe can come back into this level. We kind of already broke a little bit. Or let's see if it goes even more. But yeah, this trading here was in there. Didn't manage to catch it. Yeah, quite quick, to be honest. Yeah, that's it for the for NASDAQ on my end. Yeah, there you go. Prediction, but no trade.
I'm gonna show my chart right here for those who were wondering. This is beautiful. Look at that area. How price came into that area, right, between those yellow lines, reacted as if it's going to have a reversal, right, a bullish reversal. And once the market, right, came back to the same area, didn't have the appetite, the buyers were not there, it eventually closed below. So on at least the 3 and the 5 as well, it closed below. It had a little pop, right? Only you can see now the same area is no longer a demand area, but a supply area. Because look at the reaction it had after coming back to that area, just pushing that continuation much lower. That is, I think, beautiful. You can trade these things, right? When you see how the market is attracting or going through an area and starts to reverse, you can go long in this case, right? You could be going long if you have certain ways to spot that reversal, maybe on the lower time frame, maybe some candlestick combination. And the other times when you see the market coming back to the area and not having any reaction to it, you can start thinking, okay, this is going to perhaps break, and if it breaks, then it's going to perhaps switch. And it did. In this case, it did, right? Came back, and it had that continuation downside. I think that's beautiful. Too bad I didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, those swap zones, sometimes actually there are people or maybe a strategy that someone can create if they are still not confident on the initial level itself. Imagine that you have initial order block, okay, kind of a demand zone, and people kind of get in doubt if actually that order block is going or not to hold price. A strategy that they can implement is actually wait then for actually maybe the break of the order block and trade the opposite, right? Trade that swap of the order block to the downside, if that's kind of more of a confidence, and you can start getting some indication or prediction if actually then that order block is going to hold or not, and it's going to break and then maybe continue. For that, it's maybe pay more attention to what price did before it actually went to that order block. It's already reacted from a good level as well, and so on. But that's a great strategy approach to look for it. So people actually feel more comfortable trading those breakoff structure and kind of retrace to that zone and trade it. Yeah.
For those who are thinking, okay, maybe they did catch that short on gold. If we were to close as a bearish engulfing, which we probably will in 3 minutes, and it may be even an outside bar. Let me check. No, it isn't, but it's almost an outside bar. We could see price come back if and before it just continues lower, and we don't have anything except that order block right there. So you could have a very nice trade, even though this would be the first indication, right? Especially if it closes below this order block, because that was the stepping stone for price to continue go higher. If you take that stepping stone, what you got someone who can't step on anything, right? It's gonna fall down. That's exactly what gold is going to do, right? It's as simple as that. So this is the reason why you have to be flexible with your chart reading, right? Because things can change. Order blocks get invalidated, the situation changed, and then something else is perhaps more likely to happen. Not that it's going to go to take this order block or touch it. Maybe it's not. If it breaks this and close in 2 minutes, that is at the end of this stream. That is a reminder right away that our stream is sadly is coming to an end, at least for today. Not obviously, we are growing healthily, and you can help us with the likes and the subscriptions. Look at that. Like if it closes there, that invalidates that order block. You have a complete switch on this time frame. You have an invalidation of bullish structures and a creation of a very strong, now an almost outside bar, bearish structure, right? So things changed with just that move, that aggressive move that we were looking at on live. that is, I love that. I love that when the market actually shows us the things we can talk about and read in front of the audience, because I think that is one of the things that I struggled personally with, is reading the market. And I learned it. I didn't have a mentor. I learned it by myself, but trial and errors. But that would have helped me a lot in my trading journey. And we have come to the end of this stream, ladies and gentlemen. It is a sad, sad, sad moment. But this is the last stream of the live trading stream of the Fivers for this week. I hope you guys had a wonderful time with all our wonderful hosts this week. And if there's anything you want us to discuss, request for pairs, or anything, you have an issue with your trading, you want us to look at it, give you some tips, advice, not financial advice, but just regular advice, you can come back to our next session, which will be Monday. So, all right. Any last words, Pedro?
Yeah, that's it basically. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your week. Hope you guys have win the trades that you are in right now. From our side, in terms of the Portuguese channel, for anyone that speaks Portuguese, we do still have our stream at 5 p.m. today. We actually started, or we announced today that the competition is doing kind of a private competition within the Portuguese community, which you can actually find on the Fivers hub as well. So feel free to join. Starts next week on a Wednesday, 16th of July until the 29th. So if you want to participate as well and to try to show that you are actually the best trader of our Portuguese community, feel free to join. Even though it's open for everyone, so by any chance, if everyone wants to join, there's nothing we can do. You can join as well. But yeah, with that being said, yeah, thank you, Victor, as well. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your weekend.
And that is our wish to everyone watching us. We want to thank you and invite you for our next stream. We will be there, and we'll be watching and waiting watching you coming into the session and waiting for your engagement. So take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, guys.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the Fivers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. And we're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the Fivers hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.